I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize I can see the fallacy before the sentence finished. You confuse a strong opinion with a reason proposition. You keep reaching for conclusions, but your premises are missing. Then you hide behind your feelings when the logic need a mission. I don't argue with a person, I examine what was stated. Define the terms, expose assumptions, then determine what was weighted. Is it valid? Is it grounded? Can the structure be defended? Or you built a house of cards and got offended when it ended? I don't need to raise my voice, I let the contradiction speak. Every claim has got a burden, every burden got a receipt. You can decorate confusion, you can dress it up in pride, but a polished contradiction is a contradiction every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. I recognize the dodge when the question make you nervous. Changing subjects every minute doesn't make the answer surface. That's a straw man, that's a false choice. That's an argument from fear. That's a claim that keeps on shrinking every time the fact you're near. You can quote 100 scholars, still authority ain't proof. Tell me why the argument is sound. Take me underneath the roof. Show the beam, show the frame, show the function of the claim. If the meaning keeps on changing, then the word is just a game. Recognition over belief, coherence over applause. I don't need a crowd behind me when the reasoning is flaws. Time reveals what can I stand, nature limits what can be. If your worldview breaks beneath this weight, don't put the blame on me. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. They want mystery to rescue every gap they never filled. Then call questions disrespectful when their explanation gets grilled.
All this knowledge on the flow. I've been golden from the go. Let these pseudo scholars no. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light, enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars flow. Baby, welcome to the flow. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason, peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking, my logic weakened. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Welcome back to Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. And tonight, it's not a debate. Tonight, we're stepping into one of the most fascinating and most difficult questions human beings have ever attempted to answer. What exactly is consciousness? Mic check. Let me see make sure my mic's working before I get to going on a little rant over here. Is my mic working, Tiffany? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. I know sometimes I catch myself muted. But what exactly is consciousness? Is consciousness something that emerges from sufficiently complex brains and biological systems? Or is consciousness something much deeper, a fundamental feature of reality itself? Tonight, we're putting emergentism against cosmopsychism. And joining us for this intellectual showdown is one who isn't afraid to walk straight into the philosophical deep end. Tiffany is here to take us beyond the usual surface level conversation and challenge us to think seriously about the nature of mind, reality, perception, and existence itself. Is consciousness something your brain produces, or is the brain perhaps something that participates in a consciousness that is far more fundamental? Are we individual minds experiencing the universe, or is the universe itself, in some sense, experiencing through us? Tonight, we're not here for easy answers. We're here to hear her wonderful arguments, evidence, and watch her cover some philosophy. So sharpen your reasoning, question your assumptions, and prepare to enter the arena. How you feeling tonight, Tiffany?
Ooh. Oh, my bad. My screen had froze up. Okay. I didn't know that. Sorry about that. I'm feeling all right. Yeah, I'm feeling okay.
Okay. Did my intro pretty much hone in on what we're talking about today?
Oh, yes, most definitely it did.
Got you. You got the floor.
All right. So to get into the concept of what consciousness is, right? There's different ways you can explain it, from a philosophical standpoint and from what scientists view it as. Now, philosophically, consciousness is based on one's subjective experience, right? One experience about life and how they view life. That's dealing with from a philosophical standpoint. But then when we get into the science, it deals with pretty much awareness, wakefulness, and sensory, basically. So there's been an ongoing debate for a long time as far as is consciousness emergentism or cosmopsychism. All right. And cosmopsychism deals with the universe itself being conscious. Emergentism looks at the emergentism look at consciousness as being a biological property of the brain. So what that means is when you get into the biological property of the brains, right, you have to look at neurochemistry and also neurobiology. So to break down what is neurochemistry and neurobiology, I'm gonna go into my notes. Okay. So
Take
excuse
your
me
time.
if you hear some noise in the background. All right, give me a moment.
Emergentism or cosmopsychism.
All
What
right.
a,
So okay. So neurochemistry deals with the study of the specific chemical compounds that regulates the function of the nervous system, right? It explores how these molecules interact with neural circulating or circulatory to drive everything from basic survival function like breathing and heart rate to complex cognitive process like learning, memory, emotion, and behavior. Okay. And then the neurobiology deals with the study of the cells, structures, and physical systems that make up the nervous system. Look at the broader biological machinery, how individuals' neurons, hold on, yeah, how individual neurons come together and they're how they come together and they build, right? And how they connect into the massive network and how these physical structures dictate behavior, sensory processing, and survival function. All right. So again, neurochemistry deals with the chemical aspect of the brain, and neurobiology deals with the biological makeup of the brain. So now, when we get into this, when we talk about biological emergence of consciousness, that's when we have to go into looking at emergentism. Okay. So emergentism says subjective awareness arrive from complex collective interaction of non-conscious physical parts such as neurons in the brain. Okay. And we have to look into the emergent evolution. So the whole becomes greater than the sum of its parts. So for example, like atoms, right?
mhm.
Atoms individually are not conscious, okay? Because they're particles. But when they combine together, right? When they come together in billions or trillions, then you have consciousness taking place. But individually, atoms cannot be conscious. Okay. Um, and so with emergent evolution, again says the whole become greater than the sum of its part, the origin of entirety, new properties at certain art certain critical stages or levels in the course of evolutionary as multicellular organisms, sexual reproduction, or nervous system. Basically, space, time, matter, life are not independent of each other, but they form an organic whole. So that means that all these things, space, time, matter, all come together and form an organic whole, and that's it as far as like biological emergence are concerned. Okay. So what I'm saying is that it makes more sense that consciousness is a biological emergentism as opposed to cosmopsychism. Because with cosmopsychism, right, I mean, you will have to, there has to be a scientific research to actually verify that the universe itself has consciousness, and scientists have not came across that as of yet. Now there has been speculation, or there has been like philosophical theories about the universe possibly being conscious, but there's no scientific method to actually prove that it is conscious. And also, a lot of neuroscientists accept the concept of emergentism. So a lot of neuroscientists agree on that more than they will agree on cosmopsychism, right? Um, and I'm gonna get into why neuroscientists agree with emergentism. I'm gonna get into that in a minute. But let's look at it. So, the reason why the universe would not be considered as conscious is because, for one, the universe does not have a neurotransmitter. So the neurotransmitter is responsible for like sending messages, okay, through the brain, as far as like, electrical impulses is concerned, right? It sends messages from the electric part of the brain to the chemical part, okay? So that's what the neurotransmitter is responsible for, like sending messages through the neurons and stuff like that. um Again, the universe doesn't have that, and in order for the universe to be able to send a message across, from one end to another, it would take billions of years for that to be possible. It would take billion years for the universe to send one message to the other end of the universe. So that's yeah, that's kind of impossible for that to even happen to begin with. Now let's go into the neuroscience, as far as like explaining about consciousness and emergentism. All right. So let me go ahead. Let me see. Okay. So right here, the nervous system operates through a combination of electrical impulses and chemical signals. While electricity carry a signal down a neuron, chemical messengers are required to carry the signal across the gap, the synaptic cliff, to the next neuron. All right. And then when we also look at the thalamus, let's talk about the thalamus for a moment. Let's get into it. And you guys, please forgive me. I'm using my notes. So yeah, I'm going through my notes right now. All right. So before we get to the thalamus, we have to understand the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus is a brain part at the base of brain, which connects the endocrine system to the nervous system. It is known as the control system, which regulates the pituitary gland, which is considered as the master gland of the body. And the pituitary gland is a small over endocrine organ that is attached to the if excuse me if I mispronounce this word, infundibulum of the brain. Okay. So um so the thalamus, which sits above the hypothalamus, right? But below the cerebral cortex, it acts as a relay station, gathering sensory information, also known as the gateway to consciousness, which bring about alertness, sleep, and wakefulness. So therefore, it will make a lot more sense for there to be consciousness in the brain, you know what I mean, instead of being in the universe, so but the only hard problem is, now this is where the hard problem come into place. It's hard to explain, well, how do we have subjective experience? Why do we have subjective experience? As far as, for example, why do we see the color red? Or why do we feel like we're in love with somebody, right? Or why do we see the color blue? Or why the sky is blue? So that's where the hard problem comes in, because you can't really explain individual's subjective experience as far as why
Hello.
do they experience certain things and stuff like that. But what you can do, right, if you want to get an idea of the subjective experience regarding to consciousness, that's where you have to study more into neurophilosophy. And
Right.
neurophilosophy is a concept that came about from a lady named Patricia Churchland. So Patricia Churchland was the one that wrote a book about neurophilosophy. All right. And basically, it deals with the philosophy of neuroscience, or basically the philosophy of the brain per se. So that's when you kind of get into the concept of like the conscious experiment or the subjective experiment that a person may go through or whatnot. Um, and also phenomenology. That's another one. Phenomenology deals with one's personal experience. Like, how do we experience life? How do we view life? As far as like, well, if this person experienced life one way and the other person experienced life another way, then how do they go about seeing and viewing life? You know, so from their subjective experience. So basically dealing with subjective reality. So that's where the idea, as far as like, again, consciousness and subjective experience come into place. If one would study about phenomenology or neurophilosophy, but try to get a scientific answer as to like why we have these subjective experiences as humans, it's going to be hard because scientists have not gotten that far into the studies as far as like what and why. But here's the interesting part: there is two different type of emergence, right? So there's the weak emergence and there is the strong emergence. So the strong emergence say that of course consciousness is in the brain. However, there is going to be the hard problem, and there's going to be a lot of research that has to be taking place in order to find out what the hard problem is and to figure out what it is or how it plays a role into our physical reality, etc. um that's that. And then the weak emergence basically say, well, the hard problem is an illusion. And the only thing we have is the brain activity and the biological emergent property of the brain that brings about consciousness. So that's that.
Okay.
Anything you want to say? And one.
We got GBS. I think that's Marley. That's you.
I
Yeah.
don't know who that is.
That's
Hey, how
Marley,
you
right?
doing? Yeah,
How you
yeah, yeah.
doing?
My name is Mark. Hey, how's everything going, man?
Good.
I see that you're familiar with who I am. I don't know who you are, but it's nice to meet you, though.
Nice
Nice
to
to
Um,
meet
meet you
you.
too. We used to
yeah.
chop it back in the day.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Off of Q Butter's page.
too bad. Oh, okay. What's going on, man? What's going
Yeah.
on? I'm glad y'all brought this topic up. I'm actually a psych major. I have a master's degree in mental health counseling, and I'm currently pursuing my PhD right now. And I'm glad this topic came up, and I'm glad that she brought up those things because she's absolutely 100% right in what she was saying. However, she mentioned about the subjective experiences, and she's also correct about them not knowing about these things right now. But right now, my dissertation, what I'm working on is the foundation of consciousness. And the sister mentioned subjective experiences earlier, and right now we know them to be subjective experiences. But I don't believe that they're subjective. I believe that our reality is objective, right? And it's an illusion that it's a subjective experience because remember, our perception and our sensation and perception is what creates our consciousness, right? Like what we see, right? Our five senses, and then we have other senses as well too. So I believe that our DNA variants, right? Because some of us we have different DNA variants, right? That's what causes us to have that scaled illusion of having that subjective experience. I remember I was a while ago, and I had got this idea from my sister who was a bio major, and that's where I got the idea from. And she told me she was doing an experiment when she was in her bio lab, and they were testing the different variants to see. I don't think it was variants, but different people that they tested had a different sense of taste, touch. And if you go into the DNA database, you can see that for the different senses, there's different DNA variants. So I don't think that is so much subjective. I just think that some of us may have a different DNA variant that causes us to to either smell or see maybe a different color sometimes based on what that variant is.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you for your commentary. Um, like I said, it's still an ongoing debate about
Yeah.
this. So, you
Yeah,
know,
it's ongoing. That's why, and no one has really found out what the foundation of consciousness really is yet, and that's why I chose to do my dissertation on it in a collaboration too, with also creating like universal laws and formulas in the field of psychology as well. So yeah, everything that you mentioned, and I agree that is what you said, emergent, right? The
yeah,
emergent concept.
yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah. The
yeah, that's
emergent
the
concept. Yeah.
yeah, that's the one I believe in too as well, as opposed to the other one. Now, long time ago, back in the days, everything like people didn't really understand the natural world, so we'll say things like God or or this rain God or this type of God, and there were certain things that we didn't understand. So, now that the science is advancing, we're starting to be able to understand more things now. And I think that too, consciousness. Well, okay. So what we was just not talking about was more of human consciousness, right? But I think there's this consciousness outside of human consciousness that exists that's separate from like human consciousness. So I think that consciousness can still exist without human.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, we were talking basically organism. Yes, humans.
Mm.
But just organism in general. Because we're not the only ones that have consciousness.
Right,
Animals have consciousness as well.
right,
Um, Plants have consciousness.
right,
So, but the only thing is with plants is they don't have neurons or brain cells like we do, but
right.
they are organism. So when I speak of consciousness, I'm pertaining to the organism.
The organisms. Okay, okay, yeah, but that's what my this stage is going to be more in human consciousness. So
Right, right.
yeah,
But
so
yeah, in this case, yeah, we're talking about humans. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
humans. Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. So yeah, so we're on the same page though, because sometimes there's a lot that I don't know as well. I'm still learning more stuff because they kind of put like the field of psychology and the way how they teach it more inside of a philosophy box, right? Because they haven't been able to quantify emotions and even independently quantify the mind yet. It's abstract. So, but yeah, right now the way how they teach it in school, they teach it more like of in a philosophical type of way as opposed to it, being more sciencey. So as time goes on and things advance, we'll be able to get more into depth with creating the formulas and stuff, as which I'm doing right now, and also being able to quantify emotions.
Okay, okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, because
Yeah, but yeah, they're going to do that. They're gonna buy psychology into philosophy because it's this stigma that psychology and sociology are not real sciences, quote unquote. But they are science. They are just considered as soft science
that's
or
so
social
science,
science
right? But
because you're dealing with the science of people.
of people,
Anthropology, sociology, psychology, you're dealing with the science of people. You're dealing with the science of with psychology, you're studying about the science of the mind, basically. And then sociology, you dealing with the science of social class, social group interaction, right? And then with anthropology, you're dealing with the study of humanity or the science of humanity. So at the end of the day, yeah, they are just dealing with the social aspect of
uh,
humans,
of
right?
humans.
And the humans' behavior and institution and laws and things of that nature. So it's to me it's not fair because again it's impossible to like put that in the box of philosophy. I mean, if that's the case, everything comes from philosophy. If we want to be honest, all the subjects that we're studying, they all start off as being very philosophical, if that's the case. So if we want to be honest, we could talk about how biology, chemistry, physics, all of that started off as being philosophical. So but
Right.
yeah,
And no,
but
and yeah, absolutely. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I
With a
Yeah,
apologize.
question.
but
I
so the way
apologize.
they look at it like this, because those are soft science, they're not hard science. So hard science
Right,
is more scientific to
right.
those in the mainstream than biology. I mean, than
Mm-hmm.
psychology and anthropology and
Mm-hmm.
sociology.
Well,
Yeah.
that's also one of my goals is to change it because when you're doing experiments in I'm trying to revolutionize it and to bring it into and make it a hard science, right? That's why I'm creating universal laws, principles right now because they haven't been tested and measured yet, right? And once they're tested and measured, then and they there's rigorous tests you do it multiple times repeatedly and you get the same results, then we can verify if these things is true or false. Right. So those are not, I don't have those things established yet, but that's something that I'm currently working towards right now. And it's a to evolve the field of psychology into more of a hard science because human behavior is there's aspects of it that is natural. Right. So it should be a natural science. Now, psychology is not as old as the other sciences in terms of um in the Western world, right? Like physics and chemistry and bio, and they had years, centuries of head start. So they're a little bit more advanced. And physics at one time and point, they weren't able to quantify I think it was either heat or energy. It was something that was intangible, and they used to refer to it as caloric theory, right? So right now, with the field of psychology, it came about in the 1800s or the 17th century around that particular time. So there's a lot of stuff that is still growing in psychology, but once we're able to get the tools and the technology, we will be able to do certain things where we can turn psychology into a natural science.
And
Because,
what?
but go ahead,
I'm sorry.
sorry. No, go ahead. But you was going to ask me a question.
That's
Here's the
powerful.
thing. Here's the thing. But
Yeah.
psychology follows the scientific method.
Yes, it does.
Sociology follows
Yeah, we do.
scientific
Yeah.
method.
Yeah.
So
And
that's
they
strange
first.
in itself. And then when you deal with neuroscience, that
Hmm.
cross over into psychology because now psychology examine what neuroscience was, researching or studying on and just
Yeah.
bring about explanation as far as behavior patterns, right?
Correct.
Because you have psychologists like they before they can get actual degrees, they will have to study some form of neuroscience. They will have to
Right.
learn about like what part of the brain function and how it
Hmm.
has an impact on a person's behavior. So let's say if,
Hmm.
a psychologist dealing with somebody who has schizophrenia or
Hmm.
somebody that's bipolar or somebody
Hmm.
that might have autism or
Right. Right.
ADHD. They will have
Right.
to learn about like the brain function and
Hmm.
how again that goes into the neurobiology sort of, you know what I mean, and the
Hmm.
neuropsychology,
Yeah.
neuroscience. So they will have to
Neuroscience.
study
Right.
that. Yeah, they will have to study that in order to understand
Hmm.
how the brain um brings about the individual's behavior.
Right.
So
Right.
again, so
Now.
that's scientific in itself, because
Hmm.
again, you deal with scientific research. Now they might deal with what is called qualitative research, right?
Hmm.
More than they deal with the quantitative research. Whereas in
Hmm.
the hard science, they deal with quantitative versus qualitative. But either
Right.
way,
Right.
they
Right.
still rely on scientific methods.
Method. No, they do. And also too, I'm glad you mentioned that they rely more on qualitative research, right? But they still do the quantitative work in terms of statistics. Now, the only thing that's different from psychology and these other fields when they doing they use more of inductive reasoning as opposed to deductive reasoning. So these other sciences, they have more of a deterministic aspect to it, whereas the field of psychology is much more inductive reason, which is much more probabilistic, right? So it doesn't really give that expression. It doesn't really give any type of definitive or determined answers in the science as of yet. Like in physics, 1 plus 1, that's two. That's deterministic. There's no change in that, right? So that's not how it is right now, currently in the field of psychology. So that's another issue. And also being able to measure things independently of each other. And these other natural sciences, you can measure like in physics, you can measure a rock. It's independent. You know what I'm saying? Get the weight.
right? Like, you can burn certain chemicals and elements and or say measure, in biology you can measure liquids and stuff like that independently and things of that nature. And in psychology, you really can't do that as of right now, based off of the technology and how far that we have gotten into the science.
Right, right, right.
Hmm. Yeah.
I wanted to share a book real quick, and I mean I got a few books, but I want to share a passage in this book. So I have a
Hmm.
book called Quantum Physics for Beginners: The Most Compelling Phenomena of Quantum Physics Made Easy, The Law of Attraction and Theory of Relativity by Brad Oselin.
Hmm.
So I'm in the section where it says how our human consciousness came into being, right?
Hmm.
And it says, first, a short repetition of the basic principle of consciousness. Every forming atom or molecules has a brief flash of consciousness at the moment of formation. It experiences the information provided by the corresponding inner nature that emerges in it and organizes the spatial relationship between its components. Every flash of consciousness arrives exactly at the boundary between the spatial and non-spatial inner world. It therefore has both a spatial and non-spatial character. As we will soon see, this is crucial for explanation of human consciousness. Everywhere
Hmm.
in our body, molecules are constantly formed into immeasurable numbers because every biochemical reaction means the formation of molecules. Each of these formation leads to a flash of consciousness combined with a micro experience. So we should have a full body consciousness, but our consciousness is focused on the brain. That's the
Right.
dominant problem. The
Hmm.
combination problem must also be solved. How the many micro experiences unite to our uniform human experience. In fact, the combination problem is divided into two. Here is a simple example. You see a red ball and a blue cube lying on the table in front of you. Then four modules, again, forgive me if I mispronounce, becomes active in the brain: red, blue, ball, and cube. Red and ball are integrated. The red ball is experienced. Although the two modules are spatially separated from each other, the same applies to blue and cube. But there is also differentiation because the red ball and the blue cube are perceived separately. All right. And then it goes on to say that let me see, undoubtedly the firing of neuron plays an important role in the emergence of consciousness from the consciousness network. So we have to look for molecules whose formation is closely related to firing. Okay. So there's something that comes to mind: the synapses. They are located in the connection between the neurons and are small thickens with a gap. There is a huge number of them. On a neuron come about 1,000 synapses. If an electrical impulse arrives at one of them, it can't not pass it due to the gap. However, it leads to the release of small molecules, the so-called neurotransmitters. They cross the gap and dock on the other side to huge proteins, the receptor molecules. The docking of a neurotransmitter to a receptor molecule triggers an electrical excitation that propagates towards the next neuron. Thus, the electrical impulse impinging on the synapse has finally overcome the gap. Important. The docking of the neurotransmitter causes the receptor molecule to form new. This is because the docked neurotransmitter leads to an enlarged receptor molecule that has a different structure than the original one. This alters structure triggers numerous effects. The most important one is the electrical excitation mentioned above. All right. So I'm just gonna stop right there for a moment. I just wanted to read that. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to share that. But
Hmm.
yeah, so but basically we're saying that, okay, if a lot of people may not know this, but molecules form when atoms combine together. When atoms come into
Adams.
clusters,
Yeah.
right? When you have a clusters of atoms coming together, that bring about molecules. And then when you got the cluster of molecules coming together, right? And let me go back into my notes real quick. Hold on. Let me go back into my notes. Give me one moment. Mm, okay. All right. Yeah. So when you got cluster of molecules coming together, they create macromolecules. All right. And then from macromolecules brings about cells. And then when those cells come together, it creates tissue, and then so on and so forth. So what I'm saying is, it's going to take a cluster of these things to combine to bring about what we call consciousness. So I just want to express that. Yeah. All right. Anything else?
I didn't know that.
Mm.
We have evolutionists to the stage. Any
Okay.
questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far?
Okay.
Yeah. Peace, everyone. Peace, A1. Marley, what's good? Peace,
Yeah,
Miss
what's going
Stephanie.
on?
Great,
What's going
Hey,
on?
great
peace. How you doing?
show.
You
Yeah,
came to
yeah, great
challenge me?
show. I'm enjoying it so far. Yeah, man. Listening here, just on the last things that you spoke on in terms of consciousness and it being on like the atomic level. Um, I've never heard of that before about the atoms or non-living things possessing consciousness, because in science, like in the hard science like chemistry and biology, it's it's known, not really known for a fact like 100%, but it's accepted that consciousness is biological, sort of what you were leaning to the first time I heard, when you didn't just limit it to human biology, but you extend
Right,
it to all living things. I think
right.
that's like most hard scientists are in line with what you're saying there. The only place you kind of lost me was the last part when you mentioned consciousness in atom or subatomic particles that
No,
may
no,
have.
no. What I was saying is, okay,
Yeah,
what I
no,
was
no, go
saying,
ahead, explain it.
okay, what I was explaining earlier, that atoms, individual atom itself is not conscious. Okay,
Oh,
it's not conscious. But when
yeah.
you have cluster of atoms coming together, right? Those cluster of atoms create molecules, and then when you have
Yes.
cluster of molecules coming to get together, they create macromolecules. So when
Mhm.
I'm saying it in clusters, right? When you have like a billions or trillions of atoms coming together, then you can bring about consciousness. You understand what I'm saying? But as an individual, like, because you gotta remember, atoms are small particles, right? They tiny particles. And then when you got subatomic particles, they are very, very tiny. All right.
Okay, I
Yeah.
got what you're saying. Yeah, it
Right, right.
does.
So therefore they can't be conscious. So in
No,
order for
not in the sense like a human, how a human would be conscious, like human awareness, thoughts, and all that stuff.
right.
But it does act in a way where it seems as if it's conscious, and that's how the electronegativity. That's how atoms or anything with a charge behaves in nature. It's always gonna seek the least energetic route, and in the cases of atoms, like you're saying, uh, atoms forming molecules and molecules forming macromolecules, that all happened because of electronegativity. If something is a positive charge, the other is negative charge, and there is different magnitude to what these charges are. If something is more positive or more negative, it might possesses a stronger push or a stronger pull. And when they come together, they're all figuring out that electronegativity to come to the least energetic state. And that's how the bonding happen. It, that's how bonding form and breaks. But you're absolutely right that it does seem conscious in the way it moves, except it's not like human consciousness. I wouldn't really call it consciousness myself as a chemist, but I got what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, of course, it's not human consciousness, but going back to it, remember we are made of atoms. You know, we are made of atoms, molecules. Um, we're made of those things. So to bring some type of awareness, right, or sensory, as I like to call it, that has to be formed in billions. It has to be like in large, in large lump
Yeah,
sum. You
yeah,
know what
yeah.
I'm saying? Yeah, that's
Look,
what they have to be.
but
They just can't be just individuals.
I think
But
that's
it kind of
kind
go back
of
to what you
where
were saying about the
yeah, yeah.
negative.
You
Yeah.
know that hold on, that's where it's like the hard sciences and the soft sciences that you and Marley was talking about earlier. You see the thing with hard sciences, you can always draw a sharp line. There's always a cut off, because hard sciences, the proof is in the math. 1 plus 1 is 2. In any instances, it's always gonna be. With the soft sciences, it's very it's very subjective as to where you draw the line. As in biology, there is no strict line to say this is where a race start, this is where a race end, because whatever the criteria is, you will always find it in another population. Is it I'm It's sort of the same thing with consciousness being biological or being universal in this sense, being more chemical. Where do you draw the line? Because we're saying it emerges from the brain. The brain is doing the same thing. It's a biochemical processes happening there, and from that we're here as conscious beings communicating with each other. you know how do we draw the line to say these same biochemical processes happening on a smaller scale or at a different magnitude isn't conscious? We can't say it is, we can't fully say it's not, because there is no straight line there. It's almost like a gradient. you know it's almost like a gradient, meaning that sodium chloride itself,
Hmm.
we wouldn't consider it conscious. But if you look in the brain, most of the chemicals that's going back and forth through those synapses, it's happening because of sodium chloride. It's happening because of calcium. It's happening because of potassium. You know,
Mm,
it's happening because of these same salts that we can literally make in a lab. Inside
mhm,
of your biological system, they have different
mhm,
functioning, like the positive charge elements like the sodium, the calcium, the magnesium. These are your charge carriers. Literally, like when they talk about electricity in the body, in your muscle, when you contract your muscle to make a fist, you're sharing a gradient of potassium and sodium, or sharing a
Hmm.
gradient of potassium and calcium. It's moving from one membrane to the other membrane. And when one side has a buildup of potassium ions, it, it forms electricity for you to maintain like a rigid body structure, like a boxer making a fist to punch as hard as he can. He has to build up a mass of calcium within his muscles. If not, then his punch is going to be soft. He's going to be weak. But if you have that gradient of calcium buildup, you can maintain a strong posture. you know and when you releases your fist, when you releases that tension from your body, the calcium simply diffuses back across a membrane with the sodium and potassium, and balance itself out. And those processes happens billions or trillions of times throughout your cells. Your lungs breathing, your heart beating, when you're moving, and you're not even thinking about it. you know it's the
Right. And
same thing happening inside your brain, but we're just saying that from the brain we consciousness emerges, I guess, because that's where awareness starts for us.
yep.
And I'm saying for us. But you could take it from there, Miss Tiffany. But I got what
Yeah,
you
yeah.
said.
I just want to piggyback on what you were saying. Now, going to the part where you said, where do we draw a line? Now, that's
Yeah.
where the hard problem comes in, as I was explaining earlier about the subjective experience. Because how do you go from there to actually explaining, well, how do humans go about having their own subjectivity and things of that nature, right? So that's where, that's where that line is drawn right there. But also, I was talking about the emergence, like two different type of emergence, which is the strong emergence and the weak emergence. So the strong emergence say, well, there is a hard problem, however, it's going to take a lot of time and research to actually find out what that hard problem is, right? And whereas weak emergence say, well, there is no hard problem because it's just what it is. All the difficulty, that's just what it is, all biological. So there's no hard problem. So that's according to weak emergence. But strong emergence says there is a hard problem, and it's something that has to be figured out. It has to be something that has to be researched upon. So
Mhm.
so that kind of goes back into what you were stating about where do you draw a line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Marley, what's good, bro?
Hey,
I'm glad to see you on this side, you know.
what's going on? What's going on, man? I'm here. I wanted to come see and test it out. And actually, on the first try, it's a topic that I can relate to. It's just crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
I was just
Yeah.
working on my stuff today too. As a matter of fact, I was just working on it, and you know, I'm actually very excited because it's like it's something that's going to be actually new in the field of psychology. And I'm making this contribution, so I'm
Okay.
definitely
Okay.
happy that, and even some of the stuff that you were saying, getting information from you and even her, you know what I'm saying, as a because I know you study chemistry and right now you're doing your whole civil engineering thing. Excuse me, sister, is there any type of field that you studying or you have any studies in, any background?
So I did attend college. However, I
Hmm.
didn't finish college. I don't have a degree.
Okay,
But I was gonna
okay,
go. I was going to school for sociology.
oh,
So
okay, okay, all right.
sociology is my passion, and
Mm-hmm.
psychology is, one of my strongest areas.
Mm-hmm.
However, I like to study a lot into science, especially neuroscience, and I'm getting
Mm-hmm.
the field into studying about quantum physics.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm doing is I'm starting from the very beginning, like
Yeah.
studying physics, cosmology,
Mm-hmm.
astronomy, and
Right,
then
right.
getting all the way down to where we are as far as organisms are concerned. And the reason why I'm
Okay.
doing that because I'm taking it step by step. I'm using that as a stepping stone to pretty much elevate my knowledge,
Your
right?
knowledge, right.
So
Yeah.
right, so we have to understand that this is a part of what is called hierarchy of life. So the
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
hierarchy of life concept basically say, everything starts off at the smallest level, and
Mm-hmm.
then it comes up to where they are. So, um, my position, I stand on the concept of pantheism. So
Mm-hmm.
pantheism basically say that nature
God is
is
the
God.
universe. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
the
nature is
universe
God.
is
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
and for me, I use God as a way to play on the words, just using it as a metaphor.
Okay,
So
I got you. I get what you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah. So to understand the universe, right, and to appreciate it and to give it reverence and connect with it, you have to study the scientific laws or the laws of nature, right? To
Mm-hmm.
understand how the universe function. And then you understand
Mm-hmm.
how nature function, right? And you understand how you play your role and your part within nature. So
That's true.
Right. Well, yeah, yeah. No, I can rock with that. I can rock with that. But I will say though, just to give you some advice, and I'm glad that you actually are studying those different sciences, because the thing with psychology is that I believe that it's everything, right? Even all of the natural stuff that we have today in our physical world, like physics, right? If it wasn't for the mind of those people, the psychology of those people, we wouldn't have the things that we have today. So I believe that, psychology is the foundation to all of the sciences because everything starts off in the mind, you know. Um, in order for you to get better in psychology, I think that people should study these other sciences, as you mentioned, like chemistry, physics. But the way how psychology is taught in school is taught based off of the curriculum is more of like a philosophy, it's not too sciencey. They have the experimental aspect of it, but they only introduce the inductive aspect to it, right? Because there's not any deterministic aspects to psychology that I know of as of yet. And hopefully in the future, as I mentioned before, that it will develop and it will grow to become a actual natural and hard science once we're able to, quantify emotions, have these universal laws and principles, being able to and I think what's gonna happen too, once that happens, they're gonna get rid of psychology and just call it like they already have to feel neuropsychology already. But I think now they're gonna have to change the curriculum because now the psych majors is gonna have to learn more math. You know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna have to learn things like calculus and differential equations, and you know what I'm saying, things like that. So they're gonna have to change the curriculum.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, math is gonna always play a role. It don't matter what
Mm-hmm.
field of study you are in. You're gonna have to
Mm-hmm.
learn math
Yeah,
regardless.
you're gonna have to learn math regardless.
It don't
Yeah.
matter what field of study you in. You can be in psychology, sociology, anthropology, chemistry, biology, physics. You're gonna have to learn math. Math is going
Mm-hmm.
nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Right, right, right. So I'm glad this is a great topic, man. Like I said, I'm glad I came over here tonight. As
Yeah.
I'm getting some ideas, even from a meme right now, as he was talking about the chemicals that's flowing through the brain, as you was mentioning, you were saying sodium and chloride, right?
Sodium, potassium, and calcium.
And calcium. Okay, okay, okay. You mind getting a little bit more into depth about that?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like when they talk about like electrical signals in the body, those signals really comes from a concentrated a concentration of ions build up in your muscle or in your tissue or in a cell. And when
Mm-hmm.
that happens, what you have is like all that charge building up in one places needs to be released. It needs to go somewhere, you know. So
Right.
when you got that electrical gradient that builds up, now you
Mm-hmm.
have one side of the cell or one side of the tissue that
Mm-hmm.
is highly negative or highly positively charged, and the other side has the opposite charge. So what happened is you got that electrical current that flows through that gradient, you know, until the ion diffuses across the membrane and releases that buildup of electrical signal. It's the same thing that
Right.
happens in the brain too, across the synapses, you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay.
Yeah. But yo, I want to talk to A1. A1, you here, bro?
Yo, I'm here. Talk to me.
Yo, that's good. That's good. I shoot your email yesterday because I
I
know
ain't
I
see it.
have that face off coming up
Hmm.
on the 15th, you know, because I haven't been up on your platform in a minute, and we haven't been communicating. That's because I'm on vacation right now, you know, so I try to tune in as much as I can, but to hit the link sometimes is a bit difficult.
No worries. No worries.
Yeah. But yeah, I got everything prepared for it. So it's on the 15th. I'm good
Yep.
for it still.
The
Yeah.
um the face off is pretty much where you just lock in the title and we lock in the official date for the debate. If
Yeah.
you if you already have your slideshow, I would just save it and you can just verbally spar with them that day again. Um
I prepared a slide for the face off, which is a bit different from my debate presentation.
okay,
Hey,
I'm
hey,
excited for this one. Let me
hey,
bring up
Yeah.
your
one, hey,
flyer.
The,
hey,
the
hey,
next
one, where
day
you
one,
from, bro?
Oh, one
I'm
minute,
from
Murray.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
Yeah, you're from Cleveland. I didn't even know where you're
What
from.
what
I
about
thought
sis?
you're
What
from.
about you, sister?
Somebody just dropped off.
Oh, okay.
That was the
What
Uh,
about you?
initials.
me,
What about you,
for
sister?
me,
Yeah.
I was born in Ohio, but I grew up in the South. I grew up in Georgia, in Atlanta.
Uh, okay, okay, okay. That's
Yeah,
what's up. That's
yeah, I
what's
grew
up.
up in the South. Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Shout out Master Hercules to the stage. Any questions, comments, or
Hey
thoughts on
Hercules,
anything
how
you
you
heard
doing?
so far?
Good, cool. Yo, what's up, Tiffany? What's going on, man? Interesting. Interesting. Approach. The topic. I'm saying, the approach to the topic. Um, yeah, you know me. I'm coming. I'm always come from the African perspective. So the thing that, but one the like two things I would push back on when the comment that you said that how you were saying that it um you said something about atoms can't travel or communicate like billions of miles or something like that. And
No, okay, no. What I was saying is that okay. So earlier I was saying that atoms cannot be conscious individually, and what I was saying is that universe, right? The universe does not have a neurotransmitter, so therefore the communication from one end of the universe to the other end of the universe would take billions of years for that
yeah,
to happen. So that was my argument against why I don't agree with the concept of the universe being conscious. And what I was saying that the atoms, as an individual, as the individual atoms, cannot be conscious individually because remember they are tiny particles. But when they form into clusters, right, they bring about what we call consciousness, okay, from a biological emergent property. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I was saying. But yeah, that's why I was standing there on my position.
yeah. And so the only I would say the only problem with that position is that that's not true because of quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement proves that atoms can communicate millions and billions of miles apart. Even though no matter how far they apart, they communicate with each other, and that's what the quantum entanglement theory shown about that. And so my other like pushback. So again, from me, it's like coming from the African perspective. It's like in the Western perspective is bottom up perspective. You're looking at this a you start with the atoms and you're moving up. You're starting from atoms, just happen to randomly create living life. This matter just happened to create living life. The concept, I think, it's emergentism. That concept, but that's the Western perspective. But the African perspective is top to the bottom. It's from the top down. You already starting with the idea that the universe intentionally is living in consciousness. So if you start from that perspective, your view of how you viewing things begins to change. It's not that we live in a dead universe, a dead matter universe and stuff like that. It's an empty room. The universe is an empty room, and you are there. The consciousness, the room is the consciousness itself. It's like the universe is the consciousness itself from coming from that point of creation, and that's how they view it, and that's how they look at it. So they don't start from the bottom; they start from the top. And of course, coming from the West, a Western, mindset, we don't think that way. We don't think, saying the universe is conscious and intentionally has consciousness behind it. But things that you could think about is like it's not random. The universe is not random. Quantum mechanics proves that it's not random at all. There's actually
It's
physical laws in the universe that actually that
it's
they're there.
probabilistic. It's probabilistic and deterministic.
So these laws in the universe had to be put there. It's not random because you have to prove that there's randomness in the universe, and it can't you can't do that, and they haven't been able to prove it yet. That it's like
Well,
this
okay,
chaos, even in quantum mechanics, the idea of this chaos and stuff is still laws behind it. And the Schroding, we know that the Schrodinger equation proves that this so-called chaos that's so that's I mean, that's just a different perspective of how you're looking at it from a different point of view, from instead of you know um, the Western point of view. It's completely different. So that's all. That's
Okay,
all.
okay. So let me ask you this. Let me push back on it where you say atom are consciousness, right? You said atoms, as far as individually, are consciousness, correct?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. Well, what was you saying about the atoms?
Oh, I said atoms, they communicate. It's quantum entanglement shows that atoms can communicate across distances, no matter how far apart they are.
Okay, so you don't think that they form a complex system to bring about biological emergence?
Well,
You don't
again,
think that atoms can come together and create a complex system to bring about biological emergence?
yeah, they can, but it's not. I'm not
Okay.
coming from point. I'm not coming from that point of view. I'm coming from the point of view that the universe is already conscious. Consciousness brings forth matter. Dead matter does not create consciousness. So it's a different view. So your view is that dead matter creates consciousness. And so the other view is that consciousness creates dead matter. It creates
So
matter itself.
so how is it plausible that the universe is conscious? How is it plausible?
Again, like I said, it's the laws that are structured in the universe itself. The fact that you don't see randomness in the universe. You have a design. You have the ratio of phi that you see that designs in the galaxy, and that we see that's in what's it called, sunflower seeds, and sunflowers, and in human DNA. You have the same ratio. So you're seeing that has to be on purpose. That's not randomness. You know what I'm saying? So because you have to prove that the ratio, this phi and this Fibonacci numbers and stuff that we find in the universe. If it was random, then it wouldn't be, or it would not be in every galaxy. You wouldn't see it in every galaxy. In fact, every galaxy would not make a spiral. They would all be different because of randomness. You know what I'm saying? But every galaxy follows certain laws that are in the universe, physical laws. So that is not randomness. That for me. That's just for me means that something put that there. It was a consciousness that put it there. Because
Okay, well,
just think about it. If it was no randomness, then how come every galaxy is spiral? You know,
the
it just
universe, the argument about the universe being random, that's never the argument. That's never the argument. Because if we study about the origin of the universe, right, it came into existence around 13.8 billion years ago. So um we won't argue that it's random. I
mhm.
mean, it's not like it just came out the clear blue sky somewhere, you know what I mean? Or it came out of nowhere. It evolved like 13.8 billion years ago. So I don't understand how, the argument about the universe being random came about.
Because what I'm saying, because you said, how do I think that the universe has consciousness? Because that if it was no consciousness, that would mean it would be randomness. There would be no order to it. There would be no structure order at all. You know
Okay.
what I'm saying? So there had to be something that, there's something behind the structure order.
Okay.
That's what I
Yeah.
was saying.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I think
got
he
you.
was.
I got
Yeah, I think
you.
what he was talking about earlier. Remember when I mentioned that we was talking about the human consciousness, but there's consciousness outside of human. I think that's what he's probably referring to.
Okay. I
You know, not
understand.
really. Yeah.
I understand his argument. I get it. I understand.
Mhm. Yeah, but it makes sense though, like in terms of what he said, in terms of the universe, and logically, from his point, it has to be, it's governed by these universal laws, right? Or these principles, or whatever the case is, and it's not happening by, what I'm saying, just randomly. It has to be, it's doing it. It's sun is putting there, you know. So it makes sense.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
Okie dokie.
It's just a different way of
Man,
looking.
We got
go
Evolution
ahead,
is
bro.
back to the stage.
yeah,
August
yeah.
15th, his face off against OTK here 8 p.m. Make sure you tune in for that. They're going to be going in on Evolution, I believe. So it's going to be exciting. He's already got his presentation ready for the face off. Okay.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna make it real fun and interesting, entertaining, and also informative.
Yes,
No,
I
I do when
appreciate
I
you.
get down. But
$1,000 grand prize on this one. So it's going.
yeah. In terms
Yeah.
of what Mansa Hercules was just saying, though, the universe being random or orderly, that's literally up to our interpretation. The universe does not or has no obligation to be orderly or random. If we find it to be orderly, it's through our interpretation. If we find it to be random,
You got an
it,
echo, humble. I muted you.
if we find it to be random, that's because of our own interpretation of it. It has no obligation. The order that we find is literally the principles are what we call physics. You know,
Mhm.
that's what we call order physics. We know charged particles cause bonding, cause pairing. In some cases, called movement, like with uh, electromagnetic forces. You know, um, quantum entanglement. That's a physical principle exhibit by every quantum particle when it's first formed. You know, it's not something done on it doesn't require any level of awareness for it to be done, you know.
Mm. Okay, that's a good point too.
Yeah, and yeah, and I'm glad that you brought that up, brother. You're right. The universe is not obligated to us at all. The universe doesn't care how we feel or how we think of it, because the universe is gonna do what it do. And as far as the what we call the laws of physics or the laws of nature or whatnot, it just how the universe operate. Basically, it just explain what how the way that the universe operates and whatnot. But at the end of the day, the universe doesn't care. The universe doesn't have any type of remorse for us or for any other organism. So
Yeah,
I'm glad that you brought that up.
yeah. The best I could literally sum it up is just calling it physics, because that's the universal law of literally everything. It's just physics, you know. Quantum mechanics, it's very new to our studies right now, and hence the reason why a lot of it is being used out of term. But there is nothing going on in the quantum realm that's not abiding to the laws of physics. Every bit of the quantum is like claiming that something, because it's on a macro level, it stopped abiding by the physical laws. No, it does. Maybe a force like gravity may be the most influential force at that state, instead of electromagnet magnetism. Maybe a force like on the quantum level, there is other forces, that's gonna be the more influential forces, because you're talking about the really tiny, the really small, you know. But it still abides by the physical principle. Nothing, even quantum entanglement, it still abides by the physical principles. And what
Yeah,
I
but
think what
so
Miss
I
Tiffany
was
was saying earlier about consciousness being uh within, outside, not just at the emergent part of the brain, but with particles, with molecules and stuff. She was explaining how when bonding start to happen, there is a it's almost like a rule that they're following, and it's done in a very disorderly way, but yet still everything is abiding by the electronegativity rule, where if something comes and it has a stronger force, a stronger pull or push, it might replace an atom, it might displace a molecule, it might create something much more different than what it was. For instance, using say air and soil, you might create a liquid. It doesn't look nothing like the principle It doesn't look nothing like the parent molecule that you start with. You use it to create something completely different, you know. And these things happen over and over to where you get something as massive as the earth, something as complex as a living organism with
Mhm.
living tissue, soft tissue, something as maybe as even weird as a a a plasma, a part in space that is just hot charged gases that behave as a whole entity itself. You know, you only get these things when bonding start to happen, and it's through the bonding, through electronegativity, through literally through everything trying to achieve entropy. You know, everything is trying to do what it does to be at its lowest energetic state that it
Hmm.
can be at the moment. Everything in nature does that without thinking, without consciousness, without a instructions. Everything does that, no matter on what level you're at. Everything in the physical universe is always trying to be at its lowest energetic state that it could possibly be. Even us as people does that without knowing it. We call it being relaxed. We we no one want to exert more energy at the moment than you have to. You know, being human or being living things, we're subjective to differ from the hard science, not the hard sciences, but we can manipulate our behavior. That is why behavior science is so hard to quantify, you know, because human being, for instance, going to the gym, you work out, it might seem counterproductive to entropy, but we're not a singularity, we're a part of a universe. You know, you release heat, that heat goes back into the universe, eventually to the edge of space. You know, everything is trying to obey that one rule, that one law, if you want to call it that. It's entropy, moving from high energetic state to low energetic state. It plays out in many different forms on many different levels, but that's always the end goal.
Yeah.
Real
So,
quick, Kirk, I want to get humble in here. He was waiting patiently. I heard him trying to
go ahead.
squeeze in, I think. Did you have a question, humble, or a comment? Okay, go ahead, Hurt, until he figures it out.
Yeah. So I think
And
that
then and
Hello,
then Max
hello.
Lee. Yeah, there you go.
212, am I clear? A1.
And so
So, I was listening.
go ahead though.
Oh my
Actually,
God.
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay. So I was listening to the sisters speak and the brothers on the panel speak, and I think they were missing a couple of major points. One major point that the panel was missing was talking about the condition of things, right? In this universe, we know matter operates in certain conditional fields, right? So matter may operate different closer to the sun than further away to the sun. But the important part about that is the interconnection between the two pieces of matter. And then I was talking about a state of awareness, right? So when we talk about consciousness, a lot of times we talk about consciousness in a sense of where did it come from, right? I think we need to change the way we look at consciousness from where did it come from to what it is, right, intrinsically. And when we look at it in that aspect, we find out that consciousness is just a state of awareness, right? So every we know that there's things in life with consciousness. It's about how much consciousness they retain, how much awareness do they have, right? And one aspect, we can argue a rock have consciousness, right? A rock is aware of the interaction it have with its surroundings, with its environment. It's aware of the interaction it have with the sun. It's aware of the interaction it have with the water below it. It's aware of the minerals that are interacting within it. These are states of awarenesses. When we move to human awareness, right? We have different kind of states of human awareness. We have people out here who are colorblind, which means that uh they can't, their red cone may not be working, their green cone may not be working, their blue cone may not be working, so they may not be able to see the reflective of certain colors. You see what I'm saying? And this all plays in a certain state of awareness. Well, I can be aware of green, yellow, and blue, but I'm not aware of orange, red, and so and so. You see what I'm saying? And that's the second thing. The third thing, um, I put in the comments. I can't remember. Um, the third thing is, if I can go back really fast, and I'm gonna land my plane with this. I just want to reread what I put in the comments just so I can refresh what I was saying. Um, if I could, okay, an intake of information. That's another thing I was talking about. So there's many ways not only humans but objects in life intake information, right? If we go out into the universal scale, right, we know that physical things in the universe intake information. It intakes how much heat is getting, it intakes what the gravitational pull is, it intake how close it is to a neighboring whatever. On a planet, information intake works the exact same way, right? And different things, right? Plants, animals, humans, the environment, the atmosphere itself has a certain level of informational intake, right? How warm is it? Right? Which way are the clouds moving? How much vapor has went up in the clouds, how heavy it get, it turned into the rain. All of this is due off of processes, right? And these processes are observed in certain states and conditions. These states and conditions, right, we can look at as the essence of what we call awareness. Awareness isn't a thing unto itself, right? Awareness is a state that or consciousness rather, consciousness and awareness is a state in which we identify not only the things around us, but we can use this same awareness to identify what we are in essence. And with that, I land my plane. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Okay.
You were still kind of clipping too, humble, but we could hear what you were saying. I don't know if normally you cleared in that, and I know you want to be cleared in that, so you
Oh,
might want to check and see what's up with your mic. Uh, Back to you, Tiff.
Appreciate it. I'm
okay.
be back on my other one, A1. Let me see how that work out.
Okay.
Okay. So I want to push back on some of the stuff that he was saying. In the very beginning of the video, I mentioned that consciousness basically mean awareness and sensory, right? So I did mention about it being a state of awareness. Also, the thing is, if we're just going to look at consciousness as being just a state of awareness, then we have to explain, well, how did that awareness come about? How did it come about biologically? So now this is where the biological component, right, the emergent of property come in. This is where you get the neurochemistry and the neurobiology to bring about the state of awareness of consciousness. Now,
Yeah.
as I mentioned earlier, the only part that is going to be extremely hard is to explain like why we have these subjective experiences.
Hmm.
That's the only thing about it, and that's where
I came in.
a person, in order to get a general idea about that, that's where you have to kind of branch off into studying neurophilosophy or phenomenology. All right, because phenomenology focus on the the study of a person's subjective experience, or how they go about dealing with their subjective reality. And then neurophilosophy deals with the philosophy of neuroscience, or just dealing with neuroscience at a philosophical level. So that came about, neurophilosophy came about from this lady named Patricia Churchland. She wrote a book on it. So those two subjects alone will give us an idea of our subjective experience or how we go about navigating with life, dealing with consciousness. But from the biological standpoint, that's where the science, that's where the neuroscience comes in. That's where the chemistry, neurochemistry comes in, neurobiology comes in, as far as dealing with and understanding from emergentism. And that's all I wanted to say.
Mm.
I just that's all I wanted to yeah.
We had Max Leisure to the stage, and then I'm gonna pass it back around to Hercules. Max Leisure, did you
Yeah,
have
what
any
up?
questions or comments on anything you've heard so far?
Man, I got a lot to say, but let me just pick one thing and just say that first of all, evolutionist, I don't he said a whole bunch of stuff that I know he knows is not true. Like the quantum physics don't negate the laws of physics. Almost all of quantum physics goes against the laws of physics. That's why physicists don't delve into quantum physics. The quantum entanglement itself defies the law that what is it? Einstein's law that nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. But with through quantum entanglement, you have molecules, billions of galaxies, light years, however far apart, and they, both have this. They interact with the same movements as if they were communicating with each other over a distance that even light couldn't travel that fast. So that defies physics, and it's a whole bunch of other things that in the quantum field it defies physics. And my thing is, when you use physics to try to understand the nature of quantum physics, you'll always come up short because quantum physics deals with the opposite end of the spectrum of our reality, because we have a physical reality and we have a conscious reality. And my thing is that consciousness is that reality that we don't actually interact with. We have our own individual consciousness, but the consciousness that created this cosmic manifestation, we're disconnected from. But I believe that it's consciousness that created all of everything that we know. And that's like whoever was saying it earlier. That's why we understand things. That's why things make sense, because it was constructed by consciousness and it made things make sense. So it resonates with our consciousness, because our consciousness is the consciousness that created all of these things. And there is no biological process that could be explained that can explain consciousness. There's no formula that you could come with to explain consciousness, because everything in nature, all of mathematics and science is a product of consciousness. So you can't use the creation to explain the creator, but you could use the creator to explain the creation. You could use your consciousness to explain and understand all of consciousness. So that alone should let you know that consciousness came first, and then it created this this cosmic manifestation, and it all still exists in our mind.
All right. Can I rebuttal since you addressed me in that one? All right.
Go
I'm
ahead.
I'm just I'm
Are,
just
are you
read.
done, though, Max Leisure? Are you
I,
done?
I am, like I said, I had a lot, and I would just go on forever but so I'll conclude there.
Okay,
No, no.
I just wanted to
Peace
do
to you
that so
too,
that way
Max.
you don't
That
gotta
that
cut him
was a
off.
good one. Peace to you
That's
too.
fair. Appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm gonna just read quick
Mute out
because
Max
some
Leisure
things.
so he can go.
No, he's good. He's not echoing. Some things you could just quickly Google to see whether it's solid or not. And I didn't have to, but I'm just gonna Google just to hear what it says. It's about what he just says: quantum physics being separate from the laws of physics. It does not break the laws of physics. Rather, it reveals that the classical law we use is used to classify everyday life, like Newton laws of motion he mentioned, is simply just a zoomed out, simplified version, uh, approximation of a much deeper quantum reality. Here's the illusion. The illusion. We see quantum particles we see quantum particles do things like exist in two places at once, superposition, or passes through solid barrier, quantum tunneling. This looks like it breaks the laws of physics. The reality, that was the illusion. This is the reality. They are only breaking classical physics. The rules are the rules of large objects like an apple or a car at the microscopic scale is the actual law of physics are governed by waves equation and probabilities. What looks like magic to us is just an electron strictly following quantum mechanics. Yes, quantum physics absolutely abides by the laws of physics. Why? Because quantum physics is the foundation, the fundamental set of laws for our universe. So even before we get to what we consider the physical laws, all the fundamental for those physical laws are derived from the quantum laws. We talk about the speed of light. I think you mentioned that light, photon, is a quantum particle. So whatever we tell you about the speed of light, E equal mc squared, you best believe or go do your research, and you will see that the photon itself is a quantum particles. Physics, quantum physics, uh, uh, whether it's on the macro scale or it's on the micro scale, it all abides by the laws of physics. What you're explaining is someone zoomed out and sees an elephant. Yet, if you zoom in with that same lens to the skin of the elephant, it would be very difficult for you to determine what you're looking at. Why we find this so difficult is we started with what we know, which is classical physics. We didn't know about the much more smaller, minute world and how things works down there. As I said, on the larger scale, different forces that are ignored on the quantum scale takes over, like gravity. On the smaller scale, on the quantum scale, gravity and those forces, they're not in play. Heat and moisture is the destroyer of quantum fields. So those fields last very short, not a long time. That is why we're not living in a quantum world. We're living in a physical world. It's the quantum still exists, but as they said, the car, the apple, and stuff, you wouldn't use quantum mechanics to measure those. But anything that's on the quantum scale, we're talking sub microscopic, not even something like because the atoms are still microscopic, the electrons are still microscopic. Electron is a quantum particle also. So think about it. We're talking about photons, we're talking about electrons, we're talking about protons and neutrons. These subatomic particles that we use in classical physics, those subatomic particles are quantum particles themselves. So there's no way that physics, the laws of physics, does not apply to quantum physics. As they say, it's not magic, it's still physics. The physics that we use on Earth, like relativity on Earth, does not apply out there in space. It's different. That's why Einstein was like an upgrade from Newton. Newton wasn't experiencing stuff like the steam engine, the train. They didn't have telescope observing like other planetary bodies and the cosmos. When Einstein comes around, science has evolved, technology has evolved, so he has more experience to do observation and upgraded relativity from just motion on Earth to motion everywhere in the universe. And as we see with Einstein physics and Newton physics, a lot of people think that there is a drift, or they differ at some point, when there is not. That's not the case. It's simply an upgrade. And that's what happening with quantum physics and classical physics. We studied into classical physics. We started there. We should have started with the quantum and understand that first, but the technology at the time didn't allow us to do so. So as technology developed, as science improved, these things we start to learn more and more about it. But one thing we could see, there's one pattern that remained consistent. Everything in the physical universe abides by the laws of physics. Don't believe me? Do your own research. Thank you.
May I retort? Because you say, you use a whole lot of words to say a whole bunch of nothing, because you breeze past the fact that, just for starters, quantum entanglement defies the law of light, the speed of light and information. It defies the law of locality, because the law of locality states that it's the assumption that things that they only are affected by things that are near them, and the energy needs to travel a distance to affect objects and everything like that. So in order for two particles who are further than what the speed of light can reach in a certain amount of time, they're further apart than that, but they're communicating with each other and sharing movements, that defies that law of locality within the law of physics. And then another law within the law of physics is like the law of realism, that states objects have a definite state whether or not anyone is listening to or looking at them. You don't have to create the object you don't have to look at the object to create it. You don't have to observe it to create it. But within quantum physics, it's the opposite is the case. The objects are, they do have undefined states until you observe them. And then when you observe them, you break down the quantum state. But before you observe them, the state is infinite. And that defies that law. So quantum physics steps outside of the laws of physics. You're right that it's what creates and constructs our reality on a small scale. But on a small scale, we can't observe what's actually going on. We're only seeing the expressions of various quantum fields. That's how the nature of quantum objects are. The nature of our reality is the same way, our existence and our consciousness. I can't observe your field. You're the only one that's aware of the state of your field. The only thing that I could get from you are the expressions of your field. In the same way that on a quantum level, you have particles and things that defy the law of physics, your consciousness does the same thing. For example, when you dream, and you can manipulate time and all type of things. You hear, smell, touch, and everything, but your brain doesn't register these sensations or anything. But in your dream, you're experiencing them. You're independent of your brain. So the consciousness works just like a quantum level, to where you could study it, but when you study it, you're only going to get the symbols and expressions of the subject that you're studying, but you will never know the state of the subject. It's the same thing on a quantum level. And that defies the laws of physics. It goes beyond it and deeper than it.
Again,
All right,
doesn't.
have a
right,
good
wait,
night,
wait.
brothers.
Let me.
You
go,
peace,
go.
Marley. Yo, Marley. It
Yeah,
was good to have you over here. Thanks for coming up, bro. Peace.
yeah. It's good to know. Nice meeting you. Yeah, good night, yeah.
Let's pass it
Good night.
around
Good
real
night.
quick.
All right.
Okay, then.
This is
Um,
Master Hercules. Go ahead, Ted.
But
Okay, I wanted to share an article. I think the brother mentioned earlier about the quantum entanglement defies the speed of light.
Yep, it
Am I
doesn't.
correct?
Yep, it
No,
says
no, no.
that.
I'm talking about the other gentleman.
Yes, you're correct.
What's his name? You
Mac,
said okay. Can I share an article with you? You don't mind?
Yeah.
please, please do.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Ace got. I mean, A1 got to post the article up.
Where you putting it in my inbox or the private chat?
Yeah,
It's. Oh, you don't see it at the bottom?
Oh, I'm tripping. My bad.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna share an article. Let me go ahead and get on here. All right. Do you see? Do you guys see the article?
Yes, we
yeah,
do.
it's up.
It's up there.
Okay. Okay. So the article comes from phys.org. Okay. It comes from phys.org. It says, can entangled particle communicate faster than light? And it says entanglement is perhaps one of the most confusing aspects of quantum mechanics. On its surface, entanglement allows particles to communicate over vast distance instantly, apparently, apparently violating the speed of light. But while entangled particles are connected, they don't necessarily share information between them.
Yep.
It says in quantum mechanics, a particle isn't really a particle. Instead of being a hard, solid, precise point, a particle is really a cloud of fuzzy probabilities, with those probabilities describing where we might find the particle when we go to actually look for it. But until we actually perform a measurement, we can't exactly know everything we'd like to know about the particle. These fuzzy probabilities are known as quantum states. In certain in certain circumstances, we can connect two particles in a quantum way so that a single mathematical equation describes both set of probability simultaneously. When this happens, we say that the particles are entangled. And it says when particles share a quantum state, then measuring the properties of one can grant us automatic knowledge of the state of the other. For example, let's look at the case of quantum spin, a property of subatomic particles. For particles like electrons, the spin can be in one of two states, either up or down. Once
Mhm.
we entangle two electrons, their spins are correlated. We prepare the entanglement in certain way, so that the spins are always opposite of each other. If
All right.
we measure the first particle, we might randomly find the spin pointing up. What does this tell us about the second particle? Since we carefully arrange our entangled quantum state, we now know with 100% absolute certainty that the second particle must be pointing down. Its quantum state was entangled with the first particle, and as soon as one revelation is made, both revelations are made. All right, so I just want to stop there, and I just want to ask you guys your thoughts on that.
Yep.
Okay,
all right,
It's
wait,
go ahead.
hold up. Yeah, uh, the on the paper, when we talked the paper, it was saying that they're not. So he said that they would that travels faster than the speed of light. Um, he said it appears that they're communicating. But the thing is that when you're doing this, you have when they doing this, this is a you're showing that there is a communication between them.
no, it's not a communication. It's not.
Well,
It's showing you.
It
It's
is.
showing you a property.
you can say communicate, you can say whatever you want, but you're showing that there's a reaction between them. And when you do this, the reason I took particle physics. I know. So the reason that you do this is because of the when these spinners, when one spins up and one spins down, you can show that there is a reaction, and then you can reverse that as well to show that if they are entangled, if they were entangled, or if they're not entangled. But when you do this, when you're using the Bell state, It will show you that these particles are quote unquote, are communicating with each other. And that's it's just something that that's for me from my understanding of when it's been a minute since I actually did all this, so I can't go into details of this stuff, but from what I understand, that this entanglement does exist, and it exists amongst distances that's further apart than the speed of light. They could be a million miles apart, but they still can communicate with each other. Is what the entanglement was talking about. Um, and so I wanted to say something else. I'm about to go fix me something. I'm kind of hungry right now. But I want to say something else is that before, when we talked about the universe, we understand it from a human perspective, where you said we're putting out interpretation on the universe. Now, the only thing I would disagree about that is that even if no humans was around, the laws of the universe would still be in existence. They would still be there. Even if we wasn't here to put your interpretations on it. And that goes into the argument of whether was math invented or math discovered. What I'm saying? For me, math was discovered because even if we wasn't here, the mathematics would still be there. The gravity would still be there. You know what I'm saying? Um, I think an example of this is Einstein. We was talking about Einstein earlier. He described black holes. He wrote out the math equation for a black hole, but black holes wasn't discovered until later. I think in the 80s or something. Um, and think about the Higgs boson. The Higgs boson was the guy who wrote it, the guy Higgs. He wrote that joint, the mathematics behind the Higgs boson in the 60s. But they didn't discover the Higgs boson until 2000 something. I think around 2010 or something like that. So it shows you that it wasn't just our interpretation, because you're saying that our interpretation on the universe is only it would be only what we can see and what we understand. But if he's coming up with a math equation almost 40 years before they actually discovered the Higgs boson, that shows you that it was already in existence and we're just discovering it. You know what I'm saying? That's my point of view. But I'm about to go fix me something to eat. I'm still leave y'all guys on so I should be able to hear y'all. I'm put y'all on mute, but I'm about to, yeah, I'll still be here.
Bad.
Okay. Can I continue on with the article?
Well, oh, okay. I had something to say about the first part of what you read, but go ahead,
Go,
continue. I'll
Okay.
go
speak
ahead,
after
Go
you're
King.
done
ahead.
with the whole thing. I can speak on it when you're done with the
Okay.
whole article.
Okay. So the second part. Excuse my bad. So the second part of the article, right? It goes in and says, but what if the second particle was on the other side of the room or across the galaxy? According to quantum theory, as soon as one choice is made, the partner particle instantly knows what spin to be. It appears that communication can be achieved faster than light. And it also says the resolution. Hold on, you guys. Sorry about that. It says the resolution to this apparent paradox come from scrutinizing what is happening when, and more importantly, who knows what when. And then it also goes in and say, let's say I'm the one making the measurement of particle A, while you are the one responsible for particle B. Once I make my measurement, I know for sure what spin your particle should have. But you don't. You only get to know once you make your own measurement or after I tell you. But in either case, nothing is transmitted faster than light. Either you make your own local measurement or you wait for my signal. While the two particles are connected, nobody gets to know anything in advance. I know what your particle is doing, but I only get to inform you at a speed slower than light, or you just figure it out for yourself. So while the process of entanglement happens instantaneously, the revelation of it does not. We have to use good old fashioned no faster than light communication methods to piece together the correlation that quantum entanglement demands. And
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly. And that
I'm
is
just gonna
why I
leave it
was
at that.
saying sometimes just do a little research. There is no communication faster than the speed of light. Again, photon is a quantum particle. So you're saying quantum mechanics is communicating faster than a quantum particle. It wouldn't make sense. But I get what you're saying. Not you, Miss Tiffany, the brother who bring up quantum entanglement and why it would seem that way. But the thing I was saying, even with Mansa Hercules, why it's not communication, for it to be communication, there has to be other stuff being sent. There has to be mass. There has to be some form of information being sent. With most quantum particle, it's massless. It will never be able to send information the traditional way that we know how information is sent. Even how it's sent through particle, through electrons and neutrons and stuff. What is revealed in quantum entanglement is something about a particle that is a pair. For instance, if you have a pair of shoe and that shoe is laced in a crisscross way, it's safe to assume that you're only looking at the left foot of shoe. It's safe to assume that even though you have never seen the right foot, even though the right foot might be in miles away from you, just by you seeing the pattern of the left, it's safe to assume the pattern of the right. Or for instance, meeting a identical twin, if you've seen the first twin, the first brother or the first sister, it's safe to assume how the second identical sibling is gonna look. It's safe to assume that. What you can't assume is how they behave, what they have done, and all the other stuff that requires information to be sent. You can deduct a property based on seeing one. For instance, if that's it. Literally, that's it. Because they have identical property. Once you've seen one, you can assume the properties of the other. But there is no information being sent. There is no communication happening. Again, the reason why we made these very small mistakes, I'm going to say small mistakes, is because quantum mechanics is the new frontier. Even the physicists themselves haven't fully understand it. So I'm assuming that is why most regular people who start to look into it makes these mistakes. It's intuitive, and science is counterintuitive. So you can't just assume it looks like this, so it is this. No, do a little bit more research. Sometimes you should question yourself about the question you ask. Ask the counter to the question that you're asking.
Let's let
Just
Max
because
Leisure
you
respond to
might
that.
be wrong. Oh yeah.
Max, did you
Okay.
have? I saw you come off mute twice. He was practicing his decorum. He's doing good today. Shout out, Max. I
Uh,
appreciate you.
Mhm.
I, I
You got
appreciate the pat on the back.
you got the floor, Max.
All right.
And
So
then we're gonna
yeah,
pass it back to Tiff. Tiff, at any time if you have to depart or anything, just let me know. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I
I
will.
don't know how long you had scheduled for this, but I definitely appreciate your time, your contribution to the channel.
Thank you. Thank you. I will. I will. I'll let you know. I want to
Gotcha.
hear what Matt's got to say.
Bet. Max, it's on you.
all right. All right, thank you. So as they explained in the article that you read, when you measure the spin of a quantum particle, you can only get one of two measurements. Either it's going to be a spin up or a spin down. So if you were to measure two random particles across any space of time, any across any amount of space, they would you could measure them 100 different times, and each time you'll get a random particle A spins up, particle B spins down. Second time, particle B spins down, particle A spins down. Because they're not entangled, they just have their own pattern. But as it explained in the article, when you entangle these particles, you have one of them that'll spin up and its entangled partner will spin down because it's spinning up. So they'll take these two particles and they'll send them to the other side, opposite ends of the galaxy, and they'll measure the spin of these particles. And 100% of the times, when one is spinning up, the other is spinning down. So it's not to say that these objects are communicating, because that's not what I think it is. I'm saying that it would appear that these objects defy the laws of physics because it appears that they're communicating if they're entangled across such a great distance of space that you can't send communications that fast, because it's an instant reaction. It's not, there's no delay, it's instant. So you can't,
Yeah,
the thing is, you can't send information faster than the speed of light. So I'm saying that to be true. So they're not moving at the speed, they're not communicating at the speed of light. My thing is that it's the same particle and we perceive it as being two different particles, but we're perceiving the same particle in the same state but across a distance of space. But that's what makes it defy the laws of gravity, because the laws of physics, because you can't explain how that could be the case with physics. It gets quantum to explain how these objects aren't communicating, but they're the same object, and it's just it's, it's the same. It's like having a they did not I can't remember, I don't remember the names of most scientists, but they did an experiment where they had a camera on, they had two different video feeds, and on each of the feeds it appeared to be two different fish, and the two different fish looked like they were in two different bowls, but they were moving identical to each other. The movements were identical, and the experiment just revealed that it was actually the same fish. It was just the perspective, the angle that they lined the bowl up with made it look like it was a different background or whatever, which made your mind believe it was two different fish. So it looked like those two fish were sharing some type of communication, but in actuality it was the same fish, just from two different perspectives. And so what I'm saying is, what we see with quantum entanglement is that we think we're perceiving two different objects, but it's the same object. And we can't perceive the quantum field that it's in. We just perceive reality how we perceive reality. So we describe it how we describe it. And that's why quantum fields break down when we observe them, because it has to align to our conscious understanding of what these molecules is doing.
yeah.
I'll
And
land right there.
can I quickly add that that when we talk about, when we say communication, I mean we automatically think how humans communicate, and I don't think we can apply that to how the particles are reacting as a human communication, even though we see this reaction immediately. And like I said, the Bell state, it describes this action, and yeah, it's not. I don't think, what I'm saying. You think about human communication. I mean, for the particle to communicate, it doesn't have to be human. It doesn't have to be information sent. But what the Bell state shows us is that at the fundamental level, that the universe is connected. There is a connection in the universe on a fundamental level. So I think that's what one of the things that I was trying to say. And but yeah, I mean, you don't want to use the word communicate, fine. But if you use the word connected, you can show that there's a connection, at the fundamental level. So I think, yeah, that's what I want to say.
Okay. I also want to share something else from my notes. So since we're on the subject about quantum field theory, right? I'm gonna say this. Quantum physics is pretty complicated. I ain't gonna lie, that's what makes it very interesting. However, I want to share something. So someone brought up earlier about classical physics, right? Okay. So classical physics, for those who may not know what it is, that was the scientific framework developed prior to the 1900, and it was based on the assumption that the universe operates like a predictable clockwork machine. That was classical physics, right? But modern physics is, which came about after the 1900, right? It's a scientific framework that was initiated um that explain what classical physics could not explain, right? Such as the nature of light, the structure of the atom, and the orbit of the Mercury, etc. Right? So getting down to quantum field theory. So quantum field theory is the theoretical framework that combines field theory, special relativity, and quantum mechanics. It is used in particle physics to construct physical models of subatomic particles, and in condensed matter physics to construct models of quasi particles. So it gets into the concept about the quantum electrodynamics and also the quantum chromodynamics. So the electrodynamics is the quantum theory of how light and matter interact, and it dictates how atoms bond, how chemistry works, and how the electrical impulses in our nervous system fire, right? And then also the quantum chromodynamics deals with the theory of the strong nuclear force, the cosmic glue that holds the center of the atoms together, which is responsible for quarks, which are small particles that are made up of protons and neutrons. All right. So quantum electrodynamics drives chemistry, light, and electrical biological signals, right? And the quantum chromodynamics provides the stable atomic foundation of matter to exist at all. So it sounds like to me, going back to Hercules, right? When you talk about how the atoms bond together or connect together, things like that. It sounds like to me that you're getting into the quantum electrodynamics. Now I could be wrong, but that's just what it appears to me. And I lay my plane on that.
Yeah. I did want to mention one thing about the quantum entanglement. I'm not going to be long. And again, I think we get it out the way that the communication is not really a communication. There is no information being sent. It's just that you're deducting a property of one particle based on observation of the other. The reason why that happens and why quantum entanglement even is a thing, we got to remember that most quantum particles are either created in pairs or converted in pairs. And again, everything abiding to entropy, the laws of entropy, not to use more energy than necessary. If one particle is, say, spinning in a direction up or down, left or right, it's easier, it's less energetic for the created pair to have the same spin. It would take more energy for it to break that spin and spin in a different direction. And that's just for the spin. It could be other properties we're talking about, but the spin is just one property. And that is the reason why the pairs remain identical, because it would take more energy for it to do something else, literally. And what they're identifying is not where the particle is, what the particle is doing, how many different conversion it went through. They're identifying a property that was there at its inception, a property that it was created with a pair. For instance, a pair of shoes, you're only able to see the left foot of the shoe. Just by looking at the left foot, you can assume or you can deduct what the right foot looks like. And that's it. There's no more information being sent than you're making an assumption based on the fact that they're created in pair, and it would take more energy, which it's not gonna do to do something else. That's it. We got to remember they're always created in pairs.
Hey, brother evolutionist, I have a question for you. Do you think that falls in line with quantum electrodynamics?
I would have to look into it, to be honest. I would have to look into that.
Okay, then.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Because
He's so
everything on a
confident in
quantum level.
evolution is like,
Yeah, I mean,
you
it's
know, let
everything
me
on a
not go ahead. That was funny.
these particles that we're referring to, as evolutionists stated earlier, are electric particles. They're electrons and everything like that. And the electrons interact with its quantum field based on electromagnetism. So it does all relate. But you're saying that it doesn't matter. The same amount of energy is exerted on a particle, what spinning up or down, whether it's entangled with another particle or not, because not every particle is entangled with the other particle. When they create the entanglement, that's when the spin their spin correlates to each other, no matter the distance between them. And now, if it was in close proximity, like your left shoe and your right shoe, then you can assume that there's some type of a communication taking place right then and there. Is just very rapid. But they test this beyond galaxies and stuff like that, across galaxies. So is the thing is they're ruling out that there's they can't rule it out, that you can't rule anything out in quantum physics because you're dealing with infinities, but they want to be able to rule out that there's a communication taking place, because if there's a communication taking place, that would defy the law of light, the speed of light, because the communication is taking place faster than the speed of light can travel, because it's an instant reaction. It's instant. It's not one moves then the other. They both move instantaneously. So they're saying that it can't be a communication, because nothing can travel that fast. So my thing is, it's these quantum fields. It's an entire quantum field. Everything within the quantum field is one thing. It's a holistic, the entire field. So when you measure a quantum state, you're not getting the quantum state. You're just getting an expression of that field. But the field itself is infinite. And so everything, atoms, everything has a quantum field. Everything has this electromagnetic field or whatever. And so you just you go from atoms to molecules, and you keep scaling up and up, and to on a universal scale, it'll be one holistic thing, that when you look at one aspect of it, you're seeing an expression of the field, but not actually what's taking place within the field. So when you have quantum entanglement, you're looking at one holistic thing. There isn't a communication over space. It just seems spatial to us from our perspective. But it's one consciousness, and these two particles are entangled. So, but the one consciousness doesn't have to communicate with particle A and communicate with particle B. Is whichever particle moves, the other particle is entangled with it. I'll land there for now.
Okay. Okay. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. I appreciate you giving me this opportunity to be up here and present this information. A1. I thank everybody on the panel that gave their inputs, their thoughts or whatnot. I don't know if it brother Amar Muhammad wanted to say something before I leave.
Oh yeah, brother Muhammad, Omar Muhammad. And after you leave, I'm gonna keep it going. I'm gonna just run an open panel all night and let them continue to talk about the consciousness.
Okay, then that's fine.
Omar, did you have a question, comment, or any thoughts on anything you've heard so far?
Um, First of all, I want to say, hey, thanks for bringing me up, A1. Um, of course, shalom always to my brother A1. I don't see Oli up here, but you always know I gotta address my brother Oli. Kaz, Roy, even Babylon, he's annoying. Everybody, Max, evolution, and of course the good brother Hercules. And I don't think I ever had a dialogue with the sister Tiff. So shalom to the sis and much respect to.
Hey,
I just thank you, sis. I appreciate that. Um, I just want to add it on some key things on what we dealing, because a lot of this is just kind of goes back. A lot of this is just actually speculation. This is why. So let's look at this. It says, what is the meaning of consciousness? Is it, what is it? Is it what is that?
cosmopsychism.
Cosmopsychism or emergentism? Okay.
Yeah.
So correct. So when when we breaking down these things, as far as we just got to break it down systematically as far as consciousness. So all that is, just to be basic about it, I don't want to use big words or over philosophize, which I'll jump into. And because when we think about is it psychism or whatever, or emergentism, one of those deals with philosophy. And philosophy to me is bullshit, is BS, because when you philosophize, you can talk about a certain subject. And if you have all these people that want to philosophize, it's on a person-to-person basis. So one person may philosophize and have a different point of view from the other, but it still makes for good conversation. Let's move this information forward. So when you're dealing with consciousness, that's just what a state of being, a state of being aware. Now, some people may deal with AI, things like that, but that's not the topic of this conversation. So let's still push this information forward, and just break it down just systematically. Okay, now when we deal with quantum entanglement, what is that? All that is just some physical stuff, some phenomenon, to where you got these groups of particles, and all those groups of particles do, they interact with one another. They bounce off each other. They have a certain characteristics on how they interact with one another. That's vast. And it's spaced out, dealing with distance. Let's push the information forward. Now, when we're dealing with this word quantum, that's the one conversation what I had with the good brother Hercules. We went tooth and nail. And we had a really harsh conversation when I first had my very first interaction with the brother, dealing with things on an atomic and a subatomic level of dealing. But now good brother Hercules is my good brother. We agree on a lot of things. We agree. Everything is basically cordial and peaceful. And I got to salute to the brother, because he is a good brother, respectfully. So when we're dealing with these things, something so small, it can actually move through a solid. Who are we to philosophize on that? And then dealing with the other properties, is when you're dealing with small particles. All that is just physical properties and energy and light. Quantum mechanics. Let's push it forward. Cosmopsychism. Uh-oh, it's spooky time. Let's get it. So all that is, like I said, it's a philosophy, philosophical, things like that. And all that is basic. It's a philosophical view on what? On interactions with what? Universe, conscious, and consciousness. Humans, animals, all that other blah, 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 blah. Global cosmic things. Okay, cool. We can deal with that. This is where we fall into things. Emergentism. That's another somewhat of a philosophical view. All those complex things, properties, life, mind, consciousness, on how those things how they interact, on how they deal with each other. But this is what we got to remember. any experiment dealing with bouncing subatomic particles, dealing with CERN. What about the particle accelerator? It was an absolute failure. Because when you're dealing with these things, these atomic and subatomic particles, they can't hold on. When you're experimenting and you're doing certain things, the particle always collapses on itself. It can't be stabilized. So, hold on, CERN stabilized it for a fraction of a millisecond.
Let me know when you land your plane.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
CERN stabilized it for a fraction of a millisecond. So we're talking about if Brother Omar was to blink, if I was to blink my eye, the blinking of the eye would be slower than a fraction of a millisecond. So when we're dealing with something that can only be stabilized for a fraction of a millisecond, you truly can't. So let's break science down now. We have to what? Observe. We have to weigh. We have to study. We have to put it through all these different tests, trials, and tribulations to even prove it. Now, here's the thing, because I am honest. We know it's there, but it cannot be stabilized. It cannot be properly studied. We do not have technology to even stabilize it, to be able to give it a fair view. So a lot of this talk is philosophical, and it goes from person to person. One brain.
Stabilize well, Omar.
Anything dealing with it's something atomic and subatomic.
Let him cook. Let him finish. Let him finish.
It's never been stabilized.
That's not how CERN works, though. I don't think you know how CERN.
I know. Just let him.
Okay, my bad.
Hey, brother. Remember?
Yeah, we don't want to distract from this.
When you go, it's spooky time. So when you go, I'm gonna mute out, and I will not cut nobody off. But I do got my notepad, so when I do mute out and y'all talk, I'm gonna take notes so that way when it's my turn to speak, I'll address all the points. Let's push this information forward. So when we're dealing with these things, basically what Brother Omar is saying is just that, like, let's be honest. This is all philosophy, thinking on a person-to-person basis on an independent level. And when we come to research, study, what else? Experimentation, observing, weighing it. We just got to be honest, man. Look, it's based upon a person-to-person basis, depending on how you want to philosophize it or how another person want to philosophize, but it can't be stabilized. We're talking about something that was only stabilized for a fraction of a second. So now, like I said, going back, and I'm almost done. I know sometimes I'll be long-winded, but it's okay. I'll mute out and let everybody go around without interrupting. So when we're talking about consciousness, cosmopsychism, and emergentism, and all those things, we have to go back to the root of it, which is all these atomic and subatomic particles which collapse on itself and can only be observed briefly, not observed long enough to give a full evaluation of it. We're talking about a fraction of a millisecond. I'll mute out and let everybody else cook. Just let me know when it's my turn, and I will not interrupt. Thanks for giving me the floor.
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened.
Yo, A1, you silly, yo.
Okay, A1. So I'm about to close out. I'm about to close out A1, but however, I want to give some recommendations as far as reading materials.
Hmm.
So, um, the magazine, which is Scientific American, the title is "The Brain: How This Amazing Organ Defines Our Reality and Help Us Sense, Think, and Act." So, this magazine came about on September of 2023. So, that's the book recommendation that I want to give out. The other one is A Universal Consciousness: How Matter Becomes Imagination by Gerald M. Edelman and Giulio Tononi. He has an Italian name. But yeah, this book deals with, you know, consciousness as far as biological emergent is concerned. I'm gonna tell you the title again. A Universe of Consciousness: How Matter Becomes Imagination by Gerald M. Edelman. And then the other book that I have is called The Ancient Origin of Consciousness: How the Brain Create Experience by Todd E. Finberg and John M. Malat. Again, the name of the book is called The Ancient Origins of Consciousness: How the Brain Created Experience. Todd E. Finberg and John M. Malat. Mallatt. All right, so that's all I wanted to share. Thank you all for allowing me to have this opportunity to be on the platform. I appreciate everybody that's on the panel. Thank you all for your thoughts. Thank you all for your views, and I'm glad that we were all able to have a healthy dialogue. And again, shout out to you, brother A1. I thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a
No
good night.
doubt.
Can I ask a quick
No
question to
doubt.
you
See
before
you
you leave,
soon.
sir?
See you soon.
Peace.
I'm sorry. Who has a quick
I just want
question?
Max, because I just want to know, did you offer an answer to your question? What is the meaning of consciousness?
Did I offer the answer to my question?
Yeah, because I missed the first part. If you did, I'll go
Yes,
back and
yes,
watch it. I
yes.
just want to know if you had an
Yes,
answer
I
to
did.
that.
I mentioned in the beginning that consciousness, where I stand on my position, is emergentism. That's where I stand on my position about consciousness. And also I did mention what consciousness is, which is dealing with the what did I say? The awareness and sensory. And also I said there is a biological emergent of the property of the brain. And so I went into talking about the neurochemistry and the neurobiology for my notes. So yeah, so I did
Okay,
stand on my
I'm gonna go
position
back
on
and
that.
check it out.
All right then. Well, thank you all so much. I hope you all
Hey,
have a wonderful night. Y'all enjoy yourselves. And
appreciate
shout
the
out to the
Sis-
comments.
salute.
Shout out to the people on the comment
Sister Tiff.
section.
Hey,
Yes,
hey, hey,
Looking
hey,
forward to
Sister
the next
Tiff.
time you come
This
back.
yes,
Sister
yes.
Tiff. Hey, Sister Tiff. This is Omar. I want to apologize because I wasn't here for your whole presentation, so I do apologize. But those books and sources that you just named, I'll look at them from a non-biased standpoint. But whenever this live is done, because I'm off work tomorrow, so I'll restart it and watch it from the beginning to really give a fair assessment, non-biased, but I do apologize that I wasn't here to catch the whole thing.
It's okay.
um
It's
I just
okay.
want to say that, and shalom, respect, and much love, sis.
All right. Peace to you too. All right. You all have a wonderful night. All right. Peace.
Peace, peace.
Good night.
Back to you, gentlemen. We have Jay Snake to the platform. Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far, Jay? Am I muted? No, I ain't muted.
Hear you.
Okay, yeah. Somebody can hop in until they get it together.
All right. Well, where should we take it from here? Because I do, definitely like to stay on consciousness
Wherever
and
you ended at.
just yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my
Hey,
main thing is this. I think that my main point of contention is consciousness is the creator of everything that we know. Our entire cosmic manifestation. It's a product of consciousness. Consciousness isn't a product of biology coming together and creating consciousness, because that's never been proven, replicated. There's no formula for it. They can't figure it out. And it doesn't make sense that it would happen. But when you look at it the other way around, you can make total and complete sense of it.
Right, I agree. Like I said, I agree with that. That was my argument from the beginning. And but I want to piggyback the evolutionists real quick. The idea that the entropy idea. I mean, thinking about it, I mean, looking at it from the Western perspective, you're looking at entropy as as a straight line, as a one way street, a dead end street. And the pushback, the difference is like um, African way of looking at it, it would be a roundabout, a cyclical, a spiral. So it's not this destruction that can't be prevented. It's something that can be that energy can be redirected, what I'm saying, to maintain that balance in the universe and stuff like that. So it's a difference because we know the universe is a closed system, what I'm saying, and entropy happens on this closed system. But how do you stop entropy? You know what I'm saying? The question, we don't ask the question, Western science, they don't look at the question of how to stop entropy or what to do to redirect that energy. They just let it go out to infinity. So if you look at it from a different point of view, you can redirect that energy. You don't let it go to infinity, and that way you don't have entropy. And we all experience that with ourselves. Your human body, when you get sick, that's your body going into chaos, that entropy. So you correct that. You take medicine to heal yourself. To restore, to get back to balance. So it's the same thing with the universe. It doesn't have to go out to infinity, but that's how Westerners look at it. They look at it into infinity. You're calculating something from negative infinity, to infinity. But I think that's a different way of like trying to look at it, of this cyclical rotation, and that entropy doesn't have to be like the end all, the final, result or something like that. That energy can be redirected. So it's something that, and the thing with Omar, you was talking about philosophy, man. The thing is that almost everything comes from philosophy. It comes from us, people, the elders sitting around talking, expounding on their ideas and stuff like that, and bashing heads with each other. You have these ideas you want to put forth. So everything, it comes from these deep conversations that yes, the seniors, you would say your seniors will have on these things, and some people think about stuff. It comes, it's that deep thought. That's that the philosophical, it's called philosophical thought, but it's called that deep thinking. That's what everything evolves from. So we didn't have philosophy. I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand your hatred for philosophy, yo. It's just people. It's just mostly elders when you think about it.
Roy Chess says it's not philosophy. Stop calling it that.
All right,
Hold on,
fine.
let me drop that
I'll
link
say
for Roy
meta
Chess.
nature, Ewe Pile. I ain't got to say philosophy. I can talk about meta nature. It's just that deep think, African deep thinking is just something that your elders, the black people, older people, they think about, and they think about, let's put these laws in place for the society. What if this? I don't understand. You say you was like, man, fuck philosophy. But I'm just curious, why you hating on philosophy, man? It's just, it's what I think it's what we need, man.
Brother Hercules, I would be more than happy to answer that question to my good brother Hercules, and I would definitely do it respectful. All of our last dialogues have been definitely respectful. So salute to you, my good brother Hercules. This is why philosophy is dangerous, and I don't mess around with philosophy. I'll give you an example. Let's look at Bible. Let's look at the people that took a text and philosophized and applied their own individual thoughts to supersede and override the original script and the thought process of those people. That's why I don't deal with philosophy. I deal with accuracy. I deal with text. I deal with original format, and I deal with original context on whatever belief, text, or whatever you want to take and just apply it. So the thing is, when we go down a rabbit hole of philosophizing, because let's look at philosophy. Hold on. This is an excellent demonstration now. We got a whole panel of brothers that recognize the subject, but we still got a whole different panel of brothers that may disagree. And we have a whole panel of brothers that have their own private interpretation on how they want to break down and interpret this specific subject. So this is where philosophy gets dangerous, and I don't think it's healthy, because once a person applies their own private interpretation, just like how we have a panel of brothers now is the perfect example. It takes this conversation in any other conversation or any other belief out of its original format, because every human being and every person thinks on an individual basis. But go ahead, my good brother Hercules.
We got Jay Snake to the panel. Is your mic working now, Jay? You ready to hop in there? Okay, I think he cool for right now. Hercules, I think
Can you
he's
hear me?
smashing that plate. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, my bad.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Jay.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Oh, my bad.
Can you hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I just had pushback on the what he was saying about CERN, but we done went past that. So you know what I mean. Go ahead.
Okay, bet. Yeah,
No.
Hercules.
A1. Give Jay the floor to address what I said about CERN, because I'm very intrigued to hear what he has to say.
Okay, as soon as the echo catch up,
If Jay want to surrender the floor and let Hercules respond, and then I'll still mute out, and then Jay can elaborate on whatever discrepancies or his opinion on CERN. But it's your thing, A1. So it's however
all
you
right,
want
we're
to
gonna
do
give
it.
Jay the
I'm
floor.
just
Just
here to
hold on
answer
for a
questions.
second. Hold on for a second. We're gonna give Jay the floor. You just gotta wait and let it catch up to him.
Okay. Whatever. Because you were saying like the particles don't sustain, but that's not what CERN does. CERN is a CERN is a particle accelerator, bro. The particles don't sustain, but that's not
You
what
got an
CERN
echo,
does.
Jay. You got to turn the TV down.
CERN is a particle accelerator, bro. So it smashes particles into each other to see. Oh, okay, go on. Okay, anyways, you know what I'm saying? It smashes particles into each other to see how they react, and sometimes they create new particles. You know what I'm saying? And since they're created unnaturally, they only last for like fractions of a second. And so they record them and they see them and they're like, damn, we done made some new shit. You know what I'm saying? And they observe it, and then it's not really CERN's not really it's to recreate like certain moments after the Big Bang, during the Big Bang, what happens inside of stars, what happens when you create antimatter and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what CERN does, bro.
Is it okay if I respond very quickly?
If he finish, yeah.
I just didn't want to interrupt Jay. I appreciate it, Jay. And
yeah, I'm done. I'm done. You know, I'm quick, bro. I don't do the long one shit. Go ahead.
You are, and I'll try to limit my speech and get right to the point. So the thing is, a lot of the sentiment I do agree with you. I know exactly what CERN is, but I don't know if you know. Did you know CERN got defunded? In the backdrop of CERN getting defunded, CERN had to shut down his program. Do you know why CERN got defunded? All these rich people that was funding the CERN and the particle accelerator research project, it was not successful. It's just like you said and like I said. When they bounce these particles to try to recreate Big Bang Theory and all these other things dealing with things on a quantum level, quantum physics, and things like that, bouncing these particles off of each other, so fast. They're trying to recreate the Big Bang Theory. They got defunded, and the money went away. CERN got shut down because it was unsuccessful. It wasn't successful. They crashed out. They couldn't recreate it. And this is the reason being. When you spending billions of dollars up on a program as far as research, you have to produce fruits. And because CERN didn't produce fruits, something that can actually be studied, because those particles collapsed every time CERN ran the reconstruction, every time CERN ran the project, those particles collapsed on their self within nanoseconds. It's unsuccessful. So the thing, so real quick in 5 seconds. So the thing is, we do have to take that in context. I'll go ahead and mute out my good brother Jay, and I don't mind waiting a long time for the other brothers to get a fair chance to cook.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick. Hold up.
I think one of the, but let's see, Omar.
What you said.
I don't think he. CERN served as. Oh wait, let me turn my bad. That's the TV. But CERN served its purpose, bro. They're building an even bigger one somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, you do research, but I don't think you do like, you know what I mean, like thorough research, because you would know these things if you were researching them, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like they're moving on to bigger, better things. They might use CERN if they for purposes later on, but they're building a bigger, better machine, bro. You feel me? Just look it up, bro. I mean, it's not that hard to find out.
And let me say real quick, hey Omar, let me say real quick, is that fraction of a second is all that you needed. It doesn't have to be stabilized for a minute or two. It just that fraction of a second was all the data that they needed. Remember, they using computers. You know what I'm saying, when they did this, and so that fraction of a second was recorded in computers, and you take that data from that computer, and you can reproduce it. And
that's facts. That's facts.
Stuff like that. So that's why it wasn't considered an actual failure. You know what I'm saying? Because that's all they needed. That's it.
So let's dive in really quick and let's address Jay. So Jay, it's absolutely a failure, because this is how you lay a proper diagnosis down. When you consider when you consider the amount of money that actually funded CERN, it's a waste of money. And guess what? The people who funded the money dropped out. They didn't reap benefits, and this is how. Let's quickly hop into it. So y'all just confirmed what I just said, a fraction of a millisecond. So let's look at this. The particle accelerator is, I want to say, like hundreds of miles long. Do you know how much energy it takes? I looked it up. Do you know how much energy it takes?
Stay focused. You're making a point, though. It's not about the energy. Keep going.
No. It is about the energy, because this is the reason why it's about the energy. Oh, okay. They said, listen. I read the CERN research.
And CERN, bro, CERN's only like a quarter mile, half mile.
Brother.
You don't know what you're talking about, Omar.
Brother. I don't care if it's 100 miles or 2 miles. Here's my point. The amount of energy that it takes to recreate something that can only be observed, that happens of a fraction of a millisecond, falls short, and it doesn't reproduce results, is because the amount of energy that it takes to recreate that, something that only happens in a fraction of a millisecond, they said it takes so much energy, it can power a modern day city somewhere between 5 to 10 years. Is that results? Hold on. Is that reaping what you sow? Did the people who funded the project, who's wasted all those millions of dollars, did they get answers? Absolutely not. But go ahead, Brother Hercules. Go ahead and do that again, because I want to address what you said, but I just wanted to address Jay. I kind of forgot what you said, and I'll quickly go in on what you said, Hercules. I forgot what you said, if you want to reiterate right quick. And I'll address it and mute back out.
Who you talking to? Me?
Yes, I'm talking to you, good brother Hercules.
Okay. So I barely heard you. I was in the kitchen, yo. So, but I think you were saying you was asking about, like, that's all that they needed was that, fraction of a second. I guess the only example I could give is, like, I think about, like I said, it's the data. They have computers, and for me, I think about I'm trying to give an example of, I guess, the class I had to take called what was the name of that class? It wasn't operations research. It was design experiment. It's called design experiment. And so, so for every math class I had to take after calculus, we had to do a paper. And I'm gonna tell you, I didn't expect that. So in design experiments, the professor gave us the paper and said, "All right, here's your here's your research. This is what you want." I had to create a model, I had to create a simulation. And all the simulation and all the paper said, it was like, create a simulation for a food stall in Grand Central Station in New York. That was it. Now for me, I was blown. I was like, okay, I mean, what are they selling? What type of food are they selling? Are they selling coffee? Are they selling drinks as well? All this information that I didn't have, that wasn't included in the paper, I had to put in myself. But the thing was that he gave me just a little bit of information. So when they doing the research, they ask just one question. They asking only one question. And they're going to take that little bit information that they got to answer their question. And they're going to make it expand, you know what I'm saying? Because you could reproduce it if you already recorded it. You could reproduce it again, and then analyze it. You know what I'm saying? Think of a number line. It starts at, you said they got a fraction of a second from 0 to 1. You got that fraction of that, of that 1 before the second, just that fraction, just say 1/2. So you could expand that. I could, reproduce it, expand it from that 0.5, expand it out to 4.5, 3.5, and analyze that data over that length of time to understand the results. So that's why I said they didn't need a lot of information. All you need is that little bit, because then you can expand and work on from that point.
Okay, I got your frame of mind. So let's take a couple of steps back. First of all, I forgot which brother was talking about the little so-called fishbowl experiment. I suggest y'all go back and read David Baum's research paper about the fishbowl. I really want y'all to do that, but that's not the quality of the subject. Let's push this information forward. I'll smooth it out for y'all, brothers. Check this out. So here's the thing here. Hold on. Spooky time. So the particle accelerator, I did have to look it up. I knew it, but I forgot. I study a lot of things, and sometimes I may need a refresher. But it's spooky time. The Hadron Collider is 27 kilometers. It's 17 miles. Correction. Let's push this information forward. That's a fact. Let's continue with the information. So, Brother Hercules, what you're saying is all they needed was a fraction of a second. That is absolutely false. You need more than a fraction of a second to give a true break down and to do the research and the study program, not alone, like I said, all the people that's the funders that's spending millions of dollars who wants answers. So when you spend, so you got all these people that's funding it and they're not getting the answers that they want. And the answer that you get is based upon a fraction of a millisecond. Hercules, if you was to spend millions of dollars and you was looking for answers, would your answer be a fraction of a millisecond? If you was a millionaire and you're investing money in this research program, absolutely not. I'm gonna answer it for you. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hercules, you would be pissed off that you would be pissed off that you just spend millions of dollars funding something when you had direct questions and you funded the program just to get the result of a fraction of a millisecond. It's spooky. No, I'm not done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done, Hercules. Hercules, it's gonna be okay. Let's push this information forward. So here's the thing here. You made a critical error. You said all they was looking for was a fraction of a millisecond. 2 thumbs down. That's absolutely wrong. Because, and I want to piggyback up real quick. Babylon Dunn said the other day, quantum computing. You would need a quantum computing system to even be able to actually even get a logical answer to something to a phenomenon that happens over a fraction of a millisecond. And guess where the quantum computing goes wrong? I broke it down the other day. We got all these different variables, movement, motion, space, sound, that disrupts the quantum computing to be able to give an accurate answer. Now, can it sum it down to get close? Yes. But is it accurate? No. I'll mute out. Let's cook.
I think that's what he was in the kitchen doing. He was cooking. He cooking right now. Yeah, let's push the information forward to something else about CERN besides did they get their money's worth. I mean, I think you're not looking at the fact that if something's rare, if it only happens for a fraction of a second, and it takes all that energy, that they probably did get their money's worth. It's not something that happens every day. And now, if they spent all of that for something that happens every day, that probably wouldn't be getting their money's worth. I digress, though.
No, don't run from my key point. If you was an investor who invested multi-millions of dollars to have specific questions only to get a result and an answer of a phenomenon that happens in a fraction of a millisecond, would you be happy in your $1 million investment to get the answers you was looking for?
Oh my! I got it. First of all,
no. Hold on. Hold on. Respectfully. Hold on. That's a yes or no question, and then elaborate. I'll mute out.
Yes. Especially if you talk about science, you're looking at the latest of science and stuff. Yo, you've been watching the 3-body problem or something, man? Because this is exactly coming from the 3-body problem. Yo, it's like, and then for whatever experiment you're talking about, which one are you talking about? Because I'm pretty sure they did it more than once. They just do it one time. You know what I'm saying? They're going to check to make sure that the data was correct. So, I mean, it took a fraction of a second, both times. You got what? That's a minute right there. You got that 1 second. I mean, not a minute, but you got that 1 second, So you're not looking at it as, what I'm saying? You're looking at, they only did it one time. Where was that done at? Who only did it one time? And, what I'm saying, to prove something. So I don't think that you're looking at the whole, what I'm saying, whichever atom, whichever experiment you're looking at, I'm pretty sure it wasn't done only once. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
So I only want to quickly respond and give you the floor back. Brother Omar never said that it was one experiment. It was multiple different experiments, and over those multiple different experiments, the particle the particle or the end result was only a fraction of a millisecond during multiple different experiments. I'll mute out.
Yeah, different experiments, but each different experiment was done more than once. That's how you get your research. You don't just do it once. You have to do it more than once.
Hercules, I don't disagree with you on it. But my point being is during multiple different experiments, the result was always the same. It collapsed on itself and was only able to stabilize of a fraction of a millisecond. I'll mute back out.
Okay. But if I did that 10 times, you know what I'm saying? I got what? 100 seconds, right? I mean, that's data that you're using to add up. So I'm just saying, you're not looking at it. You're looking at it only that one time for that fraction of a millisecond. So what? Okay, do it again. You know what I'm saying? The supervisor gonna say, hey, you're gonna have to do that again. And they're gonna do it again and then do it again. And they add all those up to calculate their results or whatever they was trying to predict. It wasn't just that one time. So I'm thinking. So you're leaving out that multiple experiments. It's not done just one time. It's done over and over and over again. Okay, so I think that's the part that you're leaving out.
Once again, Hercules, I never said once. I said multiple. I specifically said multiple different times. But here's the thing here. When you run an experiment or experimentation, certain things has to be answered. So when we're dealing with that, specific area of experimentation, it was a failure. It wasn't successful. They didn't get the answers that they was looking for. Hold on, A1. Do you want to go to CERN's website and see what CERN says about the experimentation? Let's get spooky. Pull it up, A1. I'll mute out. Let's go to CERN's website. Let's go to CERN's website.
I don't,
Let's let CERN speak. Hold on. Let's let CERN speak.
You can share your screen if you got it.
I think that's fair.
Look, Omar.
No. I don't have my laptop. My son got my laptop. I'm on my phone right now, so I can't pull it up. You can pull it up though, A1. All you have to do is go to CERN's website, look up the Hadron Collider experiment, and just see if they really got the answers they was looking for, or if they considered it a success or a failure. Pull it up, and let CERN
look. Let me just say this, Omar. I'm a big fan of Spooky Time. Trust me and believe me, I love Spooky Time. But let me just say this, because what we know is what we don't know is the actual results of these experiments. All we know is the reported results. And what we know about our government is that, there'll be something like the CIA have a certain certain project going or whatever, and then they'll get found out and it'll be some real messed up stuff. So they'll defund that project, but all they would do was just take all of the elements that they need from that project and relabel it as something else, and they'll, as you say, push the information forward in another forum. But they never give the actual results of what they found out. You always have to find that out decades later in the conspiracy files, what they was actually up to. So when it comes to CERN and what the reported results are, we don't actually know. Because I agree, it would be a disappointment if those were just the results, that, we just got some data. But that little bit of data could be something like insight onto an element that they created based off of colliding these particles so fast, and just the data on this element allows them to reanimate this certain type of element that doesn't exist in our universe as we know it, or whatever the case may be. But so then now it's time to close this aspect of the project and move on to the next bigger aspect of the project, which is taking the data that we got now that we know what exists within these particles that we collided together. We could take that data and we need bigger machines now to do what we collected the data for.
So to quickly respond to Max Leisure, I highly disagree with that. And this is the reason being. If fruits are being produced, results are being produced, what you do as a funder is you keep funding it, and then other funders will say, oh, they're making progress. Let me fund it. And another person say, well, I got millions. They're making progress. Let me fund it. And then you spread off into different areas. But once funding just absolutely stops, you're not getting fruits. You're not reaping what you sow. You're not getting answers or benefits. So therefore, the people who are funding, that is spending the millions of dollars, it ceases to collapse and it stops. I'll mute out.
Yeah, but what if the findings, that the results and the findings that they got, the next phase of where they want to go would not be like passed by law that they could get into this type of research? It's all type of illegal or legal restraints, whatever the case may be. So they're not going to, they're going to take that data and they're going to continue with what they're doing somewhere else. And then those funders, they're going to take their money from that project and they're going to take it to wherever it needs to go. Because I would imagine that the funders of these projects, they don't care about the legal ramifications either. They just want results. So wherever the data goes and to push it forward, that's where their money is going to go. And if it's something to where, you know, they're on some CIA level stuff and they can't let the public know, we couldn't verify that. That would just, we just know historically that's how governments get out. They wouldn't put billions of dollars into something and then just walk away from it after they concluded the results of their biggest project. They go to the next phase. That historically, that's what they do.
I kind of somewhat agree with that, Max, but like I said, CERN doesn't fund itself. CERN doesn't fund itself. CERN was a project that highly depended off of people that has multi-millionaire people that had dispendable money to actually fund it. So it just goes back to the same question I asked Hercules. If you're a person with multi-million dollars and you have dispendable money, and even though it's dispendable, which means if you lose it, would it put a big dent in, would it put a big dent in your pocket? Listen, would it put a big dent in your pocket? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe if you had, maybe if you was a funder and you could send CERN $5 million, and $5 million according to your liquid that you have in the bank will be considered like the $5. Okay. But at some point in time, you're gonna be like, look, man, this is BS. I actually put money into it. I could have took that money and funded something else to where I can actually make money off of it. Or at least if I didn't want to invest, at least I can get the results and the answers I'm looking for. And CERN produced none of that. All the investors lost the money. They lost the money. Not only that, they didn't get the answers they was looking for.
Let's get back to consciousness, though, because we've been talking about whether they got their money's worth for about 30 minutes. The world may never know. It's like Tootsie Roll. So pause. That sounded kind of crazy, but yeah, the world may never know.
Well, yeah, and CERN itself.
A1. cotton candy, sweet and gold. CERN gonna do the Tootsie Roll.
Sorry that everybody had to sit through that.
Sir. Hold on. When those investors pulled out, CERN did the Tootsie Roll. I'm playing, brother. Salaki. I'm sorry, brother. Y'all know I have a sense of humor. I like to joke around. Salaki,
So,
go ahead, brother.
do you think consciousness is universal, or do you think it's just a property of biology?
Who are you asking that to?
Omar. We'll let
You
him
say
start.
is it universal or what?
A property of biology. Consciousness. Is there a universal consciousness? Does the universe have a mind?
So you said is it universal or is it a property of, you said, biology?
Yeah, like the individual, the person.
I get it. Um
They all agreed that animals are conscious earlier.
in order for something to be truly conscious, it would have to be linked to something tangible, something physical, something not man-made, something that happens on a a nat I apologize if my word not right. Something that happens on an organic or natural state. So based upon that, and I could be wrong, somebody can correct me. That was a good question. That jammed me up. I will admit that's an excellent question. So I'm just going off of my little knowledge of that. I really never examined that question or looked into it, but just based upon basic comprehension and thinking, I would say more of on a biological level because it would have to be laced to something tangible, something real, something physical, something organic, something like that. Not laced or have any dealings with something that's man-made. And I could be wrong, but I was genuine in my answer. If anybody want to correct me, I'll be more than happy to stand corrected.
We got evolutionists back to the panel. Any you want to tackle that subject, evolutionists? Is there a universal mind or is consciousness property of
Me personally, no, I don't believe in the universal consciousness. I think it's strictly an emergent property from living things through biochemical processes. I don't think it's I don't think it's universal.
So you agree with Omar then? That's what's up.
Yeah, about consciousness, but what he said earlier about CERN is what he said earlier about CERN. I don't agree about. I don't agree with that at all. Because we know like scientific organization is not for profit, and he literally was treating it as if it was a private corporation that's doing research for profit. It's not that's not the case with all the investors and stuff. But in terms of consciousness, yeah, we totally agree. It emerges from living organism.
You know what, brother? You know what, brother evolutionist? I can respect that, good brother. I can respect that.
All right, that's what's up.
Omar's answer got to fall in line with the Bible, so He had to take time to think about that one. Like, wait a second.
Hey, hold on, my bad for coming off mute. My bad for coming off mute. A1 did catch that. So before I answer those questions, you already
Yeah.
know, I'm an Israelite brother. So everything got to be smoothed out by Bible. So I really had to think about that. Well, hey, that was a good catch, A1. That was a good catch, brother.
You filter everything through that. Oh, that's funny. Max Leisure. Any response to anything evolutionist said or the question?
Yeah, well, the question, I don't believe that consciousness is a biological process or arose from it. There's nothing, there's no science that could prove that. There never will be. There's no way to explain in all of our years of existence as humanity, anybody explain how consciousness arose from physical matter. But when you reverse it, and you understand how physical matter exists as a construct of the mind, which is inhabited by your consciousness, then starting from that point, you can understand that the existence as we know it starts with being both holistic and dynamic, and everything within it, like as we talked about quantum entanglement, everything is connected. But when you look at the physical matter in nature, and you zoom in to the microscopic level, you see that the further down you go, the less connected what appears to be matter is, and it becomes more and more space in between this matter. And then you start to see that it's not actually matter, it's just waves of energy, it vibrating at a certain frequency, and your brain is picking up these frequencies and making these objects appear the way it is. That's an operation of your consciousness. Like your consciousness is operating the system. The system isn't operating your consciousness. So like when you go to sleep and you dream, your consciousness dips outside of time and space because it could move through it, because it's not constrained to time and space, because it's not a product of time and space. Time and space and matter is a product of consciousness. So it can't have arisen from a biological process. There's no path to that. But when you reverse it, it's a path to everything we understand.
No, but no one, unless someone can show an example of something that's not living, that wasn't once alive, exhibiting consciousness. Unless someone could show an example of something that's not alive, non-living, but yet conscious. Because everything you said right there, you keep reverting to my consciousness. You even went so far as to dive into your own subconsciousness and talk about your dreams. You're alive. That is why you can do that. Why don't you talk about the consciousness of a grain of salt or the consciousness of a rock? I'll give you something better. The ocean, the body of ocean, that's large enough, it's animated enough where you could call it lifelike. But talk about the consciousness of the water. Anything that's not alive, I could explain to you with full literacy the consciousness of anything alive, a cell, a tree, microscopic organism, a non-human animal like a dog or a cat. We could clearly observe aspect of consciousness in those life forms. What about a rock? What about a piece of metal? What about something as sophisticated as the computer we're using? When I shut it off or when the battery dies, can it do anything on its own that would force me to think that this thing is conscious? The answer is no. It's not alive. A tree in a box with a pinhole of light will grow instinctively towards the light. The root will grow instinctively towards the ground, always in that position. Why? A slime mold will move towards sources of nutrients and move away from sources of toxicity that could kill it or inhibit it in any way. It exhibits degrees of consciousness, no matter how minute, because it's alive. A non-living thing does not show any form of consciousness. We as human beings with a conscious brain will sometimes recognize pattern and then animate those patterns to kind of claim it to be consciousness, but it's not. Something alive will always make conscious decision, do stuff that shows that it's aware of its environment, it's aware of other organisms within its environment. Some degree of consciousness rise to the level of intelligence where something can clearly shows that it's aware of danger. A non-living thing can't. A rock ain't gonna move out the way of a bulldozer. It doesn't need to. It doesn't have a desire to. It doesn't want to. It neither want to nor not want to. It doesn't have the choice to even want to. It's not conscious. Most of the universe is like the rock. It doesn't have a desire to do anything. Things happen because of entropy. Everything is trying to conserve energy or trying to be in the least energetic state it could be in at the moment. And that's it. Only conscious things defies that.
Man, retort, you done? I see you muted out. So the everything that you like when you describe the living entities such as plants and stuff, plants don't have brains that you describe them as also having consciousness. So you can't link the brain to consciousness because you even acknowledge that there are things that can be conscious and show traits of being conscious without having a brain. So what is the seat of consciousness if not the brain? You look at something like the rock. Now, when we go to a rock, when we go back to the quantum conversation, as we said, in a quantum state, you don't know the actual state of the quantum field that you're observing. You just see an expression of the quantum information. And it is whatever it is going to be what it is aligned to your conscious observation. When we look at rocks, the same laws in effect to where we're looking at the expression of a quantum field, and that expression is a rock, and that's the expression. The rocks don't need to try to survive by getting water like a plant does or needing sun or anything like that. It's just programmed to be how a rock is programmed to be. But just because we don't understand the conscious state of a rock doesn't mean that there's no consciousness there. And what I'm saying is everything is everything has a quantum field. When you go down, you just keep going down on the microscope, you get down to the quantum level, there's quantum fields within everything. So, and the quantum fields just get smaller and they get larger. And consciousness exists within the field. It's not the expression of the field. It's the quantum field. And we've never been able to observe a quantum field. We've only seen the expressions of a quantum field. And what I'm saying is that's the same That's the same thing that we experience with each other. I've never actually, like, say if we met each other in person, I still never actually seen you. I've just seen the expression of your consciousness through your vessel. But no part of your actual physical being is you. It's just the expression of your quantum field. No, but nobody will understand. Nobody can understand. You can't reproduce. Quantum information can't be reproduced. And it's the same way that your personal experience can't be reproduced. You could be in love and you could describe being love, but you can't make me feel the feeling of love that you're feeling. It can't be reproduced. It could only be expressed. And that expression isn't the feeling. And that's the same thing that's happening on a quantum level. And so when you look at when you look at things on a particle level, when you look at things on our physical level, when you look at things on a cosmic level, it all interacts the same way, just all on different levels. On all three, it's both when we're looking at the universe, when we're looking at our own individual bodies, and when we're looking at quantum fields, they all share these two characteristics, these two axioms. It's that they're, and I said it early, that they're dynamic, meaning they change. It's not just one constant state. It changes, and it's holistic, meaning everything with it encompasses everything within it. So that's true on the quantum level, our physical level, universal level. We don't know the universal level. We don't know the quantum level. We study these things, but what we know is our own level. So if you look at the whole as above, so below thing, and that's what I'm describing when I'm saying the universe, our level, and then the atom level. If you just apply that, what we know besides those two things that I just said, the holistic and dynamic, we know that we're conscious and we have free will. So when you apply that to the universe and you apply that to quantum fields, it expresses the same thing. You can't replicate quantum information because it has the free will to express itself however it wants to be expressed, and it expresses itself through infinity. But our brains can't perceive infinity, so it takes a snapshot of these quantum fields, and we don't get quantum information. We just get the expression of it. But it all starts on a conscious level first, and then we get this cosmic manifestation. It all starts on a quantum field, an invisible quantum field that's aware of itself as being a conscious entity, and then from there, imagination, cosmic manifestation.
Hey, yo, Max, you mind if I say something really quick? Because actually, I'm more intrigued to hear you, you and the other brother continue y'all dialogue. Because I'm an honest brother and I stand on integrity. This hurts me to say this, and it really hurts. I agree with something Babylon Dunn said in the chat, and this hurts. But I have to stand on integrity. I agree. He said, no one has shown or proven matter emerges from consciousness. And that hurt me because to me, Babylon Dunn, he's annoying. He gets on my nerve. But I did look at that comment. Now, I could have just been quiet and not said nothing. I agree with Babylon Dunn on that. But A1 asked an awesome question, and I don't have a dog in a fight because I've never been asked that specific question that A1 posed. So I would have to look more into it to give a fair assessment. But I was more intrigued on Max and the other brothers' dialogue to get to hear their answer from their lens and then go do my own research. So I think this is more of a conversation between y'all brothers. because I'm way in this specific question, I'm over my pay grade. I don't think I have anything to add to it. But I was just more intrigued to hear y'all brothers' dialogue from it and then go do some more extensive research. So this is an area I must admit I do fall very short. And
Okay.
I'm out of my weight class. So I'm more intrigued to hear Max and the other brother elaborate more. I'll go ahead and
Okay,
mute back out.
it's on
I, I do
it's
want
on
to address what you
evolutionist, I
just
think.
said, though.
Go ahead though. You can land your plane.
Yeah. Again,
Can I directly address what Omar just said about the whole? It's real quick, 5 seconds. You said nobody has proved matter arose from consciousness. You could say the same thing the other way around. Go on.
no, you couldn't, but we'll get to that at the end. Again, no one can show a non-living thing being conscious. And I'm saying that just to be objective, because that's just what we observe. If you're talking about belief or what I personally believe, I said it earlier, there's no clear line to where you draw the line to say this thing is conscious and this thing is not conscious. There is literally no clear line to draw the line. But what we can observe is that the state of awareness described as consciousness, as being consciousness, as being conscious, we have only seen that within living things. You know, the degree of awareness, if it's intelligent, if it's instinctive, you could that's depend on the species. You could debate whether a bacteria is intelligent or not, but it's definitely aware of its surrounding. It definitely knows or move towards nutrients, food, and move away from danger. Humans, most animals, there is no question to whether or not they're intelligent. The thing is, though, a molecule like a grain of salt, it's not conscious. Sodium chloride is not conscious. Potassium chloride is not conscious. A carbon atom is not conscious. It's not aware of its surrounding as we know. Yet still, it's aware of the forces, whether it be electromagnetic forces, gravity, the principles of physics applies to everything in nature, everything that we know about, at least everything that's made of matter, that has mass. Do we call that awareness? I don't know. That's why I'm like, there's no clear line. Do we call that awareness? Like a piece of metal exposed to oxygen and water without anyone doing anything will rust. It will turn into iron oxide. You know, I use this example a lot. Something at the top of a hill will naturally roll to the bottom of the hill. And that will happen in any situation. If you want to apply that to electricity, that's what happened. A buildup of electricity on one end, electrons will flow to where there is less electrons, and that's called a current. If you want to apply that to gravity, something at a higher elevation will move to a lower elevation once there is no resistance. Again, the word resistance, it could apply in all those cases. Do you call those actions conscious? I do not know. I do not know. Only thing I know is that a living organism can defy entropy and decide to use more energy to go up the hill instead of staying at the bottom of the hill. The laws of motion, an object at rest will remain in rest, and an object in motion will remain in motion. That doesn't apply to living organism. A living organism will stop at will and move at will. That's where we were like, biological organism clearly exhibit degrees of awareness that we call consciousness. Non-living organism, even though they do abide to some degrees of, you want to call it, principle, behavior, laws, I'm not sure if you would define that as awareness. I'm not sure. Most of it is physical property, chemical properties, but within the brain, the one organ that is attributed as the most conscious of all the nervous system, the human brain, it's the same chemical properties, it's the same physical properties that's being taken place. So again, where is the line? My personal belief, there is no clear line to say this is where consciousness starts, this is where it stops. If you're going by definition, it emerges from living organism. Anyone want to add or rebuttal?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just waiting for you to finish. Or if anyone else wanted to chime in anything before but if not, I I I agree that living organisms exhibit consciousness. Yeah, but consciousness didn't arise from these living organisms. These living organisms existed as a product of consciousness that brought it into existence. And now, as the process it continues, more conscious beings, more physical matter is created, and so more conscious beings come to creation. But this entire cosmic manifestation started without there being physical matter, and that consciousness made sense of all the physical matter that came to be. It was a conscious, coherent, whatever you want to call it, being entity that made all of science and mathematics make sense in a way that you could use it to create. And that's how we exist. Because like I said, you can't someone said in the chat, no one's ever proved that conscious or matter sprung from consciousness, but no one has ever proved that consciousness has sprung from matter. There's no formula, there's been no test, there's nothing. So there's no proof either way. So that's why I said we can start by what we do know, what there is proof of, and whether it's the universe, our physical being, or on a atomic level, it's holistic and dynamic. We know that. And then when you apply the whatever the thing is called, the as above, so below, when you apply that and say, okay, all these things seem to operate the same way, what you would have to just theorize is that both on a universal level and on an atomic level, there's consciousness there and free will. And so when you go to a quantum level, a quantum state or a quantum system that's in a pure state, it contains infinity, superposition, to where things are particles and not particles. They're there and not there. They're here over just in this space, and they're in all spaces. You can't study how that's the case. You could do mathematical calculations that show that that's the case, but a system that's in a quantum state, it can't be absolutely known except by, and this is what I'm just this isn't what we know. This is me saying, just going off of how we exist as individuals. The system that's in a quantum state can't be known by anything other than itself. Just like you can't transfer your actual state of being. You can only try to express it. And that's what I'm insisting is that just like us on our conscious level, a quantum system that's in a pure state is conscious of its state. And a quantum state is the representation of quantum information. But quantum information exists as the mathematical representation of experience. But that representation isn't the experience. Just like a map isn't the territory. It could only try to express to you what the territory actually is, but it's not that. And so when we study the quantum information and we get mathematical representations, we're not dealing with what's actually the state of the thing. That's how we interact with each other. You could tell somebody that you love them and do something that make them believe you, but in your heart you can't stand this person because they're not actually interacting with your actual true state. They're just interacting with the mathematical representation of the experience that you're having, and you're giving them a false mathematical representation of your experience, and they wouldn't know because that experience is yours and it can't be transferred. It's secretive. You can't study it, only you know it. That's how quantum fields work. And that's all I'm saying. Like consciousness creates all of these things that once it create, matter isn't physical matter. It's just energy vibrating. So when you dream and you have a dream, are you dealing with actual physical matter? Or are you just dealing with figments of your imagination, but it seems real to you? What I'm saying is that's what we're dealing with in our wake reality. We're not dealing with actual physical matter. We're dealing with energy that gives off the illusion of it being physical matter. But the color red isn't actually the color red. It's just electrical currents being sent and interpreted by your brain. Your brain isn't your consciousness, it's a tool of it. And so your brain tells your consciousness, this is the color red. Your consciousness sees red, your brain and your mind interprets it as red, so your consciousness gets that sensation because it's inhabiting the brain that it created.
I'm glad our consciousness always revert back to the brain. But no, I hear what you're saying. That was good. That was good.
All right.
Only pushback I would
curriculum.
give you. Hold on. Only pushback I'll give on that is not to rely so much on quantum, too much of the quantum mechanics, quantum physics, because the only reason why we're so limited right now is due to our technologies. And when things got more upgraded, different technology is invented, I'm pretty sure we'll know more about the quantum field and a lot of that which you talk about right now, like the superimposition and stuff like that. Scientists will eventually figure it out and shed light to it, like just like they did with electricity, just like they did with magnetism. Magnetism once was like quantum energy, where it was so superficial, it was so mysterious, it was so attributed to all these supernatural stuff until scientists figure it out. It's nothing more than another physical property abiding by the laws of physics. And I'm telling you, it's the same thing with the quantum field. It's only a matter of time for physicists to fully figure it out or understand more about it. And a lot of these mysteries that surround quantum this and quantum that will eventually be shredded. It's just a matter of time. I wouldn't rely so much on that, because what we're doing is relying on the ignorance of science. And the ignorance of science is only for a moment.
Well, I believe that science, as long as scientists stick to the physical laws of science, they will never find the answers that they're searching for when it comes to the problem of consciousness, because consciousness doesn't exist in a physical plane, so it doesn't abide by the laws of physics. So trying to apply the laws of physics to it, you'll always fall short and you'll never understand it. And so, because the laws of physics make sense. It makes sense to our brain and our mind because it's all these things, everything we interact with, as I said, it's an expression of quantum fields, and these different quantum fields want to be able to communicate with each other, so they have to use symbols to communicate with each other. But the symbols is not the exact it's not the actual state of the field. It's just an expression, as I keep explaining. And but these the where the expression comes from, it's not a physical place. The expressions are physical, but when you study that, it's like studying a photograph of a wave of in the ocean and trying to use that photograph to understand the nature of the ocean. You can't do it if you stick to just the photograph. That's what it is, sticking to just the physics of our reality. But stepping outside of the laws of physics, which is which is the quantum experience. When you do that and you dig into that and you research that, it's something that you have to experience. It's like actually going inside of the photograph, and now you're actually in the ocean and feeling the waves and rocking with them and everything like that. That now you know and you understand the state of that photograph, of that experience. But you have to go beyond just looking at the painting. The physicists don't go beyond looking at just the painting, because going beyond looking at the painting, they consider getting into supernatural pseudoscience and all of this, because the laws of nature breaks down. But that's where the answers are, because when you're dealing with the laws of nature, you're dealing with a system to where we don't actually know the nature of what we're perceiving. We don't know that an apple is red or green. We just are getting that signal, and it's being interpreted to us as that. We don't know if this is that or if this is that. These are just signals. So we have a problem of constructed experience, not a problem of internal or external circumstance. It's our fundamental difficulty is that, well, it's not that our situation is difficult. It's that we can't perceive our difficulty accurately when it comes to understanding our reality. We're using physics, but our consciousness isn't physical. So we can't understand all of reality by sticking to just physics. Our consciousness is base reality, essentially. I mean, I could go on if nobody else had anything. Because I could go on to speak about how time in nature arises out of consciousness, and that's why time in nature can't explain consciousness. For example, when you dream, your consciousness manipulates time. And that wouldn't be the case if your consciousness was a construct of time, it wouldn't be able to do that. But if time is a construct of your reality, you can manipulate time, and you can have out of body experiences. If space is a construct of consciousness, you couldn't do that if it was the other way around. And all these things that would people go brain dead, absolutely no brain activity when they're hooked up to machines. But then when they come back, they describe everything that was going on in the room when they were brain dead. So there was no brain activity, but they had conscious activity. Your brain isn't restrained to the laws of physics. It's not constrained to this physical construct that it itself created.
Nah, you keep going back to the brain and dream, and that's because you can't get away from consciousness being a property of living organism with a nervous system. But in terms of time is a result of things happening. That is time. Something happened, like event, event and change is what we call time. So something happened and we call it time. When you dream, you're no longer in the physical plane. Hence, the physical laws doesn't apply. That is why in a dream, you could do stuff that defies physics sometimes. You know, you're no longer in the physical plane. So the physical laws doesn't apply there. That's something that exists within your own, if you want to call it your own consciousness, that's where it exists. That is why when you wake up, you're no longer in that dream and you're back in the physical plane where the physical laws apply. You can't just jump off a building. You can't just run backwards 100 miles and do all that stuff you could do in your dream. But time is a result of things happening. Something happened and we call that change time.
Well, you done?
Oh yeah. Not too long.
My point about the dream is that you construct the dream with your consciousness. When you're dreaming, you could see, you could smell, you could taste, you run, you jump, you do all of these things. It's not physical matter, but your consciousness is creating these things. So who's to say that that same thing isn't going on in our awakened state? But like you said, we're on a different frequency, but the same way that your consciousness interacts with the dream, as far as perception, it's the same level of perception here, because what we're perceiving, it's a construct of our mind, just like in your dream, it's a construct of your mind. The color red isn't red. It's electrical currents that your mind is telling you that's the color red. But if it really was the color red, there would be no such thing as a colorblind person. That colorblind person would have to perceive that object as being red because it's really red. But that's not the case. It's a construct of your mind. And so this person's mind, it's working on that frequency. That person's mind isn't. Your consciousness inhabiting your mind perceives whatever the mind interprets from the field around it. But your consciousness isn't interacting with the field around it. It's inside the mind interacting with interpreted signals. This is the same thing that's happening when you're dreaming. And when we know that we construct a dream with our minds. So how do you know? What is the science behind how you know that's not what's taking place in our waking state and we just aren't aware of it?
How you know that's not what's taking place? Because again, what's having dreams? A rock doesn't have a dream. A non-living thing doesn't have a dream. A piece of log that's no longer a tree doesn't have dreams. It has to be alive.
You don't know that.
But the brain, dream is something that emerged from the brain. No one without a brain is having a dream. It's an aspect of consciousness, just like thoughts. These are aspects.
I just explained about the brain dead person. Brain is dead, still experiencing consciousness.
Brain dead person still have a nervous system that keeps their body alive. The consciousness their experiences clearly is nothing like a person with a functioning brain. Hence why they're brain dead. A brain dead person ain't like, they might still be able to hear voices in the room, depending on the injury, but they're not seeing. They might still be able to have vision, but hearing loss or memory loss. Maybe sometimes it's the full brain dead coma. Whatever it is, clearly the what do you call it? Not the mechanism, the instrument for consciousness, the brain, is damaged. If you're fully dead and the brain is also dead with the body, how do you determine consciousness at that point?
Because
What
people
do you
come
think
back
like
and they describe traveling places and seeing things and describing what was in the room for people who was in the room to verify, yes, that is what was said, that's what was happening. And but there's no brain activity, so that conscious activity wasn't taking place inside of the brain. And then they got scientists who are proving today that plants and other sentient creatures are conscious
yeah,
and aware,
that's
but they don't have brains.
that's a stereotypical talking points about people that fall in a coma, end up being brain dead for one reason or the other. Neil deGrasse Tyson gave you guys a great challenge in terms of that scenario. The next time someone end up being brain dead and is going to have the outer body paraconscious experience, why not write a number on a blank sheet? Put it above where this person is lying. So if they do emerge from their body with consciousness, they should be able to see what was written on the blank sheet. So in the case where they recover and come back to reality, they can tell you without a doubt what was written on the blank sheet. That will give all the science and all the critiques something to shut their big fat mouth up. Right there. Very
But
easy
they
experiment to do. People go in coma all the time. Hospitals are full with brain dead people. Anyone can do it. It hasn't been done to this day for a reason. We're not asking to build a rocket. We're not even asking to buy batteries and put it into something. We're just asking a blank sheet of paper, write something on it, hang it over the brain dead person.
But evolutionists, as I said, people have come back and they've
I
reenacted
don't want to hear
conversations
about
that
the
took place.
anecdotal
They
people have
talked
come.
about what people came in and did, where they exactly where they sat, where they was what they were wearing. That's the same thing. They're supposed to be brain
And
dead,
I'm
no brain
telling
activity.
you, like scientists, big known scientists that can pay these people well if they are right, are asking for these experiments to be done so they could be sure about it. We're not asking about a Christian who saw Jesus or a Muslim who saw Allah. We're not asking about your anecdotal experience that you tell your cousin when you were high. We're asking for a scientific experiment to prove us wrong once and for all. It's not going to cost nothing. Go to Kinko's, a pen, a pencil, it's $1. The blank paper, the hospital will donate it for free. The experiment costs $1. Anyone can do it.
Do you hear what I'm saying though? Because what I'm saying is
And I'm
more
telling
than
you, we
just
don't
them
want them to
flipping
jump
over a
on those
number. Because you
anecdotal.
could guess the number. What they did more than guess a number. They said you came in, you sat right there in that chair. You had on an orange shirt, then you said this to her, and then she grabbed her chest and she said this, and they're explaining conversations that were said and what then and actions that had taken place, but they were brain dead. That's more than just
And
saying, "Oh, we wrote
it's
the
not
number
even like
three,"
I don't
and
believe
she
you.
said it was three.
I
That's
I
they should could guess.
I totally believe everything you're saying. I believe you. But the thing is, it's not consistent. We want to know that not everyone, majority of people that end up in that state have similar experience. We don't want to hear about one in Hawaii, one in the Philippines, one over in Jersey, two in Canada. We don't want to hear about those anecdotal experiences. We want something consistent and repetitive, something that any hospital can replicate and prove that this thing is real. I think the religious people should hop on it instantly because it will actually bring them closer and prove us more that their God might be real. This is something. If someone is
Here,
brain dead, go back and see whatever they see and can tell you, oh yeah, you wrote this because I rose from my body and saw it.
here's the
It's
problem with that.
simple.
You can't artificially induce out of body experience from being brain dead. And if you do, then the just the act of inducing a state of being brain dead, it's like observing the quantum state. You tamper with what's going on. It's You're only going to get anecdotal evidence of people who are pronounced dead, legally brain dead, or were medically brain dead, and but then when they came back, they described everything that they shouldn't have been able to describe, as if they were actually there in the room. And they say I was floating around. I felt light. I didn't feel any type of pain or anything. And then I went over here and I saw this, and then I went in this and I did this. And it's just a matter of if you're gonna believe them or not. But you can't do a scientific study inducing brain
You
deadness on
can.
people and then trying to trigger out of body experience.
You
These things just
can.
happen.
You can. You know why? It's easy. If that's the case, if they are coming out seeing everything in the room, that is called a controlled experiment. That way, you know that this thing was not placed in the room when they walked in the room. It wasn't in the room before. It's not typically found in a room like this. There's no way it could be coming back from subconscious memory, from seeing it, from experiencing it directly or indirectly at any time. The only time this was done is while this person was in a coma. So if they are aware of it, they must have been aware of it while they are in a coma. It's a simple experiment. It has never been done.
There's
Maybe
hundreds
a
of
lot of people
instances,
haven't
man.
heard about it. So I'm gonna give
Yes,
them 2 more years, 2 more years for them to actually get it done. Then I'll start to believe that this brain dead outer body experience is actually a thing. But until
just look
then,
into it.
it's not consistent enough. I've heard one and two story here and there, but it's not consistent enough.
There's hundreds. Look into it. You're just not looking where it's at. It's
It's
there.
it's
It's
like a
there. You just got to
UFO.
look into it.
It's like UFO sighting. There is enough for believers to want to believe, but not enough for skeptics to even buy it for a second. There's just not enough. It's like
Yeah, but
UFO
UFO is
sightings.
just a
It's like Bigfoot
unidentified.
sightings.
But with the UFO, unidentified flying objects, these people were actually seeing those. The origin of these objects is a mystery, but you can't say that they weren't seeing what they were seeing. So it's the same thing. These people were having these out of body experience. You can't induce that in the lab. If you did, it's inhumane. But not everybody who's gone brain dead has had out of body experiences. So even if you were able to induce a state of being brain dead without, in some type of humane way, you wouldn't know how to. It's a mystery on what would trigger an out of body experience. Science doesn't have that down, so it's not something that you could just do in a laboratory because you know the mechanics of it. You will only get when it happened and people giving the description of what happened, and you just gotta take it for
You
what it
you
is. But
can
there's hundreds of instances of it.
you can induce a coma, and there are cases when you can uh legally and ethically induce a coma. It's done
But
all the
not an
time.
out of body experience.
The outer body experience is not something a scientist or a doctor can induce. This is a
Exactly.
phenomena. This is a phenomena that people claim to be experiencing, and we're saying that we don't believe them. For many reasons, we don't believe them. It's always a certain type of people claiming to be experiencing these things. However, we're saying if they are really experiencing outer body experience, there are controlled experiments that can be set up, very ethical, cost efficient, and doesn't take anything, doesn't cost anything, doesn't require the patient or the person who is in a coma to be stringed up, to be injected, to be radiated or x-rayed in any way. It only costs someone to write something on a piece of paper, put it somewhere that is elevated above the person, and wait for them to recover from the coma and tell you what was written on the paper. It's the most ethical, the safest experiment ever been devised in a medical situation. And you're gonna make 100 excuses why we should take the anecdotal stories over something that could be actually tried, tested, and proven.
Look, like, as I said, there's hundreds of instances of it. You could just look into it. There's people saying that these things happen, and it's their experience, and the people who experience them with it, they validate it. But you could call any amount of evidence anecdotal at any point, whether it's dozens of people who said it, or hundreds of people who said it, or thousands of people who said it. You could always just say, "Oh, that's just anecdotal because of this, because of that." These people are experiencing these things, and but if you want to say you need to wait for the scientific experiment to take place in the lab, fair enough. But my point is still like the fact that our experience is made up. Our consciousness creates this experience for it. We inhabit these bodies in order to explore and experience what was created by our consciousness, and it resonates with our consciousness, and like that's why we perceive things the way we perceive things. If you were if you had the body of a bat, your consciousness would perceive the world differently, but it's the same consciousness in a different vessel interacting with the creation that's already there, but now in this vessel can understand the creation that's already there in a different way, a different form of expression and everything like that. But the our mind, it's just programmed to take data and take data, translate it, and make it to where our consciousness can experience it. But you can look up, they've done experiments where I forget what the experiment is called. It's like the fake hand, the fake arm experiment or something like that, where they put a prosthetic arm, they put a board in between a person's real arm and a prosthetic arm that they dress up to look like his actual arm, his or her actual arm, to where the dude doesn't see his real arm. He sees the prosthetic. His real arm is on the other side of the board. And then so the person who's conducting the study, he rubs like a object, a ruler, a pencil, or whatever, on both the prosthetic arm and the fake arm. And the dude is looking at the fake arm, and it feels to him like he's the ruler on the fake arm is what he's feeling, but the ruler on his real arm is making the same exact movement. So so you feel like that's why he's thinking that. But then the guy stops rubbing the his real hand, and he's only rubbing the fake
And
arm,
he's still
and the
feeling it.
fake hand starts reacting to it, and then he's feeling
Yeah.
His hand is twitching and everything like that. And then the dude, whatever he does, he's thinking that
That's
the arm that's fake is real, and he's actually feeling it. Meaning your brain is just interpreting signals, and
yeah.
since
That
his
that's
eyes is
that's
telling him that this is his
that's
real arm, his brain took it as being his real arm, and he was feeling sensation in a fake arm. The dude stopped touching his real arm. But when he tapped his middle finger, the middle finger on his real arm would twitch. But he didn't tap. He tapped the prosthetic middle finger, and his real middle finger would twitch. He pinch his hand. He'd feel the pinch.
yeah, because
So it's your mind
he's
that's
looking.
creating those sensations.
Yeah, your brain plays tricks on you. That's your brain. It does a lot of things. It fill the gap. It see things that's not there. It feel things that's not there. And it's in the case of the fake arm experiment, it's still receiving visual signal, visual stimuli, and it's interpreting those as feeling, as especially in a high stress situation where They do that a lot with like the fake knives when they fake stab someone and they still scream or react as if they got stabbed for real. That's your brain sending a fake signal to your body based on an experience that it thought it's having. But what you were saying earlier about the outer body experience, the test I'm telling you that they should do, it's called a fate test. Actually, they're doctors do set up these tests in hospitals to catch if people are really having outer body experience. And it turns out that in these hospitals, tests in hospital rooms with hidden signs hang high up shows that people who claim to float out of their bodies did not somehow see these signs. They never report seeing targets that they could only view from a real floating viewpoint. So they do set up hidden tests, hidden signs, hidden stuff in the hospital that you can only see from a bird's eye view. So you got to be floating to see what they said. And somehow, none of these patients who claim to have outer body experience ever report seeing any of these targets. They all miss the targets, which forces a lot of neuroscientists to determine that these people are having something called tricks of the mind, and there's many reasons that they could be having these through sleep paralysis, electrical stimulation through the brain being so messed up. It's having mixed signals, extreme stress, lack of oxygen, sleep, fever, certain drug can cause these illusions. They literally describe them as illusion. The brain creates a map of your body. When that map is broken down, you felt detached. That's the feeling of being out of body. The brain is no longer feeling attached to the body because the brain is going through a temporary malfunction. In that case, people claim to have an outer body experience without any way to relate to or interpret what they're feeling. They do the one thing they know how to do: revert back to some form of belief, usually started through Christianity, an out of body experience. It's just the brain playing tricks on you. Brain changes. Scans show that outer body event linked to unusual activity in temporal junction. This part of the brain helps build your senses of self and physical space. When you claim that you feel like someone invade your physical space, someone standing too close to you, you never seen them, but you just know that someone is there. Your brain create a physical safe space around you that it claims for itself. It happens through, again, your consciousness. What one thing your consciousness does for you is create this sense of self. You, yourself, that's you, your consciousness. Artificial trigger. Doctors can spark this feeling in patients by stimulating specific brain areas with mild electrical current. That, what do they call him? Signet Fraud, that guy that used to use electrotherapy on kids and animals and stuff like that. A lot of time in certain therapy, like maybe for schizophrenia, maybe some form of brain or mental defect, they might still use these kind of treatments. And we all know that drug can induce hallucination, lack of sleep, tiredness, fatigue, stress. There's a lot going on with the brain that could cause a malfunction, and we can interpret those malfunction as something supernatural, something like an outer body experience. For some people, they see stuff that is not physically there. Other people hear stuff, I'm saying, and other doctors are saying, if these experiences are true or real in the literal sense, set up experiment that when you like float out your body, you should be able to see these things. And when you return to your body, you should be able to report what you saw. It's never been done. Well, it has been done. They have never reported seeing anything. So it's now deemed the fake test.
No, Max. It was
Yes,
it
sir.
was it was the Luberhan experiment.
And which one was that? With, with the
It was
guy
the root.
in his brain.
Salaki.
Yeah,
No,
playing
no, no,
tricks
no,
on
no,
him.
no, 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 no. Salaki. It was with the guy with the prosthetic thing to get the brain to get the brain reacting like it was something real. It was called the
Right.
It was called the Ruber-Hand experiment.
Thank you, Omar. And then so all I'm saying is that illustrates that your brain is not dealing with actual reality. It's a program that's dealing with electrical currents. And if you can hack the electrical current, your brain is only going to interpret whatever comes into it. And so it's not your brain, it's not your mind playing tricks on you. It's base reality playing tricks on your mind, but your mind is only programmed to interpret things the one way it's programmed to interpret things. And so it's going to do that. And when you rely on your mind to give you what reality is, that's what'll happen. It'll seem like your mind is playing tricks on you. But reality, what I believe is that reality exists outside of your mind. And as long as you're inside of your mind and inside of your consciousness is dealing with your body, you're dealing with something that could be hacked. And even with it not being hacked, it's not interacting. It's not giving you base reality. It's giving you calculations. It's giving you the expressions of what these electrical currents are saying. You're not seeing what's actually there. You're not hearing the sound that's actually being made. You're getting what your brain, like if your brain is a radio, it's receiving frequencies and interpreting.
You gotta remember, like everything evolved to exist within a space. If you should hear, see, and feel everything, you would go crazy. Every animal, everything exists within its own frequency. Like we hear within a certain hertz, we see within a certain bandwidth, within a certain the visual light. That's our frequency. We ain't seeing no X-ray, we ain't seeing no radio wave, we ain't seeing no microwave. You're not hearing below 20 hertz or above 20,000. Like, there's other animals that sees and hear within these spectrums that we do not exist in. You can't see and hear everything for your own good. When it comes to perception is something that we collectively agreed upon for our own safety. If what I perceive to be a truck coming at 100 miles an hour in the right lane, and you perceive that to be nothing, there is trouble. There is going to be trouble in society. So perception is something that we all have to agree upon. When someone differs from that bandwidth of perception that we set, we call them crazy, and we have to remove them or restrain them in society for safety. Because if I perceive something and you have a different perception of it, how are we going to agree upon what is the right way, what is the wrong way? How are we going to agree upon safety?
And be on the lookout for the evolutionist this weekend, August 15th. He's in the tournament for the $1,000.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message Titans Debate League at gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
That's me.
Back to you, gentlemen.
How did you reach on there?
Good luck with that one, player. I hope you do well, evolutionist.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm saying that we all exist within a certain spectrum, and it's literally for your own logics. And when it comes to perception, we all have to agree upon a certain level of shared definition, shared perception for safety, for logistic reasons. We can't just determine whatever is, and when someone differs from that, for instance, if what we all agreed upon that is danger or is an object and someone else doesn't see it as an object, there is going to be a problem. And that does happen in reality sometimes, where people going through a mental illness or a brain malfunction could misread perception, could have things that we call illusion or hallucination, where they're seeing stuff that's not there, or not seeing stuff that is there. Either way, it's gonna pose some form of logistic error that will lead to catastrophic danger. So perception, we got to agree upon that. It can't just be, oh, no, it doesn't work that way. And that is why when someone is having a mental or a brain malfunction, we kind of remove them from society or send them to the proper facilities or people to get help. We can't just live with that and claim, oh, that's how consciousness work. No, that's not how it works.
No, that is, I actually agree with all that. As far as needing forms of communication, coherent forms of communication between each other. But this is how that ties into my beliefs on consciousness. Because going back to my two postulates that the existence has two fundamental principles, and that's it being dynamic and holistic. From there, when I interject consciousness being that I'm conscious, and so that's why I'm injecting that being conscious and having free will, the thing that it will want to do, being encompassing, the fact that it encompasses all things, and this is, and the way I understand it, this is before matter, but it has the potential for matter. It has the potential for all things. It is all things. And this is anything that you could think of, and the things that you can't think of exist within this thing. And what this thing wants to do, being conscious of itself, is that it wants to know itself. And in order to know itself, it would have to make an exact replication of itself, the same way cell division happens. And then the quantum fields within that replication like I said, the quantum state can't be replicated, but the quantum information can. And then with the replication, you have all these different fields of consciousness that the purpose is for them to understand what's contained within this infinity. But in order to communicate with each other, since it's different fields of consciousness, it has to create symbols so that could be recognized and transferred, because like I said, the quantum state itself can't be copied, but the expression of a symbol can. And that's where time, space, and nature arises, because in order for you to be able to express these symbols, you need something to do it with. And that's what you do it with: time, space, and nature. And then you create matter simply being energy that's vibrating at a certain frequency, and that frequency represents the expression, or it represents the will behind the expression. The expression is what we see, but we don't interact with the will itself. We don't understand the will itself. It's not a physical thing. I'm sorry, but somebody got music playing in the background. It's loud. I don't know if that's a.
Oh shit, that's me. My bad.
I should be hearing that. All right, that kind of lost my train of thought, but I feel like you started to rebut something, evolutionist. I'll go off of that, because I lost my don't even know where I was going.
Uncle.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
Hey, evolutionists and Max, y'all been having a really dope dialogue. I'm very intrigued. Let's open up the conversation a little bit more, if y'all brothers don't mind.
I'd love to. I insist.
Somebody need to mute their mic.
Oh, probably me. Was you going though, Omar? What didn't? Is there a delay on my thing? And did Omar say he was gonna?
Nah, you're good. Omar says he's gonna do something, but there's a lot of naysayers in the chat. Yo, why don't you guys hit the link if you think you could stand in the fight?
Ahead,
Don't just be in the
brother.
in the chat
Yo,
talking,
evolutionist. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Yo, these brothers, I've been looking at the chat. Yo, it's popping tonight. It's popping. I'm looking, I'm looking at my good brother Kaz, and then I'm looking at the other brother. Yo, I think, and this is the thing. This is why I said what I said. We should open up the conversation a little bit more, because the brother evolutionist just cooked. The brother Max just cooked. Now, in this specific conversation, I would slightly give the upper hand to Max, but I think both of the brothers made excellent points and was very well spoken. They didn't interrupt. They didn't cuss each other out. Now, to my good brother Kaz, and then to the other brother, y'all brothers, hit the panel, man. Let's get it popping, man. I want to hear different arguments, different subjects, different brothers go at it, but do it respectfully. The brothers that just had the conversation right now, that decorum was excellent. But I mean, we must say, I don't know what time of the day. I'm on the West Coast. So you know, depending on where you at, you might be 2 or 3 hours ahead of me. I'm ready to get it popping. I'm ready to hear the brothers, go.
Yeah, that was a good bill.
Hold on. That bill between you, Max, and Evolutionist, that was a dope bill. That was dope, man.
Yeah, that was a good one, Max. There's times when we do agree, but you gave me a lot to rebuttal. That's what I like. You gave me a lot to rebuttal.
Yeah, man, I always enjoy these conversations with you guys. But let's keep it going. Let's keep it going, because what I was saying is that consciousness, the initial consciousness, the all consciousness, or whatever, the first consciousness, the consciousness that created everything, it wants to know itself, so it creates these different fields of consciousness, and each individual field is a quantum field, each containing infinity, like each containing the whole. It's a part of the whole thing, but it contains the whole thing in its little part. And this is each individual field. So they each contain infinity. And I just believe it's for the purpose of knowing itself through in different forms of expressions. And that's why we have this cosmic manifestation, because ultimately or consciousness needed to create symbols to give meaning to, so that we could give meaning to all things that exist. Because without this cosmic manifestation, there is no meaning. You can't express what love is without something to be loved. But love can exist as a concept, but how do you express it? The
But
only thing we
it would
got
only
are symbols.
exist in our mind, though, in our
Right.
reality. Like
Right. And all we have, we use
a grain
symbols.
of sand doesn't have to express or desire love. Those things only not even for instance, bacteria. There's a lot of non-living, non-human organism that doesn't desire these things that we talk about. They're okay being in whatever state you put them in, or whatever state they find themselves in. They're okay being it with being that way.
But evolutionists, you can't know that, because love isn't something that could be studied by science. So you don't know that whether or not a grain of
That
grass,
that's also
blade of
true.
grass wants to express love.
That's also true. I can't really know what it desires.
That's what I'm explaining about the quantum state. You can't really. The only thing that
Love is a
knows the
love is a
quantum state
luxury
is
of
the quantum
consciousness.
state
You know what I'm
itself.
saying? Without being conscious.
And I believe everything is conscious. I believe everything has a quantum field, and each quantum field has smaller quantum fields, and those
You
quantum
can't
fields have
experience it.
smaller quantum fields. Yet you only experience your own quantum field. It can't be copied, it can't be replicated, it can't be transferred. The only thing that can be transferred are the expressions of the quantum field. But the expressions of the quantum field, it's not the actual field itself. So when you smile to show that you're happy, that's an expression of happiness. But you could be sad on the inside and smile, but you gave off the expression of happiness because that's what you want to express, that's what you want to transfer. But it's not a replication of your actual state of being.
But
That's how
what,
we
Max,
interact
though?
with our world.
You know
That's
what,
how
Max?
quantum
Whether
particles interact with their world.
whether you're giving the impression of being happy or sad, the chemicals that's being made within your brain, within your nervous system, the hormones that you're releasing, those are not lying. Those will never lie. And
But
as
only you know that.
now,
Only
yeah,
you. It can't
now,
be
that's because we
observed by
can't
anything
quantify
outside of
those
your
things
field.
yet. That's because we can't quantify those things. But once we can, like someone that's lying, not lying, but someone's that's sad, someone that's happy, you can't just lie about it if we have the chemical, if we have the chemical footprint,
But
we
even
know
if they're telling the
exactly
truth,
what.
even if they're telling the truth and they
Truth
say
and
I'm
lie,
happy,
truth and lie
if
is
they say I'm
different because
happy and they
they,
express happiness to you, the expression still isn't the feeling. Like, if you tell a woman you're in love with her and you're really in love with her and you like buy her the world, you take her out to this and then you propose and she rejects your love, it's because you weren't actually able to transfer the feeling. You were just showing expressions of the love, and the feeling didn't transfer. The expressions didn't land. You can't copy the expression and put it somewhere else. Only you can experience what's going on in your inner field. And that when we look at things on a quantum level, that's what we're witnessing. We're witnessing the expressions of quantum field, but we're
I
not
wouldn't put that
seeing
on the
the
quantum
actual
level.
quantum
No.
field.
No, I wouldn't put that on the quantum. Like I said, like right now they're developing like a new super quantum computer. I think they're doing it over by CERN right now. And when
Getting
CERN
Omar,
turned that,
you talking
when
about that
CERN
quantum
turned that
computing.
on, when CERN turns that on, turn it back on, I'm pretty sure they're gonna focus their major research on the quantum field, on quantum computing. So a lot of that quantum stuff that you're talking, it's not gonna be hidden from science for too long.
That quantum computing ain't shit. Omar already broke this down. You better watch what you
No,
say.
Omar didn't broke
It might
nothing
just be
down.
spooky time if you keep on trying to lean
Omar
on this
was
quantum
talking
computing,
economy.
because you keep saying once scientists find out, once scientists do, one scientist. They haven't and they won't, because they deal with physics and they leave the consciousness and the spirit and the soul and all this type, they leave that to the religious folks. They don't get into that, but getting into that is what unravels the full nature of our reality. Our physical nature is just one half of our reality. You can't understand the other half with the first half. Use the first half to understand the first half. To understand the second half, you got to use the second half. But the second half of our experience is personal. So you can't transfer the experience that you have on a conscious level. You could only express your experience through symbols, whether the symbols be words or gestures or whatever it may be, but you can't transfer it. So there won't be a scientific test and study that could show these things. You will always have to just go off of what a person is telling you they experience.
Yeah, the more you zoom in, the more personal it gets. But if you zoomed out, it's not that personal. Hence, they build stuff like amusement parks and like entertainment places, because the experience is not that personal when you zoomed out. Most people on a roller coaster having a similar experience. If you zoomed in, not everyone is having it, but majority. And that's how you gotta qualify human experience, because it's so it's so subjective. It's so subjective, like everyone, but on when you zoomed out, like these are the things that investors actually invest in. And if the science behind it didn't work, they'll be losing like billions of dollars.
But
they
do you understand that that's my point?
Humans are gonna have a certain experience in a nightclub with alcohol loud music. Humans are gonna have a certain experience in a water park with like high elevated water slides and roller coaster and all that stuff, the music, the color. Humans are gonna have an experience looking at the freaking McDonald's sign with the yellow arch and the fake burger. They know that people, like, when you zoomed out, the experience is not that unique.
That's the point I'm making, though, because if you take little grains of sand, right, and you shot grains of sand between two slits, they would make two bands, because they're particles, large particles zoomed out. But when you zoom in and then you just shoot electrons, which are tiny particles of matter, they act like waves. Zooming in is where you get into what's really going on, but the outer expression is just what you can understand and explain, because that's the expression. And it's the same thing with us as people. When you zoom out on the people in the roller coaster, they are all having the same objective experience on a roller coaster. But when you zoom in to what's going on in their consciousness, which you can't do, they're all having different experiences. But that's the real reality, the experience that's being had. The roller coaster thing, that's just an expression of what's taking place, but the experience on the inside, that's reality. That's what's happening. That's what creates the outside experience. What's going on the outside. When you see people on the roller coaster with their hands up, yelling and with smiles on their faces, it's because what happened first is on the inside, they felt, you know, a sensation of woo. And so then it got reflected on the outside, but the inside came first. Quantum mechanics come first, and quantum mechanics don't adhere to the laws of physics. So when you study what came first, you can't apply the laws of physics to it. You can't apply the laws of physics to someone's inner experience.
Yeah, because that's subjective. That's human behavior. That is why they use behavior science, like what Sister Tiffany does, what Marley does, what Melanated Goddess does. That's behavior science. You know, they analyze and study human behavior. I'm not sure if it's limited to humans, but they study behavior, you know, and that's in itself is a whole science. When it comes to quantum, when it comes to physics, you gotta remember quantum physics is not so much different from classical physics as we know. Like the fundamental particles of the proton, neutron, and electron is quantum particles. They're made from quarks. You know, the electron is a quantum particle itself. The photon is a quantum particle itself. So it's similar to what you're saying, like something smaller. Like when you zoomed in, you definitely, if you zoomed in on a proton, you're gonna find 3 quarks within the proton. You know, the difference between the proton and the neutron is the spin and the charge of the quarks. You zoom in on the electron, you're gonna find that it's not in one position. It's in a superposition. You know, you're not seeing it in a single location. You're seeing a whole cloud. You got to classify it now as an electron cloud. You know,
So
when they
can
do
you
the
break
double
down?
slit, when they do
Can you
the
break down
double slit experiment,
superposition?
superposition. When they
Yeah,
do
because
the
that's
double
what I was
slit
going to ask you.
experiment with the photon, what do they find? The photon can act as a particle, it act as a wave. You know, it too exhibits superposition. Why? It's a quantum particles, but these same quantum particles are what make classical particles that makes matter. You know, everything that we see, touch, interact with, most of everything is made of classical matter. Those, when you break it down, when you zoomed in, you're gonna find the quantum particles in it. But the quantum field is no longer operating there. You know, the quantum field doesn't operate when matter is formed. The quantum field is what happening before the formation of matter. Why? Matter can deal with heat and moisture much better than any quantum particle.
Correct. And so what I'm saying is that the quantum information that you get before you observe this particle is the superposition of the particle being able to exist anywhere at any place. All these it defies
Anywhere
the laws of physics for
within
it
the
to be
field.
here and there and not there and both places and all of this. That's what superposition is. And what my thing is that quantum information, it's the representation of what the inner experience is. Before you observe it, it's infinity. And then the collapse of the wave function is the representation of free will, because before you observe the particle, before the collapse of the wave function, it has the potential for anything. But then once you observe it, it takes a position out of
Yeah.
it chooses out of an infinite amount of positions, a position that you can observe. And it does that. I only conclude based off of free will, because like I said, that's what we have: consciousness and free will. So all of your actions is, before you take an action, you're in the quantum state.
Yeah,
And then
you know what,
when you
Max?
take the action, that's
Was
the
it
breakdown
you?
of
Was
the
it you?
quantum of the wave
Was it
function.
you? I was having this argument with the same quantum argument, and you're like, oh, the wave function collapsed in the brain. And I was like, no, there is no quantum field in the brain. Then I researched it, and it really does. The quantum field really does exist in the brain. But again, through heat and moisture, the wave function collapse almost immediately as they're formed. But yeah, I'm not sure if it was you or Babylon done.
Yeah,
It's one of
yeah,
you.
no,
One of you guys.
we were both, yeah, we were all three of us were in that conversation. I remember it, and
Yeah.
that's what we were saying. You said you had to look into it, so, but that's what I'm. The collapse of the wave
Yeah,
function
it's you.
is
I don't think it's
represented by
Babylon.
you taking
Babylon
an
ain't.
action.
Yeah, Babylon ain't that
Like
smart. He ain't bringing that kind of information.
well, what I'm saying is that before you take an action, that's the quantum state where infinity exists, and then after you take the action, that's the collapse of the wave function, because you chose a state to express for everyone else to observe. But before that action, in your mind, there is an infinity of actions that you could have taken. That's quantum. That's the pure quantum state. But you have to bring that quantum state manifested into physical reality through expression, and then boom, that's your action. That's what is represented by the collapse of the wave function, the free will to choose a state to be in, but before that state, infinity is just in a quantum state. Like everything, all I'm saying is it all coincides with each other. Atoms and how
I'm
they
gonna
act,
I'm gonna
our
do some
physical
more
reality,
research
and
on
the
it. But
universe.
yeah, I didn't even know a quantum field could exist in the brain, because again, from my study, the quantum field will collapse when encounter heat and moisture. And heat and moisture is on the quantum level, it's anything, any form of matter it touches, it will extract heat and moisture. So you could imagine the brain with your cells, all that electrical activity in your brain and stuff. But it does exist. It does. Even for a split second, it still exists.
Yeah. And so that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that that's what we are. We are that quantum field, and the pure quantum state is independent of all physical matter. You can't pinpoint where inside of your body does your consciousness exist. It's the invisible entity where infinity exists, but it's connected to this physical manifestation. But we can't all we have I can't give you my experience. All I could do is express my experience, but then you interpret my experience how you interpret it, because I can't transfer the actual thing. And with us being the invisible quantum field, everything that we see, this entire cosmic manifestation it exists within that quantum field. Like the quantum field itself is consciousness, and everything that manifests inside the field is an expression of the free will that exists within the consciousness field. So the day that you're conceived, the sperm meets the egg, that becomes your consciousness field then and there. And then you create your body. Your creation of your body is the expression of what's inside that consciousness field. But then you create the body, you inhabit the consciousness, inhabits the body, or at least it maneuvers the body. But then we connect ourselves with solely just the body. But we're the consciousness field that's independent of the body, but inhabits it. And that's the way that we could use expression to transfer information. Because as just a consciousness field, my consciousness field can't interact with your consciousness field. I can't transfer my experience to you. I have to express my experience.
Well,
that's why we exist. That's why we have this physical world.
Well, I don't know if you're putting that philosophical or scientific, but that's the reason why we even, I would say, develop like the scientific method. Because as you said, one person can't transfer their experience to the other person. So if we're doing an experiment and you're claiming that you're seeing green, but I'm telling you that what I see is yellow, then there is no way to determine which one of us has the correct perception of reality at that point. Hence, we eliminate the human subjectivity and we use instrument. That way we could get empirical data. So if a spectrometer says that the sample is red or the sample is blue, then there is no debating. It's not a human experience. There is no there is no human subjectivity to debate about. There is just empirical data, hence why the scientific method was developed. Just and I'm bringing that in because a lot of time we do philosophy, but we kind of don't understand why science is being done. But you're understanding why through the reality that one human being cannot transfer the experience to the other human being. The most you could do is explain it to the best of your ability and hope that the person gets it. And they will never fully get it. Only you can experience what you're experiencing. I just want to say that.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I'm saying that that's exactly how particles interact with each other on a quantum level. You don't they don't share experiences. They have an infinity of expressions, and we can't observe. We don't interact with what's actually going on in this energy field, this quantum field. We don't observe that, but there's a field of infinite activity, and when we try to observe it, we break down you get the collapse of the wave function. So it's just like if you said that you were in love, so I try to bust open your heart to study what the love, to study what you mean by that and everything like that. It would collapse the state of love that you had, and from the beginning, me doing that wasn't going to get me down to what you are actually feeling. I can't do that. It's impossible. You can't share that. You can only express it. That's how quantum particles work. They can't share quantum information. It can only express quantum information, but the expression isn't the state.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing in that sense. The only thing difference is I'm saying that it emerges from the brain. It emerges from living organism. I think you're saying that it's universal. I think that's where we kind of drift.
Well, yeah, well, yes, that's exactly the case. And because the reason why it's like, my thing is that you can't prove either stance. You can't prove it. There's never been proven how consciousness could arise from biology. It hasn't been proven the other way around either, how biology could
Consciousness
be
arises from non-living things.
correct. And it hasn't been proven either way. But what I'm saying is, if we take our experience and just apply that, if we just add consciousness and free will to what we can accept as our postulates that existence is wholesome and dynamic, we just add consciousness and free will. From there, you can explain how biology arises from consciousness, because all of biology is just energy vibrating at a certain frequency. There is actually no physical matter. It's just a construct that the mind, consciousness is vibrating at a certain frequency, or perhaps the mind is vibrating at a certain frequency to where the environment it reacts with, it has its vibration, and the vibrations, you get real scientific about how we interpret the world based off of these vibrations of energy. But
Yeah,
it's
I
not
was just
actual
going to tell you
physical
that
matter.
we already have an interpretation for those vibrations. We have the weak electromagnetic force, the strong nuclear force. We have gravity.
Yes,
We have
it can all be
electromagnetism.
explained. It could all be explained. All that could be explained. And when you start from consciousness, you understand that consciousness controls these things, just like how what the I forgot what you said the name of the experiment was, Omar, but with the fake prosthetic arm, your brain was taking the fake arm, your brain takes the fake arm as being real, and your consciousness interprets it as being real. Your consciousness created the construct of that is your real arm, and that's what your body started to feel and react to because your consciousness believed it. It's creating these things for you. It's creating what color you see. It's creating you falling in love. It's creating all of these things. So we can understand how consciousness manipulates energy and vibration and frequency. So starting from consciousness, everything can be explained. But if you start from biology and try to explain consciousness, you always are going to come to, well, one day scientists will get down to the bottom of it. It's been a billion years, but haven't figured it out yet. But one day you'll always come to that. But just start with consciousness at the beginning. Everything is explained. There's
Well,
nowhere where you get cut off. Like, oh, damn, I can't explain that.
if you should believe that, then you're pretty much saying that life was a conscious decision. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
So
to know itself through different expressions.
So you believe that life started from non-living things. You
Correct.
believe in abiogenesis.
Yeah, I believe consciousness transcends life and death. Life and death is a construct of consciousness. So, yes,
Well,
it's consciousness, and then everything arises from it. Just like when you dream, everything in your dream arises from your consciousness. You just don't apply that to our waking state because it's like, no, this is real, and this is really a phone, and this is really a computer, and blah blah blah. But if you just start from a clean slate and really address what do we really know about the nature of reality and how vibration, frequency, and energy works and interacts with our consciousness. There's no there you can't say that our awakened state is any different from our dream state, it being a construct of our mind. It's just this one is more like concrete and fixed, like it's a shared collective dimension that we have or whatever. So there's laws of physics applied to it, but the laws of physics is, I'm saying, is a construct of your mind applying these laws and creating this reality based off of those laws. But then in other dimensions, those laws aren't applied, and your consciousness exists in that dimension in another way. That dimension is a construct of consciousness. We just interact with these dimensions differently. There's different laws on each one, but it's all
I think
construct
you're
of
calling. I think
consciousness.
you're calling the laws of physics conscious. I think that's what you're doing. Calling the
You
laws
say
of conscious.
conscious? No. I'm saying it's a product of it. Consciousness is independent of the laws of physics. It transcends it. You can't use the laws of physics to explain consciousness because the laws of physics consciousness
So,
wasn't created
uh,
by the laws of physics.
uh,
Consciousness wasn't
David,
created by the laws of physics. The laws of physics are constructs of consciousness.
no, the
That's
laws
just
of
what I believe. Like I said, it's nothing that I could prove. I'm just going based off of we got consciousness and free will. How do I apply my consciousness and free will, and then apply that to what's above me and
So
what's
so
within me?
so so the Big Bang theory, you're saying that was done through consciousness. Consciousness causes the Big Bang.
I don't believe in the Big Bang. I think that's a bunch of bullshit. I believe consciousness always existed and things arise from consciousness, but not in a
So consciousness
every.
created the universe. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's exactly what I've been saying the whole time. All of this entire cosmic manifestation is a product of the mind. Like what's in the bottom right corner, how the universe is within the mind right there. That it's a construct of the mind. Everything that we experience, and we're just the tiny molecules within that mind. We got many quantum fields, but to us they're large quantum field because it's our existence. We're big people and shit like that. But like in the cosmic scheme of things, we're just a small
You think about what
quantum
you're saying,
field
though.
within a larger quantum
You,
field.
where is the mind outside of the brain? What mind are you talking about? You're talking
I
about this thing as
I
if it's an entity floating around somewhere.
I believe the mind is within your body, your brain and your mind is within your body, and your consciousness inhabits your body, and or rather it controls your body in the way that if you were to put on like goggles and be able to control a drone and could see what the drone sees and hear what the drone hears and everything like that, but your consciousness isn't in the drone, but the drone has a mind, has a brain that functions off of circuits and interprets electrical currents and everything like that, but that's not where your consciousness is. But you can see what the drone sees, you can hear what the drone sees. And what I'm saying is we're doing that and we forgot that we're not the drone, so we live our life as the drone, but our consciousness is elsewhere controlling it and hearing what it hears, feeling what it feels, and believing that that's what it actually is. But that's not what consciousness is. It's what the mind is, it's what the body is, it's what the brain is. So what all these electrical currents are that we interpret, but it's consciousness is not from there. It's in here, just inhabiting it from somewhere else, experiencing it.
Well, again, most of what you're describing is just the physical laws that applies to everything that's in our universe. You know,
It's what our body is subject to, but not our consciousness.
all right. If the consciousness that you speak of, it sounds as if this consciousness is a very significant energy force that's operating in our universe. So much so that it you according to you, it creates a lot of stuff. It's what creates living things. It what creates or permeates our mind. If this was the case, why hasn't it been detected using an instrument? Why it hasn't been detected by science?
Because it's not physical, and
It
science
doesn't
deals with physics.
most gravity is not physical. You can't find me a pound of gravity.
And
You
they
can't
haven't proved that
create
gravity
a
exists.
block of gravity.
And
It's
gravity
not
is
physical.
they don't gravity hasn't been proven to exist. It's just a theory, and they say we say it exists based off of how everything interacts with it or
Based
how
on
it
how
interacts with
everything
everything. They
interact, but
don't.
it can be quantified though.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is your consciousness can't. There's no measurement for
There
it.
is no equation that includes gravity, that includes consciousness. None.
Correct.
But
Because
according to
it'll
you, it's a force in our physical universe, so much so that it rivals the physical forces, like the fundamental forces that we know. that scientists uses to deduct the universe itself, everything we know. You're saying that this force called consciousness does exist, yet we haven't detected it. It
Just
interacts with us, so it should be detectable.
but quantum information interacts with us, but we haven't detected quantum information.
Yes, we detect quantum information. That's why we know about
No,
it. We haven't fully studied it, but we detect
no,
it.
no. Like you could study the mathematics of it, like studying a map of a territory, but there's been no experience of the actual territory because just observing it turns it into a map and just a map. But there is no instrument that can measure it. It breaks down the state of the actual thing, and that's just quantum fields. And
They
so,
can.
I'm saying like consciousness is the quantum field that exists holistically, and every other quantum field exists within it, but
It's
it
not
all has
holistic.
the
It's not
same state
fully
of not.
understand yet, though. They don't fully understand it holistically to
That
break it down that way. They understand it partially, so they
you
gave
saying
you
they don't understand
fractions
it?
of it. No, they
That says it
don't.
all.
Like
That says it all. They don't, just because you
they
don't
they they
understand something,
they
that doesn't
discovered
mean you could
like
like
the Higgs boson.
denounce
We
anything about
understand
it. You
bosons.
don't understand it.
We understand bosons through the Hadron Collider. They discover Higgs boson. We understand quarks. We understand electrons. We understand photons. We know that to every matter there is an antimatter pair. Do we know all of them? I don't know. I don't think so. Have we detected most of them? I don't think so. Do we know some, like neutrinos and stuff? Have we detected those? Yes, a lot of them. We know so much of them. We know that billions of them fly through everyone's body every day undetected without any interaction. We know that much. This energy or this force that you call consciousness, to you, it permeates everywhere, yet still it's undetectable by any instrument that we know. How? The scientific explanation of consciousness as an emergent property of living organism with a nervous system or a brain or some form of chemical receptor and signaling system, you got to be alive to have this this property called consciousness. That's more acceptable. That's easier to understand than claiming that consciousness is an energy force that's found everywhere in the universe, yet still it's undetectable. And yet still it interacts with our everyday life. Not something that doesn't interact with us, like dark matter or dark energy or neutrinos or those kind of stuff. According to you, it's what give us our mind, our will. It makes particles do what particles does. It's the quantum field. It's everywhere, but it's undetected. It's undetected by science. How?
That makes more sense than science explaining that it arises from biology, just for the simple fact that science can't explain how that happens. There's no formula for it. They have no explanation. They just say that it happens. That's not explaining it. That's just claiming that it happens based off of our logic. Our logic is the laws of physics, so it arose from shit that we can explain based on the laws of physics. That ain't explaining shit. But when you look at the quantum fields itself, our our consciousness can't it interacts with our environment the same way quantum fields interact with their environment, meaning that it's an infinity of possibilities. That's its actual state. There, you've never studied, you've never seen the state of a quantum field. You're just studying the mathematics. So you don't understand quantum fields, although quantum fields is in every particle that exists. But you can't measure it, but it exists. That's how consciousness is. You can't measure it, but it exists. Everything that you said that you can measure, you can measure electrons, you can measure photons and all this. That's like saying you can measure the interactions of the brain with the body. Like you could see that when a person feels a state of bliss, this sector of the brain lights up. When they're angry, this sector of the brain lights up. You could track that. Those are physical impulses. But what you can't measure is what was it that made that section of the brain light up. Not the thing that made the person happy, but the feeling of happiness. What is the origin of that? What is the shape of that thing? What's the taste of it? How large is it? What is it? You just read what the expression of the feeling was, but it's not the feeling itself. And that's how quantum fields interact. So you can't measure it, but it's there. Consciousness can't be measured, but it's there. You see the expressions of it, and you can measure that. Everything that we see is just an expression of a quantum field that we can measure. But the quantum field that created that state of whatever object you're looking at, that quantum state can't be measured. You can only measure the outer expression. That's how we are. You can only measure our outer expressions. You don't know the source of our inner experience. It's the same exact correlation for quantum molecules, which make up all of the known universe. The universe is mental. It's a mental construct, but it's like it was an amusement park created by consciousness, and it stepped into the mental construct to experience it. And my thing is the reason I believe it's to know what it is, like to know
You ever hear
all of what it is, because that's
you
our most
ever
inner
heard the
desire, is
term
to know ourselves.
what's the term? You ever heard the term similarity is not causation? I think that's
No.
what's happening right now. You're making similarities between consciousness and the quantum field. And because you could find some things, you could find like patterns, you're now making it seem as if it's a causation. When like it's just too much, it's just too far away for you to make that stretch. Like the quantum field deals with before physics, before particle, before matter. What happens before? Like we know that living organisms are the most complex form of matter, like organic matter. Organic matter is the most complex form of matter. The most complex form of chemistry is organic chemistry. You know, and living organisms that exhibit consciousness all comes from these organic forms of chemistry. We call it biology. That's just too far. It's like you're just too far away from the quantum field to make that stretch. That consciousness that emerges from living things is caused by quantum mechanics. I literally fail to see how that happened, but there's a lot of similarities. That doesn't mean causation. You could draw those same similarities with anything else. You could use the electromagnetic field to draw all those same similarities, and it still wouldn't mean causation. In fact, before a lot of people know about quantum mechanics, it was magnetism, whatever it's called. That was the new trend, and that was the cause of everything: consciousness, the Big Bang, everything, life. But as soon as quantum mechanics became the new thing, then everyone hopped onto quantum mechanics, and that became the new father of every form of, I'm not going to say pseudoscience, but every form of new age talking points. And I'm telling you, it's only a matter of time before scientists shed light on what this is. And you guys gonna have to find something else. You know,
I just gotta say,
quantum physics is not gonna be the god anymore.
I've been on quantum physics since back in 2008. That's when I first saw a video on the double slit theory. So it's not a new thing for me. And I from my understanding, quantum fields are electromagnetic fields. So it's the same thing. Electromagnetism. That's the tools of consciousness that it uses to create this construct. That's why we interpret electrical signals in order to understand and perceive this reality, because our quantum field is an electromagnetic field. Yeah, everything arose from that. It's not for me. It's not a trend. I look into it. You know, you constantly say you got to do more research and everything. Trust me, I've done a lot of research on this topic, and I'm constantly saying, you can't prove either way. Because you keep on saying that consciousness arose from biology like it's a fact. You keep saying that. I'm saying the opposite, as if I don't know that, but it's not, there's no proof of consciousness rising from biology. That scientists can't figure out how that took place. And I'm saying it's the same as far as proving that biology arose from consciousness. There is no experiment that proves that.
I'm not saying it's a
what I'm
fact. I'm saying that's the most plausible theory. It's more plausible than believing that this thing than what you're saying, because what you're saying would be very easy to be detected. It would be very easily detected.
But a quantum field isn't easily detected. You can't. When you try to observe it, it breaks down. But we know it exists. So you can't say that about consciousness when you know that that's the state of quantum fields. The same exact thing that you're saying about consciousness.
Well,
if it can exist about quantum fields, and I'm telling you that that's where
consciousness does not break down like quantum fields. Consciousness doesn't have a wave collapse.
Based off of what formula?
Based on what's the wave collapse of? There is no formula for. That's the thing, though. There is no mathematical or any scientific formula for consciousness. At least in quantum physics, there are formulas.
Right. And,
so
again, one of the formulas show you how
similarities. You're trying to recognize pattern, but that doesn't mean causation. It literally doesn't mean causation. There is no correlation between I'm not going to say zero, but the form of correlation that you're making between consciousness and the quantum field, it doesn't exist.
It does. It absolutely does. It absolutely does. You can't study a quantum field. The quantum information can't be transferred. It's the same exact thing with your state of consciousness. You can't transfer that. You can only have expressions of it. That's the same exact thing when a quantum field. You can't know a quantum field. The only thing that knows the state of a quantum field is the quantum field itself. And then it expresses what it expresses based on what you consciously observe. If you don't consciously observe the quantum field, that's when it's in its quantum state. And you can make all type of mathematical calculations or maps of the territory based on that quantum information. But you can't experience it. Only the field itself can experience it. That's
what would be the need of transferring one's consciousness? You can't, like, what your consciousness is. What consciousness is, like, it doesn't denote something that needs to be transferred. It's an inner experience. It's a personal inner experience that every living thing is having. Non-living things are not having a personal inner experience called consciousness.
You don't transfer your consciousness, you transfer the expression of your consciousness. So if something is hurting you, you want to be able to express that it's hurting you. And you can't express the pain that you're feeling, but like you can't transfer the feeling of pain, but you can express that that's what you're feeling, and that's the purpose of expression. But the feeling, the quantum state, the field itself is experiencing this, and if it's experiencing this and it can't transfer.
Quantum
If
state doesn't
real
experience
quick, yes,
subjectivity like a human. Like
but
stuff
I'm
like
saying it
pain and
does.
stuff
Real
like that,
quick, let
it's
me
not
finish.
experiencing those. So we got to get this straight because you're drifting.
No, I'm not. That's
Quantum
my whole
state does
point. My
not
whole point is that
experience
it
stuff like
does.
that.
My point is that these quantum fields have consciousness that has awareness, and it wants to express different expressions of its awareness, but it can't transfer its feeling. It can't transfer itself. It can only express itself, but the expression can only come via observation. And once you make the observation, that's when you get the expression. But before the observation, it's just in a quantum state of infinity. Just like if you're feeling that you're in pain, but you don't express that, there's no you don't, you're in a state of infinity as far as outside observers.
Again,
But
you're
when someone goes
making
to
the wrong
observe your pain,
correlation. A quantum field is not in a state of infinity. When someone
what is
observes a
superposition?
quantum field, they're using instrument to detect any form of interaction. That doesn't have to be movement. It could be anything, any form of interaction. It could be a change in temperature, change in electricity, a change in a charge, any form of change, a change in color, a change in mass. It could be any change, a simple vibration. It could be any form of change that instrument is there to detect. Depends on what the quantum particle is, even if it's a quantum particle. What you're talking about, like feeling pain, expression of oneself, inner thoughts and feeling, has nothing to do with a quantum field. A quantum particle does not have feelings like that. Superimposition does not mean you're there not trying to be detected here, there, everywhere. It's so tiny that detecting it is a probability. Just detecting it is a probability, and when you do, you will disturb its position. You will disturb the entire quantum field by inputting energy into it. It's not someone looking or trying to detect with their five senses. It's none of that. It has nothing to do with your consciousness. Science is strictly empirical data, and the quantum physics, quantum mechanics is no less empirical than classical physics. It's just a new frontier, and we got to develop new instrument to go into it. It has nothing to do with something like consciousness or human behavior, thoughts, or any of that. I don't know where you get that from.
I get that from researching what goes on the quantum level. When you say it has nothing to do with thoughts and feelings and all that, but there's physicists who've done studies on plants, and they've done experiments which prove that plants have consciousness, and they do experience certain type of emotions. Whatever these experiments are, I can't get into depth with them, but these are accredited scientists and certified experiments, and they've shown it. They, I don't know if they got any awards or certifications for it or whatever, but plants don't have brains, don't
Only
have a
scientists trying
central
to do
nervous
that is
system
that
or
Penrose
anything like
guy.
that. No, it's a few of them. It's a lady, I can't
Plant
remember her
doesn't have a
name.
brain or a
It's a few.
nervous system, but plant do
It's a few,
transfer
but it
chemical signaling.
experiences consciousness. It has
They
traits.
have vascular
They've
tubules
shown
that they
that
use for chemical signaling. They don't
they've
need a brain.
shown that it's giving off traits of consciousness. But these plants, they're just themselves fields, quantum fields of
The
energy.
plants are alive though. Plants
Well,
is
yeah,
not
but
a
they don't.
quantum
But they
field.
don't. But they don't have brains.
Plants are not
But
quantum
when
field.
you
Plants are
break down our
biological
biology,
organisms.
they say the reason why we feel emotions and perceptions and everything is it's a product of our brain. But plants don't have brains, yet they're saying that they experience the same sensations. So it's not a product. Our
A
consciousness
plant
is
doesn't need a brain.
experiencing things that's not
It's
connected to a
in
brain
a
in order to.
complete different biological kingdom from the
It's still in the
animal
quantum
kingdom.
field.
It's in the
It's in the
plant
quantum
kingdom. It
field.
doesn't listen. It doesn't need a brain. Plant still has hormones. It still sends chemical signal. It still has receptors. It still has everything that you need for a nervous system. A brain is a upgraded form of a nervous system that we inherit through evolution. We didn't inherit through some universal consciousness. Everything born with this very primitive form of nervous system, which is just simple tubules used to transfer chemicals. Most of those chemicals are salts, proteins for hormones, and enzymes. Very simple chemicals. Over time, the nervous system develop and evolve to where more complex form of life, like animals, which is a separate kingdom from the plant, or the fungi kingdom. In the animal kingdom, which is the more complex form of life form, develop more complex form of nervous system to where mammals, birds, reptiles, the more complex it gets, have something called a brain, something we inherit through our evolutionary journey. But a brain is not the only form of a nervous system, and you don't need a brain to have a nervous system. There are many aquatic life form that doesn't have a brain. At least a typical brain that you would find inside of a terrestrial animal. There are worms and like invertebrates that live without a brain. They don't need a brain. A sea cucumber doesn't have a brain. It still has nervous system. It still is conscious, aware of its surrounding, biochemical processes, has receptors, has hormones, does everything that it needs to do to survive. It's a living organism. Once you're alive, you have what it needs. You have what it takes to be conscious. You can't say the same thing for a non-living organism. You know, you can't say the same thing for a pile of dirt, that this pile of dirt is conscious. It has a nervous system. You can't prove that. There's no way for you to show that.
At one point, you couldn't prove that about plants, and then
You
they
can.
did.
That at one point, and you know what? That at one point is what you need to watch out for when you're talking about the quantum field and equating that to your nervous system. At one point, like now, this is that one point that scientists isn't fully aware of the ins and out of quantum mechanics. But in a few years, they will be walking over it, using it to make the best computer that we have ever seen, using it to send message faster, to send information faster, 10 times, 100 times faster than we are doing it right now, using it to make life more terrible or more convenient than it is at the moment. This is that at one point that we talk about. That is why I'm like, do not rely so much on the ignorance of science, because light will be shed on the ignorance of science in the future. and then you will have to move your goalpost. In some cases, you have to move your whole arena to somewhere else where science hasn't been before. And the real estate is getting really short.
I'll
Where
just
you
say
going to
this.
go
It's
next? To the
probably
bottom of the ocean, to the Mariana Trench, or to outer
look,
space?
man.
Because science is walking all over your territories. Consciousness is the only place you
It's
can
not.
hide, because it's the most subjective thing that you could, one of the most subjective subject that you could bring up. It's more philosophical than scientific, but science has to come and sometimes just put the brakes on it. Consciousness is not universal. It's not.
It's okay.
The laws
Let
of
me just
physics
say
is
this,
universal. It applies everywhere. The laws of
but not on the
physics,
quantum
yes.
level, man.
Gravity is universal on every planet, in every cosmic circle that you will find yourself. Gravity does apply there.
The laws of physics don't apply to consciousness, dude. But look, let me just say this
It
last thing
doesn't
about the
have to.
subject, because
It doesn't
I've
have to.
exhausted
Just like the laws
all
of
of what I
physics
want to
doesn't
say
have to
about it.
apply
Let me
to your
just say this
dreams.
last thing about it. Let me just say this last thing. They at one point they said that consciousness existed within the brain, and then they found out that plants could be consciousness. So now we're moving the goalpost to what a nervous system. Is that, could that be where consciousness reside? One day, if they do an experiment to prove something without a nervous system, where will the goalposts move to then? What I'm saying is, no matter what you eliminate, what will still always be there, underlying everything, are these quantum fields, and that's where I'm saying consciousness exists, and it's on the smallest of levels, but it transcends every other level. But no matter how you zoom in 1,000 times and 10,000 times and 100,000 and 1,000,000 times, you won't find the seat of consciousness, because quantum fields go infinitely smaller than we could perceive. But consciousness is somewhere within these fields. You'll keep eliminating everything else. The brain is out. Soon the nervous system will go next. And then where is consciousness?
Consciousness reside at the level of living organism. That's where it is. Living organism.
No, I don't. I believe it goes beyond that, because, like I said, people have experiences where they go actually dead. They're pronounced dead, but they're still having a conscious experience. So it goes beyond living. They come back and say, "Oh man, I experienced this. I experienced being in heaven, or I experienced being in hell, or I experienced this." But factually, physically, their body was dead, pronounced dead, but yet their consciousness kept going. So it goes beyond life, it transcends life and death.
Again, that's a good that's actually a good thing to believe. It gives hope, but too bad science doesn't deal with belief. We need empirical evidence. There is many ways for you to set up control experiment where these things can be easily proven, but yet still you still rely on anecdotal experience. At some point it sounds like the gospel, and I'm not a believer, so I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I'll
I
throw
mean,
offering, I'll make it good, but I'll even clap and sing. But I'm gonna tell you, I don't
if
believe it.
people say they experienced staying at a, on a hunted pirate ship after they passed away for a minute before they came back, that would be the story. But like, it's just, they say what they say. If they say they experienced heaven or hell, I believe that whatever they experience is based off of their own consciousness, and they construct it themselves. So if they're a religious person, they'll likely have a religious experience. If they're a whatever type of person, they'll have that whatever type of experience. But the main point is that their consciousness kept going after their brain
Again,
stopped and their life
it's
expired.
it's called the fake experiment. Doctors set up hidden signals in their hospital room, especially when they have these weirdo patients. And these weirdos always wake up missing the mark, but they're postulating about how much they were flying around in the room, listening to everyone and seeing everything, but they didn't see what was set up for them to see for some reason. And these neuroscientists have perfect explanation. A lot of them: sleep deprivation, drug hallucination, brain damage or infraction from some reason. It may be a hemorrhoid, someone punched them in the head, hit them up the hippocampus. I don't know, maybe a hippo step in the hippocampus, but they definitely got hammered. What else? It could be like medical condition. It could be legit medical conditions like, dementia, Alzheimer's, all sort of things. But one thing for sure they're proving is that these people were having a hallucination. They weren't having an outer body experience for some reason or the other. Because if they were, they would have seen what was set up in the rooms for them to see. It's easy.
Yeah, look, man, if you don't believe their stories, you don't believe it. I don't. There's nothing I could do about that. But like, that's just near death experiences. There's also stories of people who talk about having recollections of their past lives and actually living it, and being born to new parents, but not seeing them as their parents because they remember their past lives. And there's different stories of that. And then they'll say certain things about their past lives, and people would look into it, and the things that they described about it would be 100% on point about something true across the other end of the world, about some people or a certain person who was the kid's mom and how he died. And then they go and talk to the lady, and she's like, yeah, I had a son and he died like this. And it's all type of stories like that. It's all, but like you could that, and that'll just be those type of stories. But it's all type of things to where people can only give you their experience of, my consciousness transcended this body and it went somewhere else, and I experienced that, and it wasn't a product of my body. I was out of my body, but I had sensation. My consciousness experienced sensation independent of my body. And it's just a matter of if you believe these people or not. Because like I said, you can't transfer an experience. You can only express the experience. So all they could do is tell you about it. They can't give you the experience for you to be like, oh damn, that really did happen. Or for you to be like, oh no, see, that's some bullshit. This is what really happened. Now that I felt what you felt and experienced what you experienced. You can't do that.
Listen,
so as long as you rely on just the laws of physics,
very complex. There are some things I won't rule out. Life is very complex. But I'm saying when it comes to consciousness, correlating that to the quantum field is too much of a stretch. If you want to talk about past life experience and who have those experience, if someone tells me their experience of their past life, I wouldn't just shun it based on ignorance. I wouldn't do that. I would actually listen and try to understand, because life itself can be recyclable. Like everything recycling. At some point, the same matter that made up some dead person couple billion years ago, a dead monkey a million years ago, could be the same matter that made us today. It's not impossible.
Yeah, but if someone had memories of their past life, that's not life being
that could
recycled.
be
That's that person's
explained.
consciousness.
Listen,
That's that person's
that could be
consciousness being
explained a
recycled, not life.
billion different ways. You only hop you only hop to the explanation that suits your biases. The first thing you said when you said that, because I'm thinking more scientifically. Let me tell you what I think when you said that. Within the womb of the mom of the female, that female could be experiencing, could be thinking, could be reading, could be watching, could be having an experience that the unborn fetus is now transmitting, is now picking up on somehow, some way, and is now storing those memories, maybe genetically, maybe subconsciously, maybe some way that I haven't yet figured out. That's where my mind went first, not to, oh, this person really lived and then came back with all their memory. Do you know what it would take for my brain to think that way? You're only confirming your bias with your first thought. And I'm confirming my bias with my first thought. And both of us are definitely wrong at this moment. I don't know if you're smart enough to see it, but we're
No, I
both
think you're
wrong.
just seeing it from a. No, I think you're seeing it from a way that you're not. You're not. I don't think. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. So perhaps you're right. But because what I'm saying is, because for instance, I'll a story that I can remember in particular. It was a story of some kid
You're
who was
not
born.
exploring the 500 other ways that could have happened and would have been a more fitting explanation. I'm not
But
exploring
you
the
can.
400
But
other ways
you can
either.
though.
There could be
But
many
it.
other ways for this to happen where a 4-year-old, 5-year-old child is talking as if he lived before. There's many other ways for that to happen, but we will always hop to the first one that confirm our biases.
But
We're
look.
human.
So
We're
let
not
me
going to
tell you.
escape it.
Let me give you an example, and then you give me the first thing that would explain what happened. Because there was this kid, he was born to this family, and as the first words that he said as a kid, he would say a particular term. I forget what it was, but let's just say it was like abracadabra or whatever, and he would keep saying this thing. But it was an unknown term. Like nobody, his parents didn't know what this phrase was, and he kept saying it. When he got to a certain age, he kept on trying to leave his house, and he would say this phrase, keep saying this phrase, and he was a real rebellious kid. He kept trying to escape his parents and leave his house. And then, so long story short, his parents start looking into this phrase, and they find a shop across the globe that has this phrase or whatever. And so they call the shop with the lady or whatever, and the kid had like a birthmark or something on the back of his head or whatnot. They called the shop. They described the
Now you're
kid,
in the
what he's
land of make
talking about
believe,
and
bro. You're in the
everything.
land of make
Huh?
believe now.
I'm telling you, you could just choose not to believe it, but this is an actual story. You can look this up. It's a documented thing. And so, but the kid was he was talking about the shop. He was too young for him to express what he was trying to say or what he was trying to do. But when they get to the lady, she explains her husband had like died in the shootout. He was the owner of the shop, all this type of thing. But when the kid gets to this family, he stops being rebellious. He's loving. He's hugging the mom and everything like that. Like that's his actual mom and everything. Now this is the story, but
Yeah, there's
you
no way
you
to
can
prove
explain.
that.
But no. The proof is the fact that these people existed. These people, what I said took place. What now I'm saying is what would explain these events, because these are events that happened. It took place. The kids were saying this term. He was driving the parents nuts. He kept trying to leave. This is a real thing. This is I just forget the name of the people, but you could just look it up. These are events that took place. But
when
my
you
thing
lose
is,
someone very close
what
to
would be
you,
the explanation of that?
I'm gonna tell you what my first thought is. When you lose someone very close to you, there's a thing happening that it's like familiarity. You know, your senses are heightened to everything about the person that you lost, especially if the person were close. And now any scent, any looks, anything that could remind you of the person, if you detect any signal of that anywhere, for you, it's more stronger. It's you're perceiving it way more stronger than anyone else. I'm not
But
saying
who's perceiving it? The newborn kid that
the
has no
person,
connection to
the
this shop
lady,
at all.
the mom, the lady who lost her
No, but
whatever, her husband.
but the kid was saying the name of this shop. It was a term. They weren't from the country, so the term was from a different language. But whatever the term in the name of the shop was, it actually had it had meaning in in the language of this country that this kid, this baby, wasn't born in, but he was saying the name of this shop, which was a phrase since he was a baby, and he kept trying to
Man,
leave, and the parents just looked up the phrase. And so what I'm saying is the kid saying this phrase, and then like I said, it was something like he had a birthmark in the back of his head, and it was exactly in the spot where the lady said her husband was shot there before he died. Like he was killed, he was murdered, and he was shot right where the kid's birthmark was, and everything like this. And so that's a coincidence. Like, and if we just stick into these are coincidences, it's a coincidence that the kid was saying the name of the shop since before he could speak. It's his first words. And then they get there and he has the birthmark in the same spot where the lady saying her husband was shot. And the kid who was being rebellious and always trying to leave and tearing up stuff and biting his parents and stuff like that was acting like he was in heaven once he got to this place. And
well,
like he was probably like 4 at the time.
again,
So my
bear in
thing is from the
mind,
perspective of the kid, explain the kid's behavior and why he would be saying the name of this shop and how that this birthmark would correlate. But that's just one story. That's one instance. You go down a rabbit hole on all these type of stories. So we don't even
but
really have to get into
even
that
that
because, like you
story,
said, you
like
can come up with different explanations. But
you
that's a
can,
tough one.
but there would be a lot. Like the kid not being rebellious, right there. There could be
How,
like
how can you
1,000
say
different
something before you learn how to
explanations.
speak it?
Maybe that lady treated the child much better than where he was being rebellious. You know, maybe based on all those things that you're talking about, the birthmark, the this, the that, the kid saying the word or the phrase, already having them thinking what you're thinking. So even that alone would have her treating the kid a little bit more special. You know, there could be a lot there, man. And
And I
I'm just
mean,
taking that based on the edited version of the story that was given to already coher. I can't even speak right now.
yeah, but you're
Coerce
still
us
ignoring
into
the
believing,
coincidences
coerce
of
us
the.
into believing whatever they want us to believe which is that the kid is the reincarnation of dude that got shot.
Yeah, but you're ignoring the coincidence that the phrase
No,
the
I'm not.
kid was saying led to the shop, which led to the lady whose husband had the same shot in the back of the head where
I'm
the
pretty
baby's
sure
birthmark is.
Google
All
Gaga.
those are
I'm pretty
coincidences.
sure
You didn't
Google
address
Gaga
the
is a very
coincidences.
significant phrase somewhere. I'm pretty
It
sure
wasn't that.
Google
Look,
Gaga
bro. It was a
is a
word. It
significant
was an
phrase somewhere
actual
too.
word in a different language. It's just the
I know.
people not speaking that language
Measure.
didn't know what the word was, so they just considered it nonsense until they
There
looked it
is
up.
someone right now clicking in Canada or in America, just clicking for the heck of it or whistling. And there is somewhere in Africa or Asia where that's a literal prayer or chant or someone's name. Not because the kid made a few sound and
This
it
is just
happened
you
to
saying
mean
that though. We
something
don't
over
know any
there.
of this happened.
No, I'm saying not because the kid made a few sound, which babies does, made weird sound, and this sound happened to be significant to these people who lost someone, meaning the child is a reincarnation. I'm just
It
saying.
was the shop that they worked in. It was a specific phrase. It was like if he was saying evolutionist. in Spain and they don't have
I'm
a
talking about
word
Max,
for
not
evolutionist.
evolution.
It would be like if they had a word but they didn't know what evolutionist meant in Spain. But since he was 2 years old, he would just say evolutionist, evolutionist. And then there's a shop in America called the Evolutionist, and that's where he wants to go. And they get there, and then all the rest of the coincidences. He wasn't just saying a nonsense word. He was just saying a word that the parents didn't understand because they didn't speak the language. And when they looked it up, when they looked up the specific phrase, it was a phrase, and that phrase was the name of a shop.
It sounds like the kind of parents who
And
would
that's where the
leave the
kid
child
wanted to
in front of
go.
the television and some Spanish or some French
But
program would come on a regular to the point where the child picks up a few new words.
Fair enough, bro. Like it could be anything. Like, but you would have to actually look. You would actually have to look it up yourself for
Max,
you
bear in
to
mind,
get.
my explanation is just
I
as weird. My explanation is just as weird as yours. My explanation, the probability of it being real is just as slim as yours. For the child to gain that word from a television program and then keep saying it, for all that to actually work that way is like a 0.0000001% chance. That's what I'm saying. You got to understand, for that child to actually be the reincarnated person is even a lower chance than my explanation. And I'm sitting here telling you that
you don't
there's
know the
no way
nature
on
of
earth my
consciousness.
explanation is right.
You only say that because you don't know the nature of consciousness. You just don't know it, and if it's outside the laws of physics, you're not trying to understand it to that capacity. So it's just is what it is. But what I'm saying is these events that I'm saying, I didn't do them just. You'd have to look it up itself for you to see exactly what took place and how it took place, because it's not a fairy tale thing. It's not a story. It's an actual. These people, they have names of people that you could track and see their family members and all that type of the village they were from, the villagers who reported on this, the news reports that were made on this thing at the time. All you can look all that up. None of that is made up, but the explanation on all of these coincidences is what you can not know. Like you can't actually know why he was really saying this phrase, why he wanted to go to this place, why he stopped throwing it. You can't know. That's unique to this kid's experience. The kid knows why. We only can see the expressions of what happened. And all I'm telling you is that's an event that actually took place, and there's plenty more. It's it's rabbit. How rabbit holes work. They give you these stories, and if you use discernment, you know the difference between someone just like reading something off of X or something, and someone actually going through news reports and giving you what was reported on. And when you actually go through the things that were reported on, and on some Ripley's Believe It or Not shit actually turned out to be real, you just you make up, like you said, I guess you use whatever form of bias you coming with to try to make sense of what took place. But I'd say it's not far-fetched to believe that consciousness transcends time, space, and matter. And then so you can die in one body, be reincarnated into another. And I would imagine that when you're reincarnated to another, your consciousness is reset and you only have the memories of that vessel. But the kid, if it is what it
Wouldn't
is,
it
it could be
makes
an
more sense
example
to say
of
like then? All right, Max, wouldn't it make more sense to say like then? All right, consciousness emerged from living organism, but the cells from the living organism is gonna keep the consciousness. The consciousness, it will never leave the cells, or will never leave whatever the matter from living organisms. So even after death, whatever, wherever those particles end up after decomposition and whatever, they still have a bit of the consciousness of the person. Wouldn't that makes more sense?
That doesn't make any sense at all to me.
Okay, see, that's exactly how your theory is to me. It doesn't make no sense either.
Yeah,
That's
and I get
exactly
that.
how it is.
I get that, and that's why we both explaining our side, and I'm hearing what you're saying. But my thing is, the reason why your side doesn't make sense is because they've been trying to explain how that could be the case for millennium, and they can't explain how consciousness can arise from organic matter. It can't be explained. They don't have a formula for it. There's no elements that they could bring together to make it make sense how it
But
could create a conscious being. But on a conscious level, we on an everyday basis experience our consciousness constructing the reality around us.
are you
And then
saying
when we dream,
we
the
as in
same thing
organic
happens.
matter? Because you're right, they can't explain how consciousness arises from organic matter, but what they can observe is consciousness being with organic matter. They have never observed inorganic matter exhibiting any form of consciousness. So, as much as they can't say, okay, this is where it comes from, they can always say this is where it resides. Where? With organic matter. You can't show me the inorganic matter, the scissors, the knife, whatever it is, it's not conscious. You know what's conscious? The house plant, the ants, the dog, the cats, the birds outside, the person walking down the street. We can clearly see forms of consciousness. Even the slow ass tortoise that takes forever to cross the street. The fact that we call it slow is consciousness. It's moving slow. We can't say the same thing about a rock. We can't say the same thing about the roadway, the bridge that we crossed. We can't say the same thing about it.
You say that because that's your understanding of consciousness, but I'm telling my understanding of consciousness is that consciousness goes deeper than all those things, and we understand the expression of each field. There was a point where they didn't attribute consciousness to organic matter. Once they developed the instruments to measure organic matter on a level, things that didn't have brains, but they were able to measure levels of consciousness, then they were able to say, okay, consciousness actually extends beyond just the human experience and it's in other sentient things, because they eventually developed the tools. And so now we can
Listen,
perceive the world this way. Now, when you look at a knife or a rock or something like that, you'd say that it doesn't have consciousness because we don't have the perception to understand consciousness on the level of the molecules that make up the rock or the
listen.
knife. But those same
There,
molecules make
there
up
are
the me, you, the plants and animals, because it's quantum fields. And these quantum fields
it's not even about
vibrate
being
at a certain
acting,
frequency that
it's
creates
literally
what we
about being
know as
aware.
matter.
That's it. It's just about being aware, because there are inanimate, non-living things that are way more active than living things, but it's not aware. It has no consciousness, no awareness of its surrounding.
Okay.
A piece,
True or
a
false?
piece of plutonium, a piece of plutonium will kill you in, say, at least a 4 meter radius. A piece of plutonium will kill you, and it's not doing anything. It's so radioactive, it's so active that it will kill you. It's more active than a slug. It's more active than a beetle. But the beetle and the slug is conscious. It's consciously aware of what it is doing. As inactive as it is aware of what it's doing. The plutonium is not aware. It's not aware of what it's doing. It doesn't know that it just kills you. It doesn't care. It doesn't know that you have the right gears to go and move it. It doesn't care. It doesn't know that you're going to put it in a solution that dissolves it. It doesn't care. It's not aware. And that's the difference between what we're talking about with this thing called consciousness. And I'm not sure if you're sticking to the meaning, the definitions, because if we're talking about awareness, then we can't say it does not emerge from organic matter. We can't say it does not emerge from living things.
You can't say that it does.
Yes, we
Scientists
can,
have
because
tried.
we
They
only
can't.
observe it. We have only observed it in living things. We have never observed it in non-living things. We have only observed it in living things. So until we observe it in non-living things, you can't be so strong on the side with zero evidence. You can't. You're denying 90% for zero. You're a bad financial manager.
Dude,
Your book must look like Donald Trump's book at this point.
You're saying that we observe consciousness in organic matter, but that's not saying that consciousness arose from this organic matter. That's just saying that we observe it in the state that it's in, with it being in organic matter. And we understand that as being consciousness on that level. But like I said, going back to just a rock, or let me ask you this: true or false? Every object in the known universe is vibrating at a particular frequency.
Yes.
True, right?
Definitely.
What's causing this vibration?
I think it's the strong nuclear force, the electromagnetic force, the four fundamental forces trying to reach an equilibrium that's causing the vibration, and depend on the composition and makeup of the object that we're talking about. That's going to determine the vibration. So the atoms that makes it, and of course the quantum particles that makes those atoms, the molecules that those atoms bond to become, and whatever object those molecules form. So on every level there is vibration, there is frequency, which is vibration.
You said it's a force that causes all the things. But what's the?
In some cases it's one, some cases it's multiple different forces working to reach an equilibrium.
What's the underlying source of these forces?
Physics, the physical laws that's applying. It's called entropy. Everything is trying to be in the least energetic state that it could possibly be. So everything I'm saying right now, I'm using thing interchangeable with matter. Pardon. So instead of saying every matter, I'm saying everything. Everything is trying to be at the least energetic state that it could possibly be. So at every moment, matter tries to stabilize itself, but it's never stable. For instance, the only time it's stable is when it's in its pure energetic form, which is pure light, or whatever frequency on the electromagnetic scale it reaches, whether it be radio wave to microwave to gamma rays to ultraviolet visible light, whatever, infrared heat. Most things end up becoming heat. It end up dissipating into the infrared spectrum. That's the least energetic state it finds itself, and after that it end up becoming microwave. Hence why when they look at the cosmic background of the universe as it cools down, the coldest spot that they see is called the cosmic microwave background, because everything is eventually going to become microwave, everything, because it is the least energetic state that matter and energy can be in, unless it vanishes off into the quantum field. And for that to happen, then it has to meet its antimatter pair, and that's when it collides and you get pure energy. That pure energy that is formed when antimatter meets its matter is matter going back into its quantum field. That is when matter is no more. That is literal nothing, for lack of a better term, but it's still not nothing. It now went back to its original state, which is quantum energy. But until then, everything and how it works, we're very complex. A living organism as it be is too complex. Take for instance a a rock. Take for instance a rock. It's mostly silicon, carbon, calcium. It's mostly calcium and silicon and carbon. If you should take that rock and pour it into, say, nitric acid or some form of acid, the acid will displace the calcium and the silicon, and mostly it will make like hydrogen gas, mostly not hydrogen gas, water, carbon dioxide from the carbon. And why it does that? Because these particles that it's going to make, these molecules that it's going to make, is in a less energetic form than the rock itself. When it's introduced to something that is more electronegativity than the bonds that has more electronegativity than the bond that holds it together, those atoms are going to rip those bonds apart. Why? To hold the rock, for the rock to be a rock, it takes energy. So if something comes that requires less energy for you to be whole, you're going to go. And that's how it works. That is why, as living things, you constantly has to refuel yourself to stay alive. Every living thing has to eat or has to find some way of replenishing their nourishment to stay alive. Because just being in this form is abnormal. It's unnatural. A rock, once, and bear in mind, the rock is already stable enough, but it still has so much energy that it doesn't even want to be a rock. A rock want to be nothing more than pure light. A tree want to be nothing more than pure light. The only reason why it's a tree is because it's alive. It has consciousness to live. That's what consciousness is for, literally to live. It's the will to live. Because anything without consciousness does not want to live. To live takes energy. It takes energy. The only reason why it happens too, because for some reason, this is where you might have a thing for real. For some reason, nature decided that life was necessary. And it was, because it is the best form of recycler that nature could has invented. Nothing creates more heat than living things. There is no, for non-living things to create heat, like volcanoes and stuff like that, it takes too long and it's so inefficient. And it's a lot of heat, but the time it takes to create all that heat is just too long and it's too inefficient. Living things recycles sunlight. It literally recycles sunlight on every level. That's the fastest way that nature could achieve entropy. And after it's done, it's die. It literally just die and go back to where it comes from. And those atoms will eventually make their way to becoming a part of the cosmic microwave background at some point. And at some point in the future, who knows what will happen there. But everything, the least energetic form and the most stable form that you could be in is literally to meet your antimatter pair and became pure light, pure quantum light, literally. And that would be, you're not going to be in this form no more. You're not going to have this consciousness no more. You're not going to be alive no more. So you see the necessity of consciousness is literally for you to have a will to live, to keep going. That is consciousness. That is why you're conscious. Non-living things does not have that will. And it will literally give up its electrons to anything that is stronger than it to take it. Anything and the reason why, again, it takes energy to be in the form of a molecule. And if something comes that requires you to break without giving up energy or using energy, you're gonna break. If something comes and requires you to, if this is how they create even like nuclear weapons and hydrogen bomb, we're literally manipulating entropy. We're literally manipulating the need for things to break apart. Literally, that's how you create a bomb. You know that the hydrogen atom, it takes energy for it to be in that form. Something more unstable like a uranium atom, it takes a lot of energy for it to be in that form. And it does not want to be in that form. So you could imagine trying to tie springs together. Imagine having a piece of spring and your best thought is, I'm going to compress this spring as tight as possible and use zip ties to tie it down. What would happen? What do you think is happening to the spring? Does it want to be compressed under zip ties? No. What would happen if someone comes and just cut one of those zip ties? Will the spring release gently or will it release violently? It will release so violently that it's going to break the jaws of anyone that it hits. That's a nuclear weapon. The nucleus of the atom does not want to be together. So any disturbance, any little help it gets to break apart, it's going to break apart. And that's how you get a bomb. You literally manipulate entropy. Nothing in nature, nothing in the physical universe wants to, uses more energy than it already has at the moment. It does not want to take in more energy. It doesn't want to use energy. It want to give up. Everything wants to give up the energy that it holds. It just want to give it up. The universe itself is trying to go back to its original state. That's what's happening. It's trying to go back to its original state because that's what entropy is. Disorder.
You beat me to death with these words. I ain't even gonna lie. It ain't the quality, it's the quantity. Or it ain't it's just, but because there's so many things I wanted to respond to, but by the end of it, I just want to
Respond
say,
to the part that you
all
remember.
right. I just want to say, all right. But because like I agree with the entropy part, but I feel like you wouldn't have that unless there was a consciousness that willed for entropy to take place, because without there being a will for it, there would be no reason for entropy to take place. It would just be complete and utter randomness. There wouldn't be a need, a necessity. There would be no will to conserve energy and use the least amount of energy. There has to be a conscious will there in order to set things in order so that entropy could take place.
The mystery is why it started in the first place, because obviously the universe
must have been, if it was in a quantum state, then that would have been the least energetic state that it could have been in. So the mystery is, why did it start in the first place? Because it started and it's trying to revert back. Not that the universe is shrinking back to a single dense point or anything of that point. The fact is, matter is trying to not be matter.
I
Do you
could
know how much
agree with
matter
that.
exists in the entire universe? 5%. Only 5% of the universe is actual matter. 95% of where we exist right now is not like us. And like us meaning physical matter, planets, stars, moons, earth, soil, metals, human, organic matter, water. All of this is strange to the universe. All of this is only 5%. 95% of it is antimatter, dark energy, and dark matter. Stuff that doesn't interact with us. Stuff that we don't have nothing to do with.
And that's the
We
same with
are
a
the
molecule.
anomaly. We are the strangers, in the universe. Us, not only us, the rock. Living things, organic and inorganic matter, is the stranger to the universe. Everything else is pure energy.
But that's the same as atoms. Atoms, every atom is 95%, at least 95%. No free
Yes,
space, just no space, just nothingness. And so the universe,
physical. The
they
physical
describe it as
part of it
dark
is
matter.
is yeah. The physical part of it is 5%. 95% is non-physical, just a
Right.
pure
It,
energetic field.
and that's the same thing as what you just described for the universe, except they refer to it as dark matter or antimatter or whatever the case may be. But it's a substance that they don't fully understand what it is. They could just measure how things interact with it, and that's how they know that it is. It's the same thing with the space inside of an atom. It's the same thing with quantum fields, and that's why I say everything functions the same on all of these different dimensions, but we understand ours based on how our vessel understands ours. But we occupy this dimension with other creatures, like a squirrel interacts with the same dimension that we interacts with, but it understands it differently than we do because its vessel is different. It's going to get a different interpretation. You got nocturnal animals that see a different light spectrum than we see, but they're interacting with the same exact objects. So, like, we all have our perspective from our own individual quantum field, and within your own individual quantum field, evolutionist, you're aware of your consciousness and how your consciousness controls your entire vessel. Like it controls your arms, your legs, everything is commanded by your consciousness, and your consciousness uses your mind as its control panel, but it's not the control panel. It uses the control panel, and we interact with our environment that same way. Particles interact with each other that same
Think,
way.
Mark, think about someone that got paralyzed and legs doesn't work no more, but they still have thoughts of walking or using their arms, but it doesn't work no more. The physical organ doesn't work no more.
Like there's a circuit that's blown in their brain. Is something wrong with their
Yeah,
car? Like
the
if you get
brain,
into it, if you
the
get into
brain
if you
or
get into
nervous brain or nervous defect.
if you get into a car accident, right, and then now your left blinker doesn't work, it's nothing wrong with you, the driver. It's just your left blinker doesn't work, and so that's what's going to be wrong with your vessel. And so if you blow an engine and your car doesn't drive anymore, but you can't get out of the car, like, you are still intact, you're not the car, but you can't control the car anymore. But if you repair the car, you could drive it again. So it's people that's been paralyzed and then regain sensation again. And it's, there is no hardcore science on how or why that happens. But that's why I say, like,
there is science.
it starts on a conscious level.
No, those people have to go through a lot of therapy. There is science on it.
But it's people who go through therapy and don't get their sensation back. There's people who go through therapy and get their sensation back. There's people who go through it, don't get their sensation back. And there's people who don't go through therapy and have gotten their sensation back. So it's different for each person. And so what's the underlying difference with each person? Each person has a different quantum field that being tapped into infinity, it interacts with the environment different. But look, there can be an exact science. We haven't discovered it yet, but there can be an exact science to, okay, scientists have figured out paralysis. You just connect this to this and boom, you got your legs work again. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. We can figure out that science. I'm just saying, as of right now, we haven't figured out the exact science. So all the cases of this happening, like, why did he do therapy and it worked for him, and this person did therapy and it didn't work for him? We don't know that. We don't understand. But the only difference between these two people is their consciousness. One possibly one of them believed that he would be healed more than the other, and that led to him being healed. That's a possibility. But like you said earlier, it's a whole plethora of possibilities. But as of right now, the science isn't in on how to make that.
You're not, one could have the placebo effect. One could consciously trying to heal himself. The other could just be someone that gave up very easily.
All that.
It could also be genetics. It could also be genetics. One person just heal and recover much faster.
All that. But I'm, because I was just addressing your question about how you said, well, what about a guy who's paralyzed and he can't use his thing? I'm just saying that doesn't, his consciousness would still be intact. I was thinking maybe if you would say if somebody was like basically a vegetable, and because that I would still use the same logic, but it would be kind of harder to argue because with the paralysis, you go to rehab, and we probably close to a science on figuring that out. But when someone's a vegetable, it's kind of harder to explain their consciousness still being in their vessel, but they can't do anything like that. That's when you step into the realm of a loss of free will, because like I said, the two things that I added to the postulates are consciousness and free will. But if you got a vessel that you can't even mentally, you're a vegetable. I don't know. I don't have answers for that. If I thought about it, I'll probably come up with something, but I don't know. But my thing is that consciousness inhabits these vessels, and when it exits, the consciousness itself is still intact, and it just goes elsewhere, whether it reincarnates into the world again or it goes to a different dimension or whatever the case may be. I just believe that you are the conscious field, and you will always be that. You will always be aware of your existence, whether it's in this world or whether it's in this dimension or any other dimension. Just like when you go to sleep, that's a different dimension, but you're aware of your existence in your dream world, and you construct a world within your own imagination. So just imagine if they say monks meditate and they astral project and all that. So you have to just dig into the realm of that. If you could construct a dream world when you're sleeping with your consciousness, then who's to say you can't do the same thing in a meditative state? Who's to say that's not exactly how we're existing in this current state, except we just have a fixed We have fixed laws of physics that our consciousness adheres to, but that's just on this spectrum. That's just in this dimension. But the traversing through the different dimensions, your consciousness would traverse through them, not your body, not your life in this lifetime, but your consciousness. Because people describe saying that they had experiences experiencing themselves as a butterfly or a sheep, you know, and whether it was on like psychedelic drugs or in a meditative state or in a dream state or whatever the case may be, my thing is they had a conscious experience where they said, yeah, I was a lizard, and as a lizard I felt myself sexually aroused to another lizard, but particularly I was aroused by the color spectrum on the side of his head. He had very bright colors on the side of his head, and it was sexually arousing. And they describe that experience, and they have no knowledge about lizards and how they interact. But then when you study lizards, you see that that's actually a trait of a particular type of like iguana or something, and they find sexual attraction in these color schemes. But this person had that conscious experience. She wasn't living the life of a human inside of a creature. She was she was her consciousness inside of the creature.
Yeah, but when stuff like that happen, though, we know that something is definitely wrong. So even though they're still having that experience, it's a altered state of consciousness. It's not a healthy form of consciousness. That is why we
Still a
always.
conscious experience.
It's still a
It's an
conscious experience,
experience
but they're
of the
definitely
consciousness.
going through some mental illness at that point.
But they're not being the point is they're not bound by mental constraints, they're not bound by the body, but they're still experiencing. So consciousness isn't bound by time, space, and matter. It could transcend it and then travel here or there, to and fro,
But
to the past or to the future.
none of your mental faculties are bound by time or space. It's
They absolutely
literally,
are.
it's not. That is why you could go anywhere you want to go in your mind at any time. You could sit in the middle day, 12 noon, and in your mind you picture yourself somewhere else at midnight.
Look,
You're not bound by time or space.
your mind is, but
That's
your
your
consciousness
mental,
isn't.
that's your
Your
mental activities.
your mind is bound by time and
Your
space. Your
body is, not
consciousness
your
isn't.
mind.
Yes, okay. Right now, evolutionists, in your mind, count from 0 to 100 and don't skip a number and tell me when you're done.
I'm done.
You're taking time to do it. You took time to do that.
I'm done. I did
You
it
took time.
quantumly.
Yeah, and you took and it took time. It took a matter of time. It took
Yeah, I took time.
1.87 seconds. It's time. Your mind, in order to count from 0 to 100 without skipping a number, it still took time to do it. Whether it was quantum speeds or not, it was still confounded by time.
Yeah, everything is gonna, once an event take place, then time happened. Event can't happen without time happening, because that's
But
how you measure. That's how you
but
measure
your
something happening. It's called time.
yeah, but your consciousness can transcend time theoretically, because there's people who have said they've mentally gone back and consciously seen past events take place, and they
If
describe
that
them,
was
or they
real, it wouldn't be a
all
theoretically
and then
then.
and then they have people, they have all these people who say they foresee the future and everything like that. You have all these different mythologies who have prophecies that have come true, and things that come and say this is what's going to transpire because they've seen it. Like consciously, you could transcend time and space, But let's say you can mentally project yourself into the past and experience the Civil War. Consciously, you would go back to the time of the Civil War, but wherever you projected your consciousness to, once you observed whatever it was you were observing, you're going to observe through the construct that your mind and your mental have constructed for you, and that's when you will perceive time as, okay, the battle is taking place, it lasted this long, and this and that, but your consciousness was able to go from this time period to that time period without taking time, without experiencing time. But once it, just like with observing a quantum state, once it goes into the observer effect, that the mind is what allows you to observe. And that's when time comes into play and matter and everything. But consciously, you can transcend all of these. You could transcend time. You could transcend space. You could transcend matter consciously. And
Right
and you,
now, I'm
and you
about
can
to
explain all
transcend
of these
to
things.
my bed. That's a transition right now.
Yeah, probably
Hey,
a good one,
Babylon, hit
man.
the
We've been
link,
going
yo.
for a while. You're
Babylon, you've
right.
been going off in the chat. Hit the link since you know so much.
Yeah, anybody can come up, challenge me.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message Titans Debate League at gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Back to you, gentlemen. Okay, the evolutionist dropped. Jay the
Yeah, he
Snake,
fucking
did you
bounced
get
out.
in there?
Not at all.
No, he just dropped two.
Yeah, I was kind of feeling bad that he was hogging the mic, but I couldn't stop rebutting what he was saying.
Last
But
man standing, it's okay.
yeah, I mean, I'll close all of what I'm saying on this. I just feel like the consciousness experiences our reality through the mind and everything like that, and we. I'm sorry, I'm actually beat. I'm actually beat by this whole debate. I can't even think clearly at this point, so never mind.
He's weak, y'all.
Yeah,
Somebody come
yeah,
finish him
man.
off. Pause.
I really feel it. Yeah, my main point just was that consciousness creates art, this cosmic manifestation. There's nothing in biology that points to how consciousness sprang from it, but we see that we experience a construct like our experience is a construct of our mind. I believe we don't interact with base reality. We interact with a constant construct of our mind, just electrical frequencies that our mind is telling us this is this sound, this is this sight, this is taking this long. But we don't know, we can't perceive these frequencies. We're only getting the interpretations. I mean, like, so are you can't base anything in this reality and say that anything in actual reality sprang from it, because we're not interacting with real reality. We're interacting with electrical currents, and we don't see or feel or touch these currents. Our brain interprets them for us and tells us, here, this is what you're looking at. So, honestly, I believe our consciousness is trapped inside of here, and it wants to know reality.
I see the evolutionists is giving you some pushback on that one there.
Well,
Y'all was
from
going
the
at it
crowd,
for a minute.
yeah, yeah, we were, but
Shut up,
that's my stance, and
evolutionists,
I
man.
respect his. Like I said, I can't prove my side. I just feel like nobody could prove their experience. All you can try to do is convince people through expressions, and that's the nature of reality on every level, down to the quantum level.
Mm. I'm gonna email you about doing a show on some of that. So be looking for that soon.
Yeah, I'm
All
down.
right. Yep,
I'm
yep.
down.
I need a picture so I can work on the graphic.
Okay.
Let me know. Well, as soon as you send me the picture, that's when we'll move forward. So
Okay.
you got my
Absolutely.
email, right?
I do.
Got you.
I'm
We
sure I
locked
do.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's make that happen, man.
Yeah. And
You do.
it was an interesting debate, man. I appreciate everybody who was up, for whatever 2 cents they were able to squeeze in there between me and evolutionists. So, I'm down to debate anybody on, because from what I hear, there was a lot of stuff in the comments. I wasn't reading them, but anybody else got something to say?
Do you
I
know
mean,
how
we
to
we
put a presentation together?
I do, but it's like how I felt about homework in school. Like, of course, I can do it, but what would my grade be if I don't? Do I still pass like that? But
Oh,
yeah, I could whip something together.
gotta show those sources, man.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Yeah, if we do something, I'll definitely come correct.
But if not, we can always set up just a takeover night where you take over the panel and it's you versus whoever hit the panel, and we can set up a night where you just talk about your ideas. So
Yeah, man, I'll get in where I fit in. Whatever, we can start with me. I'll send you the little profile pic or whatever, and then talk about it from there.
yep, it's
Totally
going. We
down.
locked in. We locked in.
Uh,
Closing remarks. We'll go ahead and get out of here, man. It's been a long night. We've been streaming for about 6.5 hours. That's not too long though, compared to what we normally do.
yeah, it was a good show, man. I was shout out to who was Tiffany, well, I forget her last
Yes.
name, but
Shout out
but
Tiffany
Tiffany
French.
French. Yeah, shout out to Tiffany. She cracked the whole conversation off, and I got to go back and watch the beginning of her presentation. But from what I did hear, sound like a very intelligent woman. So shout out
Yes.
to her. Shout out to Omar. Shout out to Oli. He didn't show up tonight, but I would, it sound like right up, Mr. Quantum himself. He should have been in here. But shout out to everybody else who was on the panel and in the chat.
Oli was
Appreciate
here
you
in
having me up,
spirit. He
everyone.
was here in spirit, man. He's
I can feel
always,
it. I can feel it.
always around.
I could hear him calling my theories incoherent every 5 minutes I hear his voice saying, see, everything you just said is incoherent. And let me tell you why. I'm like, wait, I'm gonna tell you why. But yeah, man. Shout out to all y'all. Appreciate you having me up, A1. Y'all
No
enjoy
doubt.
the rest of y'all night.
You too, man. You as well. Appreciate everybody who pulled up and tuned in to Tiffany's presentation. What is the meaning of consciousness? It was a great night. We out of here. Remember my motto: treat your smile like your money, and never let them steal it. Peace. We're gonna end with some songs from Titan Radio. So I wrote a song about it. I want to hear it. Here it go.
So I've been getting to it, it don't stop. We stay ready to go. I'ma take my Titans with me wherever I go. Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. I know. Y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a buffet. Yeah, feelings who we on me, wanna talk, yeah. And talking too fast gon' get you sparked, yeah. My team sourced up as long as you know. My hitters hit your hitters if they pseudo. They ask how everyone know what my name is. Cause I stay 100 on the same shit. Yeah, history and logic going so hard. I built this from the bottom, made my own start. Yeah, wake the neighbors up, we be going so hard. I love this game, I gave it my whole heart. Yeah, V12 in it, it got horses. My phone ring, they want sources. Unload the clip on, turn them to corpses. Heard I'm trying to copy my recipe, that is hopeless. Yeah, hood luck, think that hating gon' work, tell them good luck. Titan gang or don't bang, throw your hood up. Gang, we got the knowledge on tap, could get you hooked up. They like, A1, look at all this wisdom we done cooked up for the community. Courtesy of arguments. You know, I know. I'ma take my Titans with me where I go. So don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. Y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a bar face. So don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. I know. Debate or die, we flexing for sure. I'ma take my Titans with me where I go. So don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. I know, we know. Y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a bar face. So don't forget about me. I know.
All this knowledge on the flow. I've been golden from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light. Enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars flow. Baby, welcome to the flow. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason. speaking my logic, weaken. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goaded from the go. Let these pseudo scholars go. Baby, welcome to the show.
So I've been getting to it don't stop. We stay ready to go. I'ma take my Titans with me wherever I go. Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. I know. Y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a buffet. Yeah, feelings who we on me, who wanna talk, yeah. And talking too fast gon' get you sparked, yeah. My team sourced up as long as you know. My hitters hit your hitters if they pseudo. They ask how everyone know what my name is. Cause I stay hunted on the same shit. Yeah, history and logic going so hard. I built this from the bottom, made my own start. Yeah, wake the neighbors up, we be going so hard. I love this game, I gave it my whole heart. Yeah, V12 in it, it got horses. My phone ring, they want sources. Unload the clip on, turn them to corpses. Heard I'm trying to copy my recipe, that is hopeless. Yeah, hood luck, think that hating gon' work, tell them good luck. Titan gang or don't bang, throw your hood up. Gang, we got the knowledge on tap, could get you hooked up. They like, A1, look at all this wisdom we done cooked up for the community. Coliseum of arguments. You know, I know. I'ma take my Titans with me where I go. So don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. Y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a bar fight. So don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. I know. Debate or die, we flexing for sure. I'ma take my Titans with me where